Yeah.
Right. Speaking of the Lions and Ford Field, when more than 60,000 pack Ford Field for the Thanksgiving Day game, they are going to be met with lots of classic holiday food and drink options. So on Monday, the Lions revealed its huge Thanksgiving menu at Ford Field. It will include a mix of classic holiday favorites and other dishes showcasing Thanksgiving in Detroit. So there'll be the classic turkey leg. It's served with cornbread dressing, tangy sweet cranberry barbecue sauce. They'll have the Fourth and Feast fries, which are crispy waffle fries with roasted turkey, cheese curds, gravy, cranberry drizzle, and topped with crispy onions. They'll also have the Jahmyr Gibbs Spin Dash combo. It's kind of like his favorite foods. I think we've talked about this before. You get the smash burger combo. So it's like a smash burger topped with pizza sauce, pepperoni, mozzarella cheese, pizza seasoning. Then you're also going to get the golden ring tater tots and then blue Sour Patch Kids.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
just his, not really Thanksgiving-y, but his favorite.
Have you done the turkey leg when you go? Because that's awesome. I mean, I love...
Oh, I love the turkey leg.
If you've been to the Lions Thanksgiving, you see those like big medieval turkey legs. It's awesome.
Lots of cool holiday drinks, but what's crazy is when you see how much food they plan to sell. 2,500 pounds of turkey. 2,000 pounds of mashed potatoes, 1,800 turkey legs, 1,400 pounds of stuffing. The list goes on and on.
Yeah.
Lots of food to be had.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Coming up next, it's the Power Surge 97.1.
Hey, the Red Wings are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Wings. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Red Wings. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
All right, John. Let's hear it. Top
Yeah.
6 teams in the NFL, and I know you got a few teams that are hanging on the outside.
Yeah, and it's a tough one because teams are really starting to separate the good teams, and then there's a conglomerate of teams where you're like, I don't really know, and I'm sure I'll take some flack for who's in the top 6. But last week,
How about conglomerate,
Buffalo.
guys? How about
Yeah.
his vocab today? He's rolling.
Michigan education. Buffalo. I'll try and not use too many big words in case there's any Buckeye fans listening. Buffalo was at 6 last week, and obviously they took an L. Denver at 9-2. They were at 5. Now they were on a bye week. New England. They just keep chugging along. 10-2 now. They were at 4. Indy was at 3. They took a loss. The Rams at 2, and Philly was at 1. So with the loss to Dallas, how far do the mighty fall? We'll find out. But the teams that are just on the outside looking in, and there's a group, I'm not going to say a conglomerate, but there's a group of teams that you're like, okay, what are we, somebody has to win the NFC South. But Tampa at 6-5 right now, currently the leaders because Carolina's at 6-6. They're coming on. Bryce Young is starting to show a little bit, but Tampa might be without Baker Mayfield with a possible separated shoulder. So they're obviously on that. We're trying to figure out what that division is. Dallas at 5-5. Don't look now, but not a threat to win the division. I don't think Philly falls apart, but looking at that wild card spot and the matchup with the Lions next week.
8 days away.
The Chargers at 7-4. Well, how could a 7-4 team be possibly, trying to figure things out? Well, the massive injuries. They just, I don't think that they're going to be able to figure it out. Pittsburgh. What do we say about Pittsburgh?
I think they're fraudulent too.
It's the ultimate shrug emoji. Huh? What? I don't know. And so Kansas City at 6-5, holding tough, holding on tight.
You don't have them in, though.
Right now, no, because right now they're not even in the playoffs. In fact, if you look at the Lions, right, the Lions are sitting there at 8 in terms of, getting into a wild card spot with a lot of football to play. Mm-hmm. Kansas City's all the way down to 10. And so are we looking at a season where Kansas City's not even in the postseason?
Or did they just wake up?
Yep, it could. I think they wake up. Houston coming on strong.
Sneaky.
And they've done it without C.J. Stroud. Davis Mills has come in and played good enough, but the defense has been dominant. 8 sacks of Josh Allen. Jacksonville. What do you make of Jacksonville?
I don't.
Okay, 7-4, and it's like,
keep
okay, winning. Yeah, they find ways to win, and I'm just like, again, I don't really know Baltimore. 6-5, look out, here they come, and you know what? They're bringing it on at the right time because they do play the Bears. So that could be a nice little help for the Lions. Buffalo not in at 7-4, and taking some tough L's, just not looking like the team that anybody thought Buffalo would be. San Francisco currently still out, 8-4. Brock Purdy, 3 interceptions. Christian McCaffrey equals Jahmyr Gibbs. We had that comparison yesterday. The only reason they're winning is because of Christian McCaffrey. Their defense had been just devastated by injuries. Seattle at 8-3. And the reason I have them out is I don't think Sam Darnold can win a big game. I just don't believe it. And then I've got Chicago and Green Bay. Yes, they are 2 teams that are ahead of the Detroit Lions right now, but we'll get a chance to see tomorrow what the Lions do with Green Bay. And so I have the Lions at number 6 at 7-4. It wasn't pretty, but I've said this before, and I've said it with the Eagles. Ugly wins are still wins, and we'll take that win. Now, there's a clear separation from where 6 and all of those teams that were just on the outside looking in at 5-1.
The thing I have to raise a question, they're not in the playoffs either like the Chiefs.
Right.
But you're comfortable putting the Lions at 6.
At 6 right now, currently. But it's again, I think that 6 is almost, I don't want to say a free space, but you could put in Detroit, you could put in Green Bay, you could put in Chicago, you could put in Seattle. Heck, you could put in San Francisco, the Chiefs, Baltimore. Like, there's a number of teams you could put at 6.
But you're comfortable that there's a tier gap. The 1 through 5 are the best.
Yeah, and there's no question. Indy. And I kind of look at it like if Detroit were to play Indy right now, who do I think wins? Indy. Indy's 8-3. Daniel Jones, I'm not sure really what to make of him. There's been a lot of really good, and then when it goes bad, it goes bad. Their 3 losses, Rams, Steelers, Chiefs, all on the road. So are they just a team that is dynamic at home and can't find a way to win at the home? Now, there's some tough opponents in there, tough places to play, but that's where they are right now. Philly falls all the way down to 4 at 8-3, lost to Dallas, but it was a 21-0 lead that they squandered away, and it was turnovers. It was just dirty play. No, not dirty, but it was just ugly. Denver is at 3, and I know I can't remember our caller from last week. I'm sure we'll get him again. How dare you not put Denver at number 1? Well, they're at 9-2 right now. They're at 3. New England at 10-2, and we're talking about the number 2 team and the number 1 team. Both of these are because of the play of the quarterback. MVP caliber play. And I just don't know that Denver with their quarterback and Bo Nix is on the same. Yeah, he's been all right. He's done enough to win. And but a lot of their whims are and the word that you use and I want to commandeer it is grimy. Mm-hmm. Grimy wins. They've found a way to win so that they're at number 3, and their defense is awesome. They lead in like the sacks that they have by like 10 over the next closest team.
Oh, they're tracking historically in terms of sacks.
Mm-hmm. New England, they need to do a better job of protecting their cornerback. They come in at number 2, and if they do, look out because Drake May is on fire, but they get him hit way too much. If he gets some protection, and the protection has been better in the last 3 weeks. They figured things out up front, and now all of a sudden you pair the way that he's slinging the ball around with a Vrabel coach defense, they could be that worst to first type of team. And they might actually, I don't know where the odds are, but they could win a Super Bowl. I'm not sitting here and say, yeah, they win it all, but they're a team that is in really high contention. Obviously, they're at number 2.
The question with them, Will Campbell, their left tackle, carted off the field. Knee, MCL, if it's only a sprain, clearly it won't end his season, but for a team that's already had trouble protecting the quarterback, I think that is the alert, alarms are going off in the building.
And we'll see what kind of depth they have. And depth, obviously, if you're replacing a starting left tackle, whoever is in next is not going to perform at the same level. Now it's going to come down to how can they help that tackle. We've seen it here in Detroit when it's been skipped. Like, you got to find a way to help the tackle. The Rams at number 1, and honestly, this week, it's not even close. They are by far, right now, the team that is playing the best. Defensively, they get after the quarterback, and you mentioned it, they don't have Aaron Donald, but they have him in aggregate because of the way they are playing up front. I mean, linebackers are flying around. The secondary has been really good. And then you look at what they're doing offensively. Matthew Stafford is seeing the field and playing like he is 24. I don't know how long he plays, but this right now is the best season that he has had in his entire career.
Yeah, he's building that Hall of Fame resume, throwing MVP on it if he rounds this out, and they're the favorites to win the Super Bowl today. They're your number 1 team. They're the only 2-loss team left in the NFL. Rams.
Well, that's not true. New England's 10-2.
Excuse me. Yeah. Only 2-loss team in the NFC.
Yes.
You wanted odds? So the Rams are between 4 and 5 to 1 to win the Super Bowl as the betting favorite. The Patriots, 14 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. We like to say that's value. Okay, so just so people get it, you've got Rams 1, Pats 2, Broncos 3, Eagles 4, Colts 5, and the Detroit Lions 6.
Yep. And I'll say this too, and for all those that want to call and say, how do you have that after they barely beat the Giants? You could put in at number 6, like I mentioned, Green Bay,
who also barely beat the Giants.
Right. Chicago, Seattle, San Francisco, Buffalo. I even think Baltimore is one of those teams. I considered a 6-5 team of going in there at the 6th spot right now in Houston because of how dominant their defense has been really all season long. But what they did against Buffalo was unbelievably impressive.
I don't know if I've seen Josh Allen more frustrated on a field in his career. Mm-hmm. And I do think that's a nice call, John, that I think your top 5 are those are the 5 right now. I don't know how you can go against that. And it's so subjective for 6. My 6 could be the Lions. It could be the Bills. It could be the Chiefs because of the quarterbacks. And then it could be the Texans because of the defense.
I think I would have made it the Chiefs.
I don't know.
Chiefs beat the Lions. I feel like the Chiefs are waking up.
Yeah, I know it was televised. Blah 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 blah. And you look at
the coach and the quarterback,
yeah.
And what they've done over the last 6 years, 7 years, but they're flirting with missing the playoffs.
Right?
Yeah, so are the Lions.
So they're flirting with missing the playoffs. But you look at their losses: Chargers in Week 1, and that was when the Chargers were at nearly full strength. The Eagles in Week 2. Now, the Jags, again, that's a team like, well, what the hell are we making of the Jacksonville Jaguars? And then they lost at the Bills and at the Broncos. So you're not looking at that going, well, they've lost to a bunch of slouches.
So the Texans, 6-3 since the 0-3 start.
Big game this week. They're playing the Colts.
Yeah.
All right, that's your Power Surge. 97.1.
This Thanksgiving, tomorrow, can't wait. FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so that they can add theirs. And when everyone's done, you each lock in a group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get on all the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
we're giving away Lions tickets today. Name that Lion in the 7 o'clock hour. Be listening for clues. We'll set it all up in 10 minutes. Setting up this matchup tomorrow. John, what's at stake? Lions and Packers. You asked Dan Campbell yesterday, is it a must win? And he didn't want to declare it that.
No.
But boy, is there a lot on the line when the Lions play tomorrow.
Well, yeah, okay, and let's just look at, division standings. Currently, the division sets with, and we all know, right? The Lions at 7-4 are third in the division. Green Bay is second because of that weird loss or weird tie.
Half loss, yeah.
Yeah. And the Bears, and even if they were 7-4, they would be ahead of the Lions because of the tiebreaker as it stands now, having head-to-head beaten them. Chicago is at 8-3. And you look at the playoffs, and when you look at that, and they're just on the outside looking in at 8, 4 division winners, 3 wild cards. I think this is a must-win for the division.
Agreed. I think if they win, they will win the division. I think they could have control of the division as quickly as Friday night. The Bears are playing the Eagles.
Yeah.
You win, you're in the driver's seat for the division. I would expect them to win the division. If they lose, John, they would go 0-2 against the Packers. Mm-hmm. If they lose this game, I don't think they're winning this division. And they start inviting uncomfortable conversations about whether this team makes the playoffs at all.
So then I asked the question, what's the number, what's the target to get in the playoffs? What's the minimum win total?
I feel like 11, you're safe.
Okay, so
10, you're messing around because there's ties out there with other teams and tiebreakers.
With 5 games remaining after this one, if they were 7-5, they would have to go 4-1. Their margin for error is very small, and that's with obviously playing the Bears, playing the Vikings, and
Rams.
A trip to the Rams. And Dallas, who I just mentioned, Dallas is starting to heat up, and they're looking at their possibility to get into the playoffs.
And beyond all that, if they lose this game, my confidence that they would go 4-1 would go down. It only counts for 1. It's not going to be a 2 or 3 loss deal here, but I feel like you'd lose 2 or 3 more, right? I mean, that's if you can't get it right here, you are inviting the uncomfortable conversation. Mm-hmm. We would have been having it this week if they lost to the Giants. You got to keep winning because you're out right now. And because Green Bay's already beat you once, if you lose this, you're 0-2. You're effectively a game and a half back of Green Bay, and you're running out of time.
And if you are simply looking at if they lose and they struggle with all the same things, offensively, it's, hey, third downs, you can't extend drives, and you're just getting beat up on the interior of your offensive line, I major concerns then when you play the Cowboys. They got one of the better interior defensive lines in the NFL. The Rams, I talked about them in the power search. In aggregate, they've got Aaron Donald. They got a lot of different ways to attack you, and all of those guys can line up, not just at edge, but they can line up anywhere on that defensive front. So then you're looking at if they can't find a way to block up and give Jared Goff protection or run the ball against the Packers, what makes you believe they could do it against the Cowboys, the Rams, and they already got manhandled by the Vikings, which right. I think that was more a one-off. I think they can handle the Vikings, especially with their quarterback play, which has been horrific since they played the Lions. How does that happen?
I don't know. How was the only day he looked decent against us? 9. You guys let us know, man. What's on the line here when the Lions play? Thanksgiving Day, what's on the line here? Is this for the division? If they lose, are you legitimately concerned they miss the playoffs? And if they win, is all right in Lion Land, they're winning this division. 248-539-9797. The swing game that is Thanksgiving Day against the Green Bay Packers.
Mm-hmm. So, obviously, at that point, you're going to be in contention with the Packers for the division because they're going to have, in essence, any tiebreaker that would possibly come about.
Yep.
So, you're going to have to be a game better than them. And, okay, let's take that.
2, because of the tie in there.
Well, if they end up, say, 10-7,
yeah,
and you're 11,
yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. So a game better. They have the Bears twice, and I don't think anybody's looking at that going, "Ooh, look out for the Bears." But they do have the Broncos and the Ravens. I think I don't know that they find a way to win on the road against the Broncos. And the Ravens at that time, they're going to be trying to lock up their division or seal away the division. That is a must win for them. And so you could say maybe there's 2 losses on the rest of their schedule. Yeah. So I don't know if it's enough for you to be able to overcome.
I think this is for the division. I think the winner of this game will win the NFC North. Mm-hmm. That's a lot riding on this game. Like I know Doug and Gator yesterday were saying, is this bigger than the Minnesota game last year? That was also for the division. And the case, this was, I think Kang posed the question. He said, the difference is you felt like the Lions were going to be a really good football team one way or another.
Yeah.
Whether they beat Minnesota or not, whether they had the 1 seed or not, you still felt like, hey, we're a 14 or 15 win team. You lose to Green Bay, you might not make the playoffs. From that standpoint, is it bigger? Yeah, I think it was an interesting question, like just to put it in perspective how important this game is.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of 6 and 1, half dozen in the other. Glass full, glass half empty.
More to gain, more to lose. There was more to gain last year. There's more to lose this year.
And then you also take into the context of, we thought that they would win that game and we thought they would earn the 1 seed. Mm-hmm. But then the question was, how far are they actually going to go in the playoffs because of the injuries they suffered on defense?
Here's a question. This is one that just got texted in. Question for John. Is it possible the Lions split their prep between the Giants and Packers last week? Is that unheard of? It would help explain what we saw on Sunday, Brett in Toledo.
I would be shocked if at any point last week any of the players were looking at Green Bay. Now, maybe in some extracurricular activities, they were looking at some Giants film, but I find that hard to believe. The coaching staff would have to, because of the short week and the fact that maybe I think the problem that TJ posed and that I have witnessed and TJ's witnessed is when you play a game like that, you don't get a chance to necessarily address every single issue because it's on to Green Bay. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know that they're going to be able to fix everything that was wrong and nearly address everything that was wrong. But we keep going down this rabbit hole. There's a long rabbit hole to go down in this because a lot of the same issues they had against the Giants, were they not the same issues that they had against the Packers in week 1?
Right.
So it's not like they're new problems. They're the same problems that they have been trying to address all season long. Interior offensive line, third down conversions.
Well, it's funny you brought up TJ because when he was in on Monday, I said to him, I don't think the Lions have established their identity. And he kind of looked at me like he disagreed and maybe took offense to it. Like, no, they know who they are. They're a physical football team, but they haven't proven it consistently. They couldn't run against Green Bay the first time. They didn't run it against Kansas City. They didn't run it against Philadelphia. If it doesn't show up in the biggest games, can you really claim it's your identity? Like, that's also what's at stake this week, John. Well, trying to establish who the hell you are as a football team.
That may be their
protect
identity,
your quarterback?
But it may not just be good enough to win.
Well, that might be true, but solidify. Are you a team that can run the ball in the big games? Can you find a way to protect your quarterback? And if you can't, can you hit the other quarterback and impact him enough to where you can win grimy and gross? Because that might be their best path, is run Jameer to the right and play defense. But I need to see you start establishing that. And this week, as good as any, needs to be this week if you want to win this division. What's at stake and what's this team's identity? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. A couple of wins were found on the hardwood yesterday for both number 7 Michigan and number 11 Michigan State. First, the Spartans rolled past East Carolina 89-56 in the Fort Myers Tip-Off Classic. Jackson Kohler and Divine Ugochukwu each scored 16 points in the win as MSU improved to 6-0. However, this early in the season, Tom Izzo was not ready to jump to conclusions about his team or anyone else. Then in the nightcap, the Wolverines closed out a fun night in Vegas with utter dominance against number 21 Auburn. Michigan jumped out to a 28-point halftime lead and never looked back, cruising to a 102-72 victory. Dusty May's squad had 6 scorers in double figures. Now the Wolverines will chase $1 million when they take on number 12 Gonzaga in the Players Era Championship. The consolation prize in that game, a measly $500,000 in NIL funds. That tips off tonight at 9:30. Plenty of other ranked teams were in action last night as well, especially in the Players Era in Vegas. The biggest matchup was between 17th ranked Tennessee and number 3 Houston, in which the Vols pulled out a 76-73 win. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I've got 3 clues for this hour. Name that Lion for your chance to win tickets to the Cowboy game 8 days from now. Was that Greg?
Don't call yet.
Don't call yet. Poor guy. As soon as we bring this up, we get inundated. You don't even know the clues. And once you hear the first clue, it's not going to be enough to name the Lion. So you're going to wait for all 3 clues. Then you're going to wait for the voice guy, the sounder, telling you, hey, call in. That's when you call in. 3 clues this hour to win tickets for the Lions-Cowboys game a week from tomorrow. Name that Lion every Wednesday. All right, John, some of the response from people, some of the texts, and we've got some spots open on the phones, 248-539-9797. What's at stake for the Lions on Thanksgiving Day? And I want to know what the identity of this football team is. What do you consider the identity to be? And maybe the answer is they haven't found one yet. But what does it need to be? 248-539-9797. This one says, guys, lose tomorrow, no home playoff games or playoffs at all. Reese in Kazoo. Well, look, they're out right now. You lose to Green Bay, you're further out.
Yeah.
And you're running out of time. For the very first time this year, I would consider the possibility they miss the playoffs. You'd be forced to face that reality if they lose.
The reality that it is a possibility.
Yeah, the mortality of the season becomes true.
Yes.
Because last week we got some of those, and I thought, okay, guys, you're being knee-jerk. This team's going to make the play. I mean, come on. As bad as they're going to make the playoffs. You start losing these games, these swing games.
The question
late in the year,
is, will there be 2 teams from this division? Because if you look at the Bears, and we started this conversation with, will they win the division? And it ultimately, I think, comes down to, is it going to be the Packers or is it going to be the Lions as kings of the North? Because the Bears, you look at their remaining schedule, because we did it with Minnesota. We did it with Green Bay. They could be a team in the final 6 weeks of the season that goes 1-5. They're at Philly, at Green Bay. Now they get the Browns, but then they play the Packers again. They're at San Francisco, and we all know that they finish up with the Lions.
Yeah, I think they could win 2 in there, maybe split with Green Bay.
Okay, so they're 2-4 instead of 1-5.
That gets them to 9 wins. It does, or 10 wins. That doesn't get you a division title to me.
No, or in the playoffs. You guys need to stop taking the Bears lightly. Every year a team comes out of nowhere. Washington last year, Detroit a couple years ago. Stop being so cocky. This could be the Bears' year. Well, I think the team that's come out of nowhere is New England. And maybe even Indianapolis.
So if they lose this game, I think 10-7's on the table.
Yeah.
And I think you're putting yourself in a dangerous spot in terms of tiebreakers, what you just said about the Bears there. If the Bears get to 10 wins, the Lions, this would be another divisional loss. The Bears could have a better division record and split with the Lions. You're putting a lot of ugly stuff into play. What I think it's at stake is they've been the king of the North here for a while. And they look the part in terms of, okay, the Lions definitely look the part. They out-physical you. And I've noticed, especially in both the Minnesota game this year and Green Bay, those teams came at first snap ready to punch the Lions in the face. And the Lions didn't respond very well. And I would argue with TJ, he can say they're a physical football team, but they might not have the personnel to be what they were.
Well, I don't think there's any question that they don't have the personnel to be what they were.
Yeah, and how physical are you if when you play the best teams, you're not physical?
So maybe you need to take on a little different identity.
What is that?
A little more flash?
You'd love to see it with a defensive more mindset. And we thought that this time last week going into last week's game, and then they were a no-show. I mean, this team's trenches has got to put its foot down and be better.
Yeah.
I think the identity has to be, hey, we're running behind Sewell and Ratlich, and we need Gibbs explosives because I don't know that we're going to be able to go on these long drives with this offensive line. We need explosives running to the right. Can we get to 24-plus points, and then our defense is going to have to do their thing and wreak some havoc? I mean, that's the path to beat the Packers this week, and I think it's their best path to beat the Eagles in a hypothetical rematch or the Rams later this year or all three of them in the postseason.
When you guys put Campbell on the spot yesterday, what's the one thing that needs to be better? He said third down percentage. Why? It's to keep the offense flowing. He uses the word constantly, rhythm. The Lions' offense has been out of rhythm because of the offensive line.
Well, because of the offensive line, but they've also had some uncharacteristic drops.
Yes.
I think there's a number of different reasons why they've not been good on third down. One of them is you could look at Amon-Ra St. Brown, and especially you look at that last game, the one that went through his hands, I was shocked. He's had a couple of drops. Now, for any other mortal receiver, you're looking at it going, okay, that happens. For Amon-Ra St. Brown, it seems shocking. The other one is J-Mo. And we all want to see the big flashes down the field, but he had a couple of drops in that game as well, and they would have extended drives. If they're not getting from their number one receiver or their number two receiver, they have yet to get to their number three receiver in Isaac Tisla. And that number three receiver in the last couple of years has been a third down assassin.
People, he's right. And that's a missing ingredient.
There's no Sam Laporta.
And you're right.
When you start listing these things, like, is it even possible for this thing to get better?
Sure.
Define what better means.
They're not going to be the offense of the last 2 years.
If they can play more consistent, they're a Super Bowl contender. I'm not sure this team as is can be more consistent offensively. I with the injuries in the offensive line, there's a lot of things that third down conversion, the list is long.
I think I agree with you. However, if they beat Green Bay, you know the tone's going to change a little bit, right?
Sure, as it should.
Right.
So here's the thing: is they put themselves in a tough position, but they have the opportunities now, tomorrow, to dig themselves out of this hole and make life better.
Well, this is the point of the season where you want to start ramping up.
Yep, it's now or never.
And I've made points, and I'll just do another one again. When the Colts won the Super Bowl with Peyton Manning, their run defense was atrocious going into the playoffs, and somehow fixed it. Okay,
look, I'll give you an example from last year. The Eagles got red hot, but you know what? They got red hot from October 1st on.
Yeah,
it's about to be December 1st. If the Lions are going to get hot and win the Super Bowl, it's tomorrow. If they're going to win this division, it's tomorrow. If they're going to make the playoffs, win tomorrow. Otherwise, we're going to have some very harsh conversations in the month of December about what this team is capable of and not capable of. Let's get to Bill in Milford. You're on 97.1.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Love your show.
Thanks.
I just wanted to weigh in on the question of the day, and I do believe it's a must-win for the Lions. So that their path to the Super Bowl is much easier. Also, and actually, so they can win the division. Also, to weigh in on the issues of the Lions, as an armchair offensive coordinator, it looks to me like they just need to soften up the defense a little bit with Montgomery out of the gate because, I get it. Gibbs is the best back, but Montgomery's a better, a bruising downhill runner. He can soften him up a little bit. A couple of 2-3 yard gains leaves you with third and short. First and second down is way more important than third and long. So that's what I had to say.
I don't disagree with you in regards to being better on first and second down. And maybe the formula is we all understand that Gibbs is the better back. That's not a debate.
Right.
But the formula last year, for a large part of that season until Demo got hurt late in the season, was they started off with Montgomery, and it was a battering ram, and then they brought in Jahmyr Gibbs to seal the deal. Maybe they just got to get back to that formula.
Amen.
I think it's tough if you're going to – there's a balance, and there is a right mix here. If you go too heavy on Montgomery, you're taking your best player off the field. And if you go with Montgomery, you're saying I'm going to get to a bunch of third and manageables. The problem is this team's bad on third down, period. Right. I'd like to avoid third down. I'd like to give it to Gibbs on first down, and he runs for 40. And Montgomery's not. So that's the trade-off of why Gibbs is playing the majority of the time.
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying that was the formula for a large part of last year.
Yeah.
And who was the better back last year? Jahmyr Gibbs.
This ticket text says, Cookies, the offense can go on long drives. They have. Says the problem is they go on these long drives and they don't always score. That's the issue, and it kills the clock. Yeah, the problem is they're not good enough on third down to rely on 12-play drives. And against the good teams, they don't run the ball well, period. Do you know what Gibbs ran for in the first game of the year? I know way back in week 1, and you feel like things, you have a chance to improve on them. He ran 9 times for 19 yards against the Green Bay Packers. They couldn't get him going against Philly. They couldn't get him going against Kansas City. I think he ran it like 20-some-odd times for 60 yards against Kansas City. If that's who you are in the big games, that's who you are. We got a big game tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Time to show you're somebody different.
Yeah, and here's a comment on Twitch, which I get a lot from our listeners and from people that just watch the Lions and have watched it. It's been a roller coaster of a season, but here's the comment. The roller coaster of analysis from this season has given me whiplash. O-line is the issue. No, wait, they're still great. Wait, no, play calling is the issue. Wait, no, our offense is broken, but the defense is great. Wait, no, the defense is suspect, but at least our O-line can run block. Like I think we've been consistent in the O-line is not as good as it was the last couple of years. And that has led to a number of issues for this offensive line, whether it's run blocking or it's protecting Goff.
You know what it's led to? It's led to angst. Like the realization this line isn't who they were a year ago. The team won't therefore be the same offensively. So we're left to try to grab things. It's defense. It's Aleem. It's Hutch. It's once they get Joseph, we're like angsty trying to find a way to still get this team to the finish line. And I don't think they have figured out their identity. There's a bit of an identity crisis. The only way you solidify your identity is playing consistently well in big games. Tomorrow, big game.
Yeah.
Clue number 1 for Name That Lion. I am a member of the all-time Detroit Lions team. You got 3 clues. Name the Lion. Win a pair of tickets for their game against the Cowboys. You have to wait until all 3 clues plus the sounder. Clue number 1, I am a member of the Detroit Lions all-time team. It's 97-1. If someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. Lawrence KG and KG Law specialize in car accidents, so you can get that personal attention to detail from someone who cares about you. Tell you about Lawrence KG. He's a Detroiter. Down-to-earth, good dude, someone you want in your corner, someone who wins. He's built his business doing things the right way and delivering for his clients. 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y, KGCares.com. Let's get to the phones. What's at stake when the Lions play on Thanksgiving Day? I said it's for the division.
Yeah.
Win, and I think you're winning the division. Lose, and I don't think this team's winning the division, and we have to have an uncomfortable conversation about the postseason. Tony, good morning.
Yeah. Can we stop talking about protecting Goff all day long? I mean, this is the NFL. All the other quarterbacks seem to get over it, and they don't have perfect offensive lines either.
Well, Josh Allen wasn't able to get over it.
And figure it out.
Josh Allen wasn't able to get over it. He was sacked 8 times. You telling Josh Allen to get over it? Lamar Jackson was sacked 7 by the Lions.
Do you think every team that wins the Super Bowl has the best offensive line in the world? Are they the 87 Bears of the defense? No. Dak Prescott gets over
85?
it. Jordan Love gets over it. Patrick Mahomes gets over it. I watch this game every week. I got every game on film on Plex.
Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are worse off than the Lions are right now.
They're open than any other quarterback that I watch.
Tony.
He's not perfect. He throws balls. He ends drives with his arm. It's not the offensive line that's ending the drive. It's the pass, the guy with the ball in his hand that's missing, throwing behind. He's not perfect.
No one's saying he's perfect.
Well, he's paying $40 million a year plus.
50, but who's
Let's
counting?
Get a little better. If he's not perfect at mobility, he's got to get better at something else. You know, people with handicaps, they've got strengths in other areas. You know that, right?
So now Jared Goff's
You
handicapped.
got to stop talking about protecting this guy every 2.5 minutes.
He gets a special parking
Not
space at
the
Ford
reason.
Field.
Yeah.
Look, we're going to actually have a deeper golf conversation at 8 o'clock because, John, you are exhausted with this and
That
other,
conversation, yes.
This and
Yes.
other narratives
Oh,
surrounding
he's not
golf.
mobile. Okay.
Like, Goff needs to get over it. He going to get a new set of legs?
Right.
What do you mean get over it? Like, the play's dead. He got hit. He can't escape. Get over it? What do you want him to do? I mean, yeah, I agree there is some room for him to improve, but to get over it, like, what is he supposed to do about it? His line is now it's certainly not one of the best pass blocking units. It's probably one of the worst pass blocking units, which is only making him look worse. Anyway, John, I know you're going to have a lot to say about it at 8 o'clock. Some of the texts. You can't fix what's wrong with the Lions offense this year. It's the offensive line, particularly the left guard. That guy got beat all day against the Giants. Thursday's game is for the playoff hopes because they looked horrid against the Giants. You guys are so negative. They're playing with their food. They'll turn it on when they want to. It's Dan Campbell's offense, and Hank Fraley will make Hall of Famers overnight.
Well, there is one night left, one sleep left before they play the Green Bay Packers, and I think now is the time. If you are playing with your food, you got to turn it on. Let's flip that switch.
And I think that's all we've said is you're running out of time to flip the switch.
Yeah.
Please, we'll give you a chance to do it against the Eagles. You didn't. You had a chance to really bury Kansas City at a time they were vulnerable. You didn't. Green Bay in the division doesn't get much bigger than this.
No.
You lose this game, you're 0-2 against Green Bay. I don't think you're winning the division. Well, okay, we'll win in the wild card. Okay, well, are you going to make the wild card? I mean, you start to really put yourself in a bind if you can't win any of these big games. And then why would I believe you could do anything in the playoffs if you can't win any of the big games either? So are we negative? Am I negative? Or is it they just haven't shown it yet?
Well, sometimes you just relish in negativity.
Thank you. I hear you. Thanks, Jared. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So a massive winter storm is bearing down on northern Michigan, and parts of the state could get up to 48 inches of snow by Friday.
What?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
Get your skis and your snow machines ready.
Winter storm warnings and advisories are in place and spreading eastward across the UP, northern lower Michigan. So, in Detroit, we're not going to see anywhere near that. But the bulk of the snowfall will accumulate in the Upper Peninsula, particularly in the western regions, including the Keweenaw Peninsula. The highest estimates are in Ironwood. So
Do you have cameras that you can see?
So I'll tune in and see exactly how much we are getting at our cottage, which is in Ironwood. But in in Detroit, by Friday, we could get up to 2 inches. So that's a decent amount of snow.
No, it's not.
I mean,
it's not a decent
for
amount.
right now,
it is snow, but it's not
for right now.
2 inches.
That's a decent amount of snow.
I don't know.
I would say.
Bragging about that.
2 inches doesn't sound like ironwood to me.
Oh, God.
Definitely doesn't. Yeah. Macomb Township firefighters made a rare call for service Sunday morning. In fact, for Captain Ken Bartz, who's been with the department for 22 years, it was the first call of its kind for him. And he said he was ecstatic to come and help this woman who was delivering her baby right in her home. So this woman went into labor in her dining room. Water broke. Plan all along, right? You always have a birth plan, and normally it never goes as planned. Like, the plan was to get to the hospital to deliver the baby, but her water broke. Husband called 911. The fire department rushed to help. They got there within 3 minutes. They made sure she was as comfortable as she could be on the dining room floor. Within 4 minutes, they were holding a healthy baby girl. So it all happened very, very quickly.
I love the comment from her husband is that thing about, well, we had a plan.
Yeah.
This wasn't it.
Nope, wasn't the plan at all.
To paraphrase Mike Tyson, everybody has a plan until their water breaks.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
And the mom is doing well, and she says she appreciates their calmness. They helped her stay focused, and she was glad they were there to help the process of delivering her baby. My goodness. Lions season ticket prices will not increase for the 2026 season. So the team plans to send out renewal invoices in early December, and the price will remain flat in anticipation of playing 8 regular season home games with 1 trip overseas. So prices had risen for several years. In 2024, the franchise raised prices by 30%. Some select seats saw an increase of 146%, massive. This season, prices raised by another 25%. But despite those hikes, the Lions claimed a 98% renewal rate among season ticket holders, and the wait list, 20,000.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a Christmas miracle that the prices didn't continue to go up.
Yep.
A big win for Lions fans.
This Friday, Lions teammates Aiden Hutchinson and Isaac Tesla will be foes for at least a short period of time. Their former high school teams will be battling it out for the state championship. So Hutchinson's Dearborn Divine Child will face off against Tesla's Hudsonville Unity Christian at Ford Field at 12:30 Friday.
East side, west side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So just for that period of time, they can.
Yeah, there'll be a Jansen in the state playoffs as well. State championship.
What day is that?
CC Cass Tech Sunday night.
Who
Let's
they
go.
playing?
Huh?
Who they playing?
Cass Tech.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very exciting. Where are they
Fire
playing?
up. They'll be at Ford Field. All the games will be at
All
Ford
day?
Field.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
all Ford
dumb
Field,
question,
yeah.
I guess.
No,
Unless
that's
you
okay.
don't know.
Yes. Yeah.
You don't know what you don't know. And
I'll let you
now I
know if you ask them. That's not one of them.
A woman in Thailand, you guys, was set to be cremated when all of a sudden staff at this temple heard a faint knocking sound.
Not one of these stories.
From coming from the inside of her coffin. Yeah. Hello.
I'm still.
Let me out. I'm still alive.
These freak me out whenever these are in the news.
So, according to the woman's brother, this 65-year-old woman had been bedridden for years, and then her health really started to deteriorate. She apparently became unresponsive. The brother claims that she stopped breathing 2 days before her body was sent to this Buddhist temple for cremation. And the brother also says he tried to take her to the hospital, but he wanted to donate her organs, but they said no because you don't have a death certificate. So he said, okay, well, I'll take her to this temple and get her cremated here. And they were in the process of telling him how to get a death certificate when they heard that.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
They heard that knocking.
What, are you worried that maybe your wife is going to try and
Kill me
bury
off
you early? Yeah.
No, I think it would be horrific to wake up.
What's that knocking? Don't worry about it. It's nothing.
In a coffin?
Because you wake up and you're already in the ground.
Oh, gosh.
Have you seen? I watched the
I'm
video.
not sure you would know. Once the door is closed, I'm not sure.
Well, that's
you would
awful.
know.
It should be dark.
Your door is closed.
But you could be alive in
Right,
the coffin,
yeah, but you're not going to know.
Ground,
but you're not going to know you're in the ground.
No, but it does add a little bit. Yes, you're not going to know.
Clues, John.
Yes. I mean, you're not going to know as the person in the coffin. You're going to be in a coffin in a dark space, no matter if you're in the ground or above it. But yes.
I watched a
That's why you
video
should
the
always
other
be
day.
buried with your cell phone, just in case.
There you go.
There you go.
I had a video on my feed just the other day of what to do in that scenario. Like it's going to
Stop
happen.
it.
Like here's how you break out of the wooden coffin.
What did they say?
Yeah,
You,
his wife was
leverage.
searching for things earlier. That's why it came up on his feed.
It's Heather with the news.
Yeah.
8:02. John is all worked up about this Jared Goff conversation. We'll get to that. We've got a cookie jar at 7:50, condensed week. We'll make picks coming up next at 7:35, and I have your clue for Name That Lion. Clue number 2, I started my career with a different NFC team. Listen for your clues to win Lions tickets. Name That Lion. Clue number 2, I started my career with a different NFC team. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Week 14. The picks brought to you by Shaner Roofing, mymichiganroof.com. I'm in first. Heather's in second, 4 games back. Tom is 5 games back. Greg, 8 games back. And John, a little double-digit disco action. You're 10 games back. Let's get after it.
Texas A&M travels to Austin to take on the Texas Longhorns. A&M is laying 2.5 points, Jim.
Yeah, I like Texas here. Spread's telling. I think they stopped the run. Arch, by the way, better with the football, avoiding the mistakes. Marcel Reed takes too many chances. I'll take the Longhorns.
I'm going to go opposite you on this one. I'm going to follow Dan Campbell's lead. I think this is the year of the Aggies, so give me Texas A&M.
Yeah, so you got Dan Campbell on one side, Matthew McConaughey on the other. Who do you choose, right?
Well, who's your type?
I think I lean more towards Dan Campbell. McConaughey's getting a little annoying these days. Plus, you got Reveille, too, who I've always been a fan of. So you got 2 lovable characters from Texas A&M.
Okay.
So I think that's...
Big and burly versus short and scrawny.
I think that's where I'm going.
Dan Campbell says it's the Aggies' year. Are you going to disagree with Dan Campbell? I'm not going to disagree with Dan Campbell. Aggies.
I'm going to disagree with Dan Campbell. I'm with Costa here. Texas A&M, how good are they? They haven't played Georgia, Alabama, Ole Miss, or Oklahoma. And Texas plays better at home. Got to take the points here.
Smart man.
The most important game in college football this week. That's right. Miami, 6.5-point favorites as they travel to Three Rivers and they take on the Pitt Panthers. John.
No one can crap the bed like Miami. Pittsburgh, I think they last week was a one-off. They looked bad. I think they rebound, and so give me Pitt. Pat Narduzzi.
Yeah, did you know that Heinz was founded in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going with ketchup.
Heinz Stadium.
I had an affection for the Jamie Dixon era Pitt basketball teams. I even bought a pair of their basketball shorts. Give me Pitt.
Well, we're going to make it 4 Pitt picks here. I said it was a Spag special last week. This is a doozy special this week. Pat Narduzzi against Carson Beck. I will take the Panthers.
Yeah, I'm not taking Miami late in the season. Give me Pitt and the points.
Ooh, clean sweep.
This did not go well for us last week.
No.
The game, Ohio State travels to Ann Arbor, taking on the 9-2 Michigan Wolverines. Cold, snowy, wintry mix. Wintry conditions in Ann Arbor. Buckeyes are favored by 10.5 points. Heather.
Well, I think Ohio State will win, but I'm going to pick Michigan to cover.
There we go. I like where your head's at.
Thanks, Mike.
Almost. Yeah, Stoney.
I know.
Doug Karsh was trying to talk me into Michigan having more than just a chance in this game yesterday. Michigan seems to do better when they're doubted. I will oblige. Buckeyes.
I'm going to go Michigan here. There's a lot of points in a rivalry game, and that 10.5 is just asking to take Michigan, and I'm aware of that. Matt Patricia makes his triumphant return to Michigan here. First dance in the rivalry. And the Ryan Day thing is something real here. Give me the Wolverines.
I'll be very clear. I don't believe in Michigan, but I think Ohio State has a problem, and I think the weather is going to keep it close. Give me Michigan.
Going Michigan. Nothing said. Enough said. Fine. Let's go. Blue.
Thanksgiving Day NFL Chiefs 3.5-point favorites as they travel to Dallas, take on the Cowboys. I will start here, and I'm going to take the Chiefs. Tom.
I'm going Cowboys here. I like the hook. Chiefs play a lot of close games. I think they win by a field goal. That means Dallas covers.
Yeah, look, I like the Chiefs here. Nobody wants to bet the Chiefs. I think they make their run. Dallas 30th in opposer passer rating. I think Mahomes has a big day.
I'm going to go with the Chiefs as well. Backs against the wall. I already mentioned that they're 10th in the standings in the AFC. I'm not going to bet against Mahomes. So give me the Chiefs.
I'll take the Cowboys.
Black Friday football on Amazon Prime. Paint It Black is in the ads. Get it, guys? Black. Bears are taking on the Eagles. Eagles favored by 6.5 points at home. Tom.
Mr. Philadelphia here gets the lead off. You know where I'm going. Bears 26th against the run. This is a Saquon special here. He goes for $150 at least.
Oh, I'm all over this. I want to fade the Bears at all costs. The Eagles are coming off of a loss. I love Philly in this spot.
One thing I haven't heard from Greg all season long, Up-down theory. Up against the Lions. Down against the Cowboys. Up against the Bears. Give me the Eagles.
I'll take the Bears.
Is that a question mark?
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Okay.
Simone Biles. That's my reasoning.
John, not using the exact verbiage, but Eagles in the bounce back, Bears on a letdown. I'm taking the Eagles.
Okay.
Texans travel to Indianapolis, taking on the Colts. Colts are favored by 4.5 points. Jim.
Yeah, I want to double down that I don't believe in the Colts. Stroud should be back, extra rest, better defense, and a good number. Give me Houston.
I'm going to take Houston as well. That defense, I think, is going to confuse Daniel Jones. I think Daniel Jones is having a hell of a year, a hell of a bounce back year. But I think in this one, we're probably looking at 2 or 3 turnovers. And even though this Colts offensive line is really good, I got a lot of respect for this Texans defense. Give me the Texans.
Well, I like Daniel Jones, question mark, I think. I like his nicknames. That's why I chose him last time, so I'll go with
Danny
the Colts.
Dimes?
Yeah!
John, I wrote this on the sheet before this segment. Up, down, Colts.
There you go.
I'm going to value the Texans defense here. They are number 1 in yardage allowed in the NFL, better than the Rams slightly. They're second in points allowed, just barely behind the Rams. They're only giving up 16.5 a game, and that's trending down, by the way. They did what they did to Josh Allen last week. I'm going to take the Texans, and I'm going to say something here. I'm going to do a little forecasting. In this crazy AFC this year, watch out for this team.
Yeah.
That defense might be coming special.
I will now say something and tell you that the Thanksgiving Day special, the classic Lions 2.5-point home favorites as they host the Green Bay Packers. John.
It's a must-win. And it's a statement in so many different ways. And if it's just simply staying in the fight, I'll take this team led by Dan Campbell and Goff, Jack Campbell. I just think that this team is going to stand up and make a statement tomorrow. So give me the Lions.
Yeah, I want the Lions to win, so it's more fun to pick who you want to win, so I'm going to pick the Lions.
There you go. It's as good a reason as I have.
Yeah.
And I'm in last.
Greg?
Let's go Lions.
Yeah, I'm going to go Lions here. I think they're going to win the game. It's under a field goal, so you got to take them.
We will not have a sweep.
Of course.
Lions are far from free money, 6-5 against the number. They don't have an identity. I cannot in good faith take them. Prove it to me. Show me. Packers. Those are the picks.
There's always one in every group.
Is that a pack? Is that a Packers win?
That's a Packer win.
Is that a Costa lock?
Are they going to the disco too?
You're really trying to give any juju you can for Detroit here. No, I just don't think they win the game.
You're such a bum.
I'm sorry, guys. Look, we all picked the Lions last week. How'd that work out?
I bet you're a
usually
lot of
doesn't
fun
work
tomorrow
out.
at Thanksgiving.
That was 8.5 though last week.
It was 10.5 last
Or
week.
10.5, yeah.
Anyway, those are the picks brought to you by Shana Roofing, mymichiganroof.com. It's 97.1. Got your third clue for Name That Lion. Your third clue to win tickets for the Lions game against the Dallas Cowboys. Your third clue, only 3 players in NFL history have more kick return touchdowns than me. Clue number 3, only 3 players in NFL history have more kick return touchdowns than me.
Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build your parlay, and you can do it together with your friends. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their own build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, congrats to Michael in Macomb. He won the Lions tickets every Wednesday. Name that lion. He named the lion Mel Gray.
All right.
Your 3 clues were, I'm on the all-time Detroit Lions team. I started my career on a different NFC team, and only 3 players have more kick return touchdowns than me.
Awesome.
Wins a pair of tickets and passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market from the Bullseye Group. VIP tailgate's back. Bullseye Event Group, all you can eat, open bar, 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. All right, it's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. Our first question, do you share popcorn at the movies?
I prefer not to because I like my popcorn a certain way. As much butter as either I can put on it if it's a self-serve, or I just keep telling them more.
Attaboy.
And then I like to be able to cake it with the white cheddar, the salt, the seasoning that you can put on it. Lisa does not. And so she prefers her lightly buttered. And so I'm not a huge fan of sharing, but I will if forced to do.
I'm the same. If I have to share, I will.
Yeah.
But I would prefer to have my own. In fact, I just prefer not to have popcorn at all.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, just give me the candy.
No popcorn at a movie theater.
No.
You have the worst food takes.
Well, so now it depends where you're going. If there are other options, like if there are, the pretzel bites, I'll take those with a little cheese dipping. If there are, I know a lot of the Imagine theaters have the chili cheese fries. I'm in.
That's a messy theater food.
See,
chili cheese fries?
Oh, that is messy.
For a theater, yeah, that's a messy food.
You can use a fork. I'm not in a total caveman.
No, John,
I know, but you're eating in the dark. It's just not.
Eating in the dark, it's well lit by the theater.
John, I'm with you. I want so much butter that I'm sick at the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And Kelsey likes olive pop, which is styrofoam.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Rice cake.
Next question. Would you borrow a friend's bathing suit?
Absolutely not.
You can wash it, right?
You can wash it, yes. Would you borrow your friend's underwear?
No.
Okay, it's the same thing. I'm not borrowing a bathing suit. I'm not wearing that next to my junk.
Yeah, bathing suits are basically underwear you wear in the water. So when you say it like that, I would say no, but I have borrowed a friend's bathing suit in the past. So yes.
I haven't, and I wouldn't unless I absolutely had to in some sort of emergency. Like I didn't travel with something. Then you could just buy some. Like
buy one or wear shorts.
You guys,
it's last resort. I mean, basketball shorts if you've got them.
Yeah.
I mean, I would as the last word, just like you guys said. I think the underwear thing's more compelling. What if you were at a friend's house and you had an accident?
You go commando.
Yeah. You're not borrowing someone else, some other dude's underwear. No. Yeah, no way.
Guys, would you rather have a longer commute to or from work?
This one is tough because, and for our commute to work, right, we don't really run into a bunch of traffic. I know you got construction issues, but no one cares about your commute.
Thanks,
I think when it's all said and done, I would rather get home with little to no stress.
Yeah, I want to get home as fast as I can, so I'd rather have the traffic on the way to work.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'd rather have the longer commute back home because I need to get to work in a timely fashion.
Exactly. There's a time you have to be at work. There's not a time you have to be home.
Then leave on time. Yes, there is a time you have to be home.
I'd rather keep my work commute the same. I mean, there are mornings I've gotten on the freeway and I've kept the cruise on for 25 miles and haven't turned it off. Yeah. I don't want that changed.
Tonight is Blackout Wednesday.
What?
AKA one of the biggest bar nights of the year. Is it a bigger bar night tonight or New Year's Eve?
Well, I don't know what the stats say. You ask it like that, I'm supposed to follow the stats. No, for me, it's no. There's no chance because, and even if I was going to be a party animal, it would make more sense for me to do it on New Year's Eve versus Thanksgiving Eve. I don't want to wake up tomorrow morning with any type of hangover. I don't want to have anything that's going to interfere with the multiple plates that I am going to have at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it really is a bad bar night because of that.
Right.
To get hungover on a day you have to eat a bunch of good food and you don't really feel like eating. To me, New Year's Eve is overrated. I would rather, I think, go out tonight.
See, I would too. New Year's Eve, there's the cover. Everybody's got to dress up all
expensive.
fancy. No. tonight.
I guess if you're going to the high dollar club, sure.
That's just what New Year's Eve has
Everywhere
become.
is expensive.
No, it's not.
I like tonight and go to the
Yes, it
bar,
is.
watch some late night tournament basketball. I remember watching Trey Burke as a freshman playing the third place Maui game.
Yeah, there's always great sports on, and I just think tonight too is the night when, if you were back in college in the day, you come home, you're seeing people for the first time in a couple months.
See, I didn't even know this was a thing until, I don't know, maybe a couple of years ago when somebody brought this up. But Heather, you might have brought it up. I didn't even know Thanksgiving Eve was
Oh, yeah.
the party night.
Huge bar night.
When you played Ohio State, it was before
the week
Thanksgiving.
before Thanksgiving,
so
yeah.
you were free.
Yeah, but I still didn't know.
Brendan, very quickly, you're
was
the
every
youngest
night.
one in here. Bigger
Yes.
bar night, New Year's Eve or tonight?
I gotta say New Year's Eve probably. I think because in the conversation that you bring up, John, about the college kids coming back, New Year's Eve you have the college kids on their own campuses going out, and they just get a little bit rowdier than they do in their hometowns. I feel like on that night.
All right, last question. What will be on your Thanksgiving plate tomorrow? I can't wait for Heather's answer.
So there'll be a mound of turkey, a mountain of mashed potatoes, and it'll all be stuck together with some stuffing covered all in gravy. Now I'll have a second plate that will have the green bean casserole and a sweet potato. We're doing it a little bit different this year, where we're going to let you apply your own toppings because my wife knows I can't stand the marshmallows, and she wants me to be able to partake of the sweet potato. So we're going to do actually like a whole sweet potato, and so my plate will look magnificent. And the key to the plate is you got to have a plate that has enough tall enough sides on it to contain everything on one plate.
I feel like my plate will be all one color. Like, it's not going to be very colorful. I'll have
White?
Mashed potatoes, cheesy potatoes, a roll of some sort, bread of some sort, and then maybe mac and cheese, which is yellow, I
White cheddar?
guess.
White
but
cheddar
yeah,
mac,
it's
there you
all
go.
kind of like this. And I'll have a salad, so there will be some color, but
This is the day where it is ultimately the salad is an 100% waste of space. Don't take up any of that real estate in your tummy.
You guys.
Outside the usual suspects, stuffing will dominate.
Yeah.
Turkey, stuffing, gravy, green bean casserole, deviled eggs. I can do without mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving, and I can do without rolls too. I don't want to be filling.
That's an indictment on who's making the mashed potatoes.
No, it's not. I eat them enough during the year. I look, if I want more of this stuff I never eat than mashed potatoes, I'll probably get a little, but I don't need them.
John, not everything's an indictment. You have your food preferences.
Well, if the mashed potatoes aren't good enough to make the cut, then they're obviously not made well enough.
They're on my plate. I've got ham, smaller piece of turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing, mac and cheese, rolls, cornbread, and a little slice of pumpkin pie.
I like the idea that we are going to share a picture tomorrow of our plates.
I will. I'll send you mine.
Yes.
So he's got ham over turkey, and he picked the Packers.
Get this guy off the radio.
Yeah. Bad take central.
How dare anybody ever pick against the local teams?
John, do you like the dark meat?
I do enjoy a mound full of dark meat. Sure.
And do you eat the
The drumstick?
drumstick? Yeah.
I'll walk around with the drumstick for a little while just because it's yeah. I gotta show for the kid. The kids think it's disgusting.
It's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Both Spartan and Wolverine fans are happy this morning after a pair of wins in the hardwood yesterday. Michigan State blazed past East Carolina 89-56 in the Fort Myers Tip-Off Classic down in Florida. Then out in Las Vegas, Michigan collected its second Players Era win by destroying number 21 Auburn 102-72. Transfer big man Yaxel Lendeborg was tied for a team high with 17 points, also chipped in 5 boards and 4 assists. After the game, the TNT crew asked Lendeborg what makes the Wolverines a national title contender this year. Now Michigan will try to cash $1 million check tonight against number 12 Gonzaga. That's the Players Era prize money for the championship winning team. Second place gets $500K. Tonight's game tips off at 9:30. Both Red Wings and Pistons back in action tonight. The Wings host the Predators at Little Caesars Arena at 7 o'clock. Pregame coverage begins here on 97.1 at 6:45. The Pistons are at 5 o'clock this evening as they attempt to break the franchise record win streak of 13 straight games. Their game in Boston will be on WWJ News Radio 950. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So sometimes when you get a text, it's hard to understand the emotion behind a text. But when John sent this email, I could feel you getting worked up about this. You are sick of and exhausted by the talk of Jared Goff.
Yeah, and here's why. Because the number one complaint that everybody has with Jared Goff is that he is not mobile. In fact, he is not mobile at all. He is a statue. I think he does have good pocket presence. He does move around in the pocket. He shifts around, but he's not going to outrun anyone for a sack. And I like the fact that he throws the ball away. Like, there are different things that he has attributes, but the number one complaint, and it drives me bonkers when people say, well, he can't win it all because he's not a mobile quarterback. We've had a number, and I know the game has changed. Quarterback position has changed. There have been for decades immobile quarterbacks that have been able to win Super Bowls. So I want to ask the question, what is the top 3 qualities, rank them for us, that you want in a quarterback? And I just want to know where mobility falls, because there are a lot of skills that a quarterback has to have. Accuracy, arm strength, has to be smart, leadership, mobility. Sure, that's part of, if you're building the ultimate quarterback, you would put that as part of his ability. Strength, pocket presses, ball handling skills, durability. All of those things are qualities in a quarterback, and there's many more that I haven't listed. But where is mobility on the list of must-haves for your quarterback?
I started writing things down. The thing I put at the very top, decision making.
Okay.
You got to make good decisions. Second is probably arm talent. You got to be able to make the throws. Okay. Otherwise, teams are going to start to really punish you.
So in arm talent, are you putting arm strength and accuracy all in one?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right.
Because there's a lot of arm strength.
1A, 1B. I mean, sure, if I've got the arm to get it there, but I can't throw it accurately, I got a problem. And if I'm accurate, but I got a noodle arm and I can't actually deliver the football, yeah. Mobility's down the list to your point. But it is on the list. Like, it is a disadvantage that Goff makes life harder because he's not mobile.
In certain situations, yes.
Right. Like, even if you're going to say, hey, Josh Allen, he got sacked, 8 times last Thursday night. But I know he can avoid pressure better than Goff. He can deal with a game like that better than Jared Goff.
Correct. And I'm not sitting here saying that Jared Goff is better than Josh Allen.
Right.
But you look at what the Lions did to Lamar Jackson. Oh, he's a mobile quarterback. He's going to win it all. Mm-hmm. Well, he hasn't. Can't win a playoff game to begin with. Yeah. Let alone win it all. And he was sacked 7 times by the Detroit Lions.
This front, yeah. So what's your point to people? The mobility's overrated?
I just don't think
but just not what people think it is?
Right. I think that nails it. It's if you were to sit there and say, because we get it all the time of, well, Goff can't win because he's not mobile. You look at how this team was constructed the last couple of years. It was constructed for a quarterback not to need mobility as a top 1, 2, or 3 skill. The way it's constructed now, sure, we all look and say, oh, I wish Goff was more mobile, because the pass protection hasn't been what it was the last couple of years, which is why I get irritated a little bit with Brad Holmes and the fact that he hasn't watered the garden. But if you look at, and I know Jalen Hurts is a mobile quarterback, does he have to be behind that offensive line? Not particularly.
Right.
If you look at Patrick Mahomes, does he have to be mobile behind that offensive line? Yes.
Yes.
Because they have struggled to protect him, but they can construct their offensive line because of the skill set of their quarterback. Josh Allen, does he get great protection? Not particularly, but they don't necessarily have to protect him because he is a mobile quarterback. So some of it goes to what are the assets of your quarterback and how do we construct a team around him? And we use this term all the time, Goff-proofing the offense. And they have done it in regards to running backs, skill players, wide receivers, tight ends, but they haven't done it regarding the offensive line this year the way it's constructed. And so the question is, where does mobility rank in your list of necessities for the quarterback? Because when people call in, it feels like they're saying that's the number one asset we need in a quarterback in today's football.
If that's how you feel, let us know. The way I interpret it, people understand what he can do. Like they know he throws an accurate football. They know he generally makes good decisions when he has time. They see what he can't do.
Right. And so I guess part of my point is, too, even if you're mobile, you're going to take sacks. Mm-hmm. And we saw it with Josh Allen.
But you're going to take more if you're Goff. In the same pocket with the same line, you're going to take more if you're Jared Goff.
But he also has a great mind for the game. He is a very smart quarterback. And when blitzed, all right, not pressured, but blitzed, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL of being able to get the ball out so he doesn't take those sacks. So there's different ways that you can avoid sacks. And yes, one, you'd love to be able to run away from him.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones. And I know we got texts that'll pour in on this. The Goff stuff has been a discussion since he arrived into town.
Yeah.
And it's certainly become a bigger discussion with the crumbling offensive line in front of him. Like, that's the thing, man. Like, if you think he's letting the team down, I feel like they've let him down more than he's letting the team down.
Right. And when he signed his new contract, what did we hear? I can't believe they're signing a guy to this much money and he can't run.
But the thing that was said at the time, and you could go back and find clips of it, you have to keep the offensive line. Otherwise, this is going to be a faulty investment. It's going to be a bad investment. I mean, if they don't protect Jared Goff, that's going to be a bad investment. And it won't be because Jared Goff changed. It'll be because they didn't hold up their end of the bargain. Let's get to Bobby in Detroit. Bobby, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for having me on. This talk about Goff is just sickening, you know. But anyway, the contrasting the qualities that he has, contrasting with Brady. Give me a minute, I'll point it out. We talked about detail-oriented. He has a mindset, pretty good, accurate thrower. And I think he's a good reader of the defense. We're talking about Tom Brady, 7 championships, right? At what point did we talk about his mobility?
Hardly ever.
At what point did we ever talk about New England's offensive line being the best offensive line in the league? I'm talking about really talking about, they got this great big offensive line. They're knocking guys off. Never, ever, ever. They've always had a OC that designed plays that will get that ball out of his hand quick enough, right?
But Bobby, you know what the pushback is going to be. And the pushback is going to be, so the only way for Goff to win is he has to be Tom Brady? Because there's only one Tom Brady, you know?
Well, that's not my point. My point is Tom Brady he didn't have a lick of mobility. Matter of fact, when he was drafted, he probably had the poorest body you could ever see in the league. But my point is, people stop this crap. Put it on Holmes, put it on the coaches. They knew our offensive line was going to be the weakest link, and they didn't do what they did. They didn't do what they needed to do to reinforce that offensive line. Period. I just watched Allen, Buffalo quarterback, get sacked 9 times, and he's the best, bar none, the best running back, with deception, Jackson, in the league, running quarterback. So let's stop this. His mobility is affecting the offensive line is the weakest link. Period. That's it. And I wanted to make that point.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thanks.
Let's get to Thomas in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, man, I just saw the screen. I said, man, a lot of these people been getting on my nerves all week talking about Goff. Goff is not a bad quarterback. He's, top 10, top 15 quarterback?
Yeah.
Can they stand to get the This is why I say when you have to make adjustments, you got to make adjustments. If you got that front four, the way, especially the Eagles' front four, okay, now you got to figure out the way to get the ball out quicker. We had to do the same thing with Matt Stafford when he was here. Yeah, they knew Frank Ragnow, it was a possibility that he was going to retire. You should have been building up their offensive line then. And John, I mean, I'm not an offensive lineman, but I mean, I haven't played professionally, but I do know from playing in high school, you have to keep offensive linemen in and out because you never know what's going to happen. And this is the reason why I see why David Montgomery production is kind of going down, because he misses Zeitler and you miss Ragnow, because that's where most of his runs was coming from that right side of the field and going right up the middle.
Yeah, if you looked at Jameer, they do passing spray charts for quarterbacks. They also did one for runs from Jameer in the last game. Guess where all the big runs went?
Right side.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, so Penei Sewell, and this is not a shot at Taylor Decker. Penei Sewell is greater than Taylor Decker. And you're going to, I think if you look at the spray chart for since Penei Sewell has been in the league, it's going to be more productive runs on the right side.
Yeah. Let's get to Zane. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, I'm just listening to this conversation, and, my problem with Goff isn't that he's not mobile. It's not solely, that's not the only problem I have with him. He's not good enough with his arm to make up for the fact that he's not mobile. You have guys like Hurts who aren't that talented with their arm, but they make up for it with their mobility, and a lot of other quarterbacks have that. Goff isn't elite at it either. Are we going to pretend like Goff's elite at throwing the ball?
Well, I mean, he is very accurate. He's always been in the top 5 in terms of completion percentage and accuracy.
Yeah, completion percentage when you're throwing the ball 5 yards down the field. I mean, we saw how many throws the past couple of weeks he's been literally throwing at the receiver's shoes.
I think he's rattled. I think his timing is off. And look, if you want to say he needs to buck up, I suppose you could make that case. I would say he's been under siege. And for someone who doesn't have mobility, and that's always been the deal with Goff, that didn't change. That's been the biggest issue. He didn't change. The line in front of him has changed. 2 years ago, we were talking about rewriting the narratives. And even the Goff haters like me said, you know what? He is good enough. Yeah. As long as you hold up your end of the bargain and protect him, he's good enough. He gets the ball out to a variety of playmakers, spreads the wealth, good decisions, accurate ball. No one's going to confuse him of having one of the 5 most powerful arms in the NFL, but he's a quarterback you can win with. Well, if he's a quarterback you can win with and you're not winning,
then what's the issue?
You got to look in front of him. To the guys blocking in front of him, I think, is the bigger issue. There will always be opportunities to nitpick Jared Goff because he is famously not mobile.
Right.
He famously has his deficiencies. I thought we had made our bed with this. I thought we had decided, hey, we can work with this, accept him for who he is, and now I feel like we're having some pushback. So we'll take some of those phone calls, read those texts. It's 97.1.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Femminilio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone who will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, you need to give him a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Turkey, tailgates, and toothaches? Thanksgiving's coming. If you're biting into wings, turkey legs, leftovers, and you crack a tooth, something doesn't feel right, Brightside Dental's got you covered. They'll get you in fast, often same day. You won't miss a single kickoff. If you've been putting off that visit, you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental's always welcoming new patients. $35 new patient special. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. All right, we got thoughts flying left and right. Let's recenter where we're at. John, you're annoyed at how fixated people are on mobility when it comes to the quarterback position and what we have here in Detroit.
Yeah, every time there is a bad play, every time Goff gives up a sack or we lose a game, we get the calls. Well, Goff can't win because he's not mobile. And I push back on that, and I just want to simply know, yes, that is a great trait for a quarterback to have. Ours doesn't have that. So where is that on the list of traits that you want for your quarterback? Because Goff is accurate.
I thought we solved this riddle already. You're good enough for Detroit. And now it feels like we're doing like a take-backsies. Like, no, we paid the guy $50 million. He hasn't changed.
Oh,
the line in front of him has changed.
Right.
He isn't letting us down. They're letting him down.
Right. And so I just want to go through the exercise of, because when he signed the contract, he said, people said, I can't believe you're going to pay this guy $50+ million a year and he can't move.
Larry and Clio has his ranking. You asked for this. Yeah. Where does mobility rank on the traits you want in your quarterback? Because it'll help prove your point. He puts smart number 1. Okay. I'd say decision-making number 1. Accurate number 2. Arm strength number 3. Mobility's 4.
Okay.
I think Goff checks the first 2 boxes, smart and accurate. Arm strength, maybe not elite, and mobility, certainly not elite. The first 2, though, are the prereqs that you can win with. If you have arm strength, if you have arm talent, arm strength, and mobility, well, then you're Josh Allen, and you can cut corners in how you build your roster. Mm-hmm. Detroit doesn't have Josh Allen. They can't cut corners in how they build their roster. Yeah. And I think people are realizing the offensive line right now feels like they cut corners.
100%.
Counting on rookies and unproven dudes and being a year late on some of these picks and development. Cutting corners, you can't do it with Jared Goff. You can be mad at Jared if you want. I get it. He's got the football. It's the easiest thing to do. But this is the same guy that took him to the NFC title game 2 years ago. He hasn't changed.
Yep. And I would agree with that texture. Smart, accurate, arm strength. And he put mobility at 4. I would put pocket presence just above mobility.
And the difference being?
The difference being, okay, no one's going to sit there and say that Goff has good mobility, but I do think he has a good presence in the pocket so that it's 2 steps to the right, I get rid of the ball. It's 2 steps to the left, or maybe I bump back, or I step up in the pocket. Like, I think he avoids getting his arm hit or getting the ball off because he does have good pocket presence.
This text says recognition, number 1, accuracy, including ball placement, number 2, post-snap processing speed, 3rd from Dave. So he didn't even rank mobility. Mac in Ann Arbor says, we're not asking Goff to be mobile. We want some ability to buy time to help out when there's a broken play. Sorry, it's not that guy.
Right.
Sorry, guys, it's not that guy.
I would also put pocket presence as buying time. You may not buy as much time as Mahomes or Allen or Hurts, but you're buying time.
Stafford and Burrow played in the same Super Bowl. You don't need a mobile quarterback. Guys, we know Stafford's not mobile. He's having an MVP caliber season. I think the number 1 trait is the ability to make good decisions on the fly. Know when to throw it away, save a sack, step up in the pocket, avoid a rush, know when a receiver who's maybe not your first option is going to break open. It all comes down to that. Mm-hmm. McVay is smarter than all you clowns and Lions ownership. McVay got rid of Goff for a reason. You still haven't won with him and never will. Those are the guys that annoy you.
Yeah.
Let's get to Drew in Roseville.
That was the most annoying call I'd ever heard to this morning. That was the last one I needed to hear. I mean, come on. Last year, 2 years ago, we were cheering his name in grocery markets. Now we want to throw him out with the bathwater. And that's, Jimmy, you made my point. I'm sorry I didn't mean to say
Go for it, dude. Build on it.
You guys, but I wanted to jump right into my thing here. Listen, Jimmy, you made my point. You signed this guy. You know who he is. You know what he needs. And what'd you do?
What'd you do?
Yeah.
You knew Ragnow was going to he's been on the retirement list for the last 3 years. They should have drafted his heir apparent 2 years ago. They knew that Zeitler was leaving. They should have made sure and got out there and got somebody. Here's the trade deadline. They still didn't do anything. I don't know what our GMs are doing. I don't know what his thoughts are. Because now the team is crumbling in front of us because the line can't hold up. And now they're going to blame Goff? I mean, this is crazy. And it's about tomorrow's game. He's going to take his lumps. Just don't lose the ball, okay? He's going to get sacked a couple times. We just can't turn the ball over tomorrow, and we'll have a real chance to win because I don't trust Green Bay at all.
Well, I think a great example of the two quarterbacks. Happy Thanksgiving, Drew. I think a great example, and we're going to talk more about the game at 9 o'clock. Great example is the two quarterbacks. I think Goff is the better of the two.
Yeah.
He's the lesser in terms of mobility, but he makes way better decisions. If you've ever watched Jordan Love play like a game or a series of games, off his back foot, double coverage, throws you don't need to make at critical junctures of the game, and that's with him buying the time.
Yeah.
His mobility simply buys him the time to make another bad decision where Goff has his limitations, but he's better than Love. And I think how the teams handle the pressure is going to decide the game. And look, Goff may be the better quarterback, but if he's pressured all day, they're not going to win tomorrow.
I agree.
Yeah. Let's get to Jeff. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
I haven't heard a word that I think really encapsulates the notion of mobility and pocket presence. It's elusiveness. I mean, classic example of defining it. I'm a Michigan guy. Underwood is mobility. Brian Griese was elusive. And it's a combination of pocket presence, being able to sidestep a blitzer, being able to just make yourself so you're in a position to deliver a strong, accurate pass, that it's a good decision. But elusiveness is the term, and it buys you time. And I think that's the dichotomy. And in that case, I have elusiveness as my number 2 factor, besides accuracy and strength.
Okay.
So that's all I got, guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Elusiveness.
Is
Goff elusive enough?
I don't think he is. But again, it's like
I think
fourth or fifth on the list of qualities.
Right, you start talking about elusive, you do throw in pocket presence and his ability to move around in the pocket.
So with elusiveness, too, comes footwork. I don't think Jared Goff has top-line footwork. I think he looks very clumsy when he's trying to have pocket presence. I think that's that's why he's not Brady, Manning, these guys that have. I think it's why he's not Stafford for sure.
Right, but it doesn't mean you can't win with him.
Oh, you can, yeah, but he needs a little more help than those guys.
He does, and that's not a secret. I think maybe that's what that irks me about this is this didn't just start a month ago or 2 months ago.
Right.
This was the book on him 4 years ago.
When he was drafted.
Well, yeah, you can go back to his draft, but when we acquired him, he was a rattled shell of a quarterback because he was hit a lot at the end of his time in L.A. And early in Detroit, there were uncomfortable conversations about his future because he was pressured and rattled. And only once the line solidified did he evolve his game and get a little breathing room.
Yep.
There it is. You see the guy that can win playoff games.
Yep.
That's not new.
And nobody knew it more than the GM that acquired him and had it in his plans for him not to be a bridge quarterback. But now we're sitting in a fork in a road with this offensive line where the GM's gross negligence of fixing that offensive line ahead of time is causing this conversation.
Yep.
Few more responses on text. Football IQ, 100% the number one thing. How to read a defense pre-snap, and then accuracy. Third is leadership. Well, Goff would be 1, 2, and 3 on all those. That's John's point, is the things you wish he was better at are low priorities.
Further down the list, yeah.
I'm with Jansen. Sick of hearing the Goff stuff. The line can't protect him. When he's protected, he's a good quarterback. Curtis in Westland. John, where would you rank durability?
Well, if you're unavailable.
It's cliche. The best ability is availability.
Yeah. So I look at Joe Burrow. Now, a lot of that is protection issues as well, but he's missed a lot of time because and he's got a lot of those attributes. And I wouldn't say he's the most mobile quarterback, but he does have the ability to get out and move a little bit, yet he can't stay on the field.
I don't understand this town. The city tore down an objectively better quarterback in Stafford whenever he did something remotely wrong, but the city will blindly carry the water for Jared even when he underperforms. I truly don't understand the mindset of this town.
Well, I understand fans, and when you see the bright, shiny object and you see things that look really nice, you're like, wow, I wish we had that.
See, I've been consistent. I didn't hang Stafford out to dry. I always thought he was a victim of a poorly run organization, and I don't think Detroit
that's proven to be true.
And I don't think Detroit's nearly as poorly run, but they need to protect Jared Goff. I mean, these guys would be the victim of the team not doing enough for them. They are who they are, and you can win with them. It's 97-1.
At First Merchants, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family, so that's why they're our personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
We are going to talk about the game, Thanksgiving, Lions and Packers. We'll get to that coming up at 9 o'clock. We got John's Power Surge at 8:50. John, you've caused quite the stir here, talking about Goff's mobility.
It's always a hot topic.
I know, and it's this question, like this trait that we're seemingly obsessed with, how important is it? And you've asked people to rank the traits that you want in a quarterback, and it's a good exercise because what you'll find is mobility is not 1, 2, or 3.
No, it's much further down the list. Now, you'd love to have a quarterback that has all of them. You can construct them in a lab? Sure. But it's not the top of the list.
No, and
it's always the number one complaint.
People will bitch about Goff's mobility as long as he's in this city. But I thought we reached a consensus when he was extended that he was good enough for Detroit, that they were going to protect him and they would win with him, that he could accurately distribute the football, that he would make good decisions and steer an elite offense. Well, he hasn't changed. The offense around him, the personnel up front has changed. They haven't held up their end of the bargain more so than Jared's letting this city down. And we get calls, well, if he was more mobile. You knew who he was when you extended him. This isn't a secret.
No.
And I think to your point, John, how would you rank the traits?
I would put smart as number one. You know, and in that I'd throw like processing of defenses and all that stuff. And I think he's actually elite in that category. Accurate, and I divided up accuracy and arm strength. I put pocket presence, and then I get to mobility.
Yeah, lower down the list. Let's get to JR in Oxford. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how are you this morning?
We're good.
Hope you have a good Thanksgiving. Hey, I think the Lions fell into a trap that a lot of teams do, and they fell in love with their second-tier players, thinking that they could be elite players when they were filling in on an elite line. This is both defensive and offensive lines. They would fill in for a game or a few plays and look fine because they had elite players around them and good players around them, and now they're counting on those guys, and they're really not what they thought they were going to be, and they've fallen in love with them and don't want to make changes or can't make changes now because, A, they've paid Sewell, they've paid Goff, they've paid Hutch, and they just don't have the money in their pockets to make changes. And like I said, I think maybe they just kind of fell in love with some of those second-tier players.
Well, yes, I think that, you know, things are going to get tight financially, but instead of Rakestraw, do you draft any number of offensive linemen at that point?
Well, how about this texter? We haven't brought it up in these terms. What did the Bears do this offseason? They went out and signed and traded for 2 guards and a center.
Yeah.
I mean, the Lions could have made one of those moves.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. It would have hurt their future salary cap, but sure would have helped them chase the Super Bowl this year.
Yep.
Let's get to AJ in Rochester. AJ, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I was thinking about when Tom Brady won his last Super Bowl with Tampa Bay and that offense where he was getting the ball out super quick with kind of a struggling offensive line this year. What if we ran an offense similar to that?
So I'm assuming you're talking about instead of, 15-yard outs, you're going to run those at, 10 to 12. Just things that you can get the ball out sooner.
Yeah, because I feel like Goff's got 2, 3, right at that third second, he's got someone in his face, and you're making him have to move around a little bit more than he's comfortable with.
Sure, then you're going to be up against the argument of why don't you get the ball J-Mo more? We've got this guy that can go deep. Why don't we throw him the ball more?
First things first.
Right. It's so AJ, I'm not criticizing your plan. I think there's a part of it. I also think there are times where you are still able to take shots downfield, but you've got to maximize the protection.
Yeah, you got to play pass, get the linebackers or take the defensive line out of their pass rush. Yes. Last text on this. Given how good Stafford has been this year, John, where would you rank veneers as a QB trait?
Veneers.
Get to Heather with the news.
Got a great smile.
It's kind of creepy. Anyway.
Didn't even notice.
Well, you guys, for the first time since he retired from the NFL 23 years ago, Lomas Brown is a semifinalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
As he should be.
Yeah, so he is one of 26 modern era candidates up for selection as part of the Hall's class of 2026. And he's one of 7 first-time semifinalists. So
it's
that's
taken
pretty
way
cool.
too long, but he deserves to be there.
Tickets to Lions home games have skyrocketed over the last few seasons, but prices will reportedly stay flat in 2026 with an international game likely on the way. So the Lions will send out season ticket holder renewal invoices in the coming weeks, and they plan to keep prices the same for their 8 home games. Ticket prices really surged along with the team's success since 2023.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people have felt it, and I think this is probably a relief. They probably were expecting another one of these big jumps.
Yep. This is an interesting story. Virginia high school football coach who disappeared last week is now a fugitive from justice after state police announced he is wanted for child pornography and child solicitation charges. Okay.
This is wild.
Yeah, this 46-year-old man, Travis Turner, disappeared last week. He's wanted on 5 counts of possession of child porn, 5 counts of using a computer to solicit a minor. It's not known if the alleged crimes involved a student or an athlete, because he's also a PE teacher at the school where he coaches. But police say they are actively searching for him. So he's the head football coach at Union High School. Like I said, also the PE coach, but they're in the midst of a perfect season.
Right. And he just disappeared after one of the games. That was originally just a missing person.
Yes.
Now it's a wanted.
Yeah. And I mean, they've done everything they can to find him. They've had search and rescue teams, drones, police dogs out looking for this guy. And I mean, his wife has made comments, but like one of the posts, she's now taken it down from Facebook, was just that he is missing. That's all we know, that he's just missing. But man, it's a
wild story.
I mean, did he realize that these were going to be made
known,
and so he's on the run?
I don't think it's a coincidence.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we were robbed of an SVU mid-game perp walk.
Oh, yeah. This is also interesting. People online can't stop talking about the wild, ridiculous story that Kate Beckinsale told Jimmy Kimmel the other night on his show. Okay, you're going to get to hear it if you haven't heard it. So basically, she explained the story that her daughter's boyfriend can lay eggs, like real eggs with a shell and a yolk.
Wait.
She showed him pictures and everything.
Where did she say it came out?
Well, where it would come out of a hen, of course.
His
butt.
Yeah, but she didn't.
She said it didn't come out of his vagina.
Oh, okay. I missed the didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The weirdest. So many things I'm confused about in this story. Yeah. So this kid is pulling a fast one because he's cramming eggs in there.
That's the only explanation. He's a magician.
And then, yeah.
It's so strange. But anyway, it's been days since this interview and people can't stop talking about it. And I understand why. It's strange.
We don't have time for another story.
Okay, then. I'll save it for later.
We got one more news left, and we'll get to it. We've got the Power Surge next, 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Plenty of action set to take place tonight on this Thanksgiving Eve. The Red Wings are back home after a road loss in New Jersey to host the Predators tonight at 7 o'clock. Detroit is 13-9-1 this year and second in the Atlantic Division currently. You can hear tonight's game right here on 97.1. His pregame coverage will be hosted by Mark Ryan, started at 6:45. The Pistons have a chance at history tonight. They're in Boston to face the Celtics after having won 13 consecutive games so far. A win tonight will break the record for the longest winning streak in franchise history. The only two other times Detroit won 13 straight games were in 2004 and 1990, both eventual championship seasons. The Celtics are, of course, without Jason Tatum this year. They're 9-8 and have won 4 of their last 5 games. Detroit beat Boston 119-113 already once this year. Tonight, the Pistons are favored by 2.5 points per FanDuel on the road. That game tips off at 5 o'clock over on WWJ News Radio 950. And if you're off work tomorrow and inclined to stay up a little later tonight, Michigan basketball has the chance to win $1 million out in Las Vegas. That's the prize money for the Players Era Championship. The loser will still get $500K. Tonight, the 7th-ranked Wolverines will face number 12 Gonzaga for the crown at 9:30. The Bulldogs defeated number 8 Alabama and Maryland by a combined 49 points to enter the title game. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Good morning, Thanksgiving Eve. We're going to get into the Lions and the Packers and what's at stake. Football coverage presented by Paramount Plus. Now streaming on Paramount Plus, the return of Landman. John, you're a big fan. Billy.
I am.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back. They've got Sam Elliott in there, Andy Garcia, Demi Moore. New season streaming only Paramount Plus.
It's a great show.
All right, tomorrow, what's at stake? We talk big game. You talk must win. What's at stake?
The division and an auto bid into the postseason. Because if you lose this one, I don't think there's always, you could say, yes, catastrophe could hit the Green Bay Packers and maybe they lose some more games. But you're going to be tied into with the remaining 5 games, you got to go 4-1. You're going to have to get to 11 wins. 11 wins is the key. And if all of the same issues are the same issues on tomorrow, on Thanksgiving Day, what makes you believe when you play Dallas against an explosive offense and a defense that's played better, but specifically 2 really good defensive tackles?
Interior.
Why do you believe you'll be able to get it done then? And then you go out to L.A. to play the Rams. What makes you believe you'll be able to? You're going to play the game, and yeah, you can win all of those games, but your belief that you will is going to be, I don't want to say shattered, but there's a huge dent put in it.
It gets zapped. So I've long said this team will be defined by what they do in January. You got to get to January, and we're starting to reach that point. They're not in the playoffs right now. You win, I think you win the division.
Yep.
You lose, well, you don't have the tiebreaker with Green Bay. You're a game back of Green Bay in the win column. And you got a lot of work to do to just make the playoffs at that point.
Well, there's a lot of work to do, but you start to enter the realm of you need other things to happen.
Right. If they win, I think they will lead the division by Friday night. I expect the Eagles to beat the Bears.
Yeah.
Detroit has the head-to-head and would have the same record and would be in first place in this division by Friday night. That's with a win. With a loss, third, still on the outside looking in the playoffs?
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to move up anything with a loss.
And, John, there's only so many games. And it would be, to your point, okay, it's only one game. There's still more to go. Why would I believe they're going to win a bunch of these games? Why would I believe they're going to get to 11 wins? Because I think that's what it would take.
Yeah. And
for the first time, I would really start pondering a possibility that the Lions miss the playoffs. Like, I think that's how monumental. It doesn't kick them out. I think it kicks them out of the division, and then it puts their playoff life in jeopardy.
Right. And so when you're talking about the division, it's simply the head-to-head with Green Bay. Because, and yes, the Bears are much better than they were last year. There's no doubt about that. And I don't necessarily want to just completely throw them under the bus, but with the way that they've won games, do we think that Detroit will be competing with Chicago for the division when they have to go to the Eagles, as you mentioned, Friday night? They're at the Packers, and they play against the home against the Packers. They have to still play the Pack twice. the Browns, the Niners, and obviously they end up the season with the Detroit Lions. Like, I think there's probably 3, 4, maybe even 5 losses in there for the Green Bay for the Chicago Bears.
Do you agree with us when we say this is for the division? What's at stake? And do you feel like if you lose, your playoff life is very much on the line moving forward? Like you would finally start to consider the mortality of this season?
You start the season with, everyone starts seasons right 0-0, right? And your margin for error throughout the course of the season becomes smaller and smaller. When you're talking about the goals that the Lions have, their margin for error just to simply win the division, if they beat Green Bay, to your point, they may actually end the weekend in first place.
And control where they need to be.
If they lose, their margin for error, not the division, but for just simply getting in the postseason, becomes very small.
Yeah, they put the fear of God into you if they lose this game, and you have to deal with and come to grips with that. Here's the other thing I think that's at stake. Developing an identity. What is their identity right now? I brought it up to TJ on Monday, and I think he kind of got irked at the question, but my point still stands. What is it that they do consistently well? What has shown up in big games repeatedly for this football team? You got to start to develop that identity if you have any hope of making a run. And look, it might just be that the offensive line's not going to gel. They haven't run the ball well in Green Bay, Kansas City, or Philadelphia.
Or against Minnesota at home. Be a good week to, if you are going to be the physical team, you can't be the physical team against the Browns and the Bengals and the Giants. You got to be the physical team against the Green Bay Packers. Mm-hmm. So develop that identity. And if it's not going to be, hey man, we can go on these long, mauling 14-play drives and we can dominate you physically, then you're going to have to get it somewhere else. You're going to have to get explosive chunks from Gibbs. Maybe it's just run right and hope you can break something, or you're going to have to win low scoring. It may be a week where, hey, Green Bay's got a top 5 defense. Your defense is going to have to play better. You're going to have to force Love into a couple of his characteristic mistakes, and Goff's just going to have to eat it, punt, and play defense. Mm-hmm. Start to figure out who you are, guys. It's Thanksgiving. It's late November. Who are the Lions? I'd love for a Lions fan to tell me who they think this team is and what their identity is, because I don't know what it is right now. So when you asked that question to TJ and he kind of looked at you cross-eyed and said, well, they're a physical football team, that's what they've been. Yeah. And that's what we know works. That's what we believe they want to be. And I think Dan Campbell, that offensive line with Hank Fraley as their leader, this defensive front, they all want to be the tough guy. They all want to be the physical force in any football game. Yet they have yet to impose their will when it matters most. How about some of these texts? And we'll get to the phones too. This is simply the biggest Thanksgiving game in Lions history. Dallas and Royal Oak. Well, I'm not going to go through all the Thanksgiving games. We know for a while there, most NFL fans wanted them to strip Detroit of the Thanksgiving Day game. Now they want to put Detroit in every primetime slot possible, which they're playing on Thanksgiving and Christmas, and next Thursday night, and Sunday nights, and Monday nights. I don't have Mike O'Hara on line one to give the historical perspective on this. It feels like you could make the case. Given how big of a swing this is, I know yesterday on Carson Anderson, they talked about, is this bigger than last year's game against the Vikings? Not Thanksgiving, but last year we made a big deal. Hey, you win and you're the 1 seed, you win and you're the division champs. And the case that this is bigger, at least you knew you were a playoff team. With this game, you don't know that. And the loss hurts so much more than if they would have lost that Viking game, because at least they still would have been in the playoffs. Right. And you would have said, hey, let's just go get them. So I think this is one where I don't know that we can say it's the biggest regular season game of the Dan Campbell era to this point. We may look back on it in 4 weeks and say that was the biggest game of the Dan Campbell era. And I don't know going into it we could say that because of everything that was riding on it last year with 2 14-win teams and the number 1 seed on the line, division on the line. It felt like that one was bigger, but this one may be more consequential. Guys, this is 100% a must-win. The path to the playoffs is only through the division. I think the division's getting 2 teams. Well, if they're getting 2 teams, then that's why they should be in. That's why. Well, I disagree with this guy then. That this game is for the playoffs.
because you could lose this game and still get a wild card. I think you lose this game, you're not winning the division, and then you are teetering as a wild card team fighting for your life.
Yes.
As a Packers fan, I'm rooting for the Lions so we can fire LaFraud.
Ooh.
That's a sick, twisted place to find yourself in, bud.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving. It's not much to be thankful for there.
Your team went all in and traded 2 first-round picks to get Micah Parsons, and you're hoping this thing goes off the rails before December?
Yeah. Good luck at next year's draft.
When you're picking in the second. Matt, Highland Park, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So I agree with John, and Jim, I agree with you on something as well. I do think, to me, it's a must-win game tomorrow, because if they don't win the division, I don't see the Lions winning. And then the rest of the games that they play, like the Seahawks, every time we've played the Seahawks for the last couple of years, we lose. So
thankfully, we don't have to play them.
We don't. Okay. Well, that's my mistake.
Bullet dodged.
But,
yeah.
Things are already looking up, John.
Oh, okay. But I do think, if they lose tomorrow, like we said, they'd have to go 4-1, and it's not a big ask for the Lions. It's possible. I just feel like the season will be in jeopardy. And then, 3 years ago we went to the conference game. Then last year was first round of the playoffs, and now we might not make it to the playoffs. I feel like the team is not progressing; it's regressing because trade deadlines and certain trades that they have not made.
Oh boy,
That's
Matt!
just my opinion.
I hadn't even thought about the zoomed way out perspective. Like I haven't really considered that they'd even miss the playoffs. Last week we got those messages, and I said, no, hold on. They're minus 350.
Even before the season when we played the schedule game and people were calling in, oh, this is a 9-8 football team. What?
So, and I couldn't get there. You couldn't get there. You lose to Green Bay, you start to have a path to get there. But I hadn't even gone where he went, which is then you zoom all the way out and say, boy, what does this look like over 3 years?
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, if you go from, and I'm even going to go to the NFC Championship game, but if you go from a number 1 seed with all the injuries that they had last year to if they were to miss the playoffs, there's no other way to put it. You're regressing.
Is this a real text?
Oh, is this Jamar and...
No, it's signed Mike in West Bloomfield. It says the Lions game on November 27th, 1952 against Green Bay propelled them to a championship.
Of course it's real. He texts all the time.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Lions.
But you can catch Mike from West Bloomfield on Friday, 6 to 10.
He'll be in. A lot to discuss. Lions want to be tough. What NFL team doesn't? But it's almost like the Lions' toughness results in multiple injuries.
I don't know.
I don't know about that one. They don't win tomorrow, they're not making the playoffs. They haven't passed the eye test against a quality team since Baltimore. Even if you want to throw Tampa in, it just hasn't been consistent.
Loss tomorrow puts 7 losses on the table. 7 losses is a dangerous place to be in the NFC this year.
No doubt. It's 97-1.
Injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you've ever been in an accident. But what he really wants, what we all want, is for all of us to be safe. And he knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with all the tips to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win. You can learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. A Hall of Fame semifinalist right there.
Is it a big ask to get him in?
No, it shouldn't be.
Rooting for him.
Yeah, we all are.
We're all rooting for the Lions, but one of us didn't pick them.
Yeah, we all are, except you.
One person didn't pick them. Got the picks coming up at 9:35. Who could it have been? Yes, it was me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Okay, there's a
Suspense.
tease.
A
Yeah,
hell of a tease.
Yeah,
it was me.
It
was me, John.
And I think if out of all of us, if you asked our listeners, who's going to be the one? Edit. That's going to pick against the Detroit Lions. Most people would probably pick you.
I'm a little surprised I'm the only one, though. To be honest, Greg was the one that took the Eagles a couple weeks ago, and he was right. I've picked the Lions a lot this year. I've actually picked the Lions in 9 of their 11 games. Here's the deal, though. They're a coin flip covering the spread.
Okay.
And of late, I picked them against Kansas City. I picked them against the Kansas City and the Chiefs. Kansas City, Philadelphia, and Green Bay. They lost all of them. So at some point, I'm not just going to blindly pick them because they're the Lions. They're not the Lions of last year. They're not the Lions that used to be free money. You just take the Lions and they win. They're not that team anymore.
Yeah, but I think the feeling is that you believe that Green Bay is just better.
They have the better defense. They're number 5 in scoring right now. They've got the more consistent, better pass rush. I think they...
You defend it however you want.
Okay, I'm not going to have to twist myself into knots. I mean, it's really a coin flip at 2.5, and I just don't trust the Lions.
Yep. Yours one comes up tails, eh?
I'm the only one.
Mm-hmm.
Work with a bunch of homers.
Say it however you want.
All right, some of the texts. What's at stake with this game? And what's their identity? Guys, if they lose to Green Bay, they can forget about the division. Green Bay would have the head-to-head, the tie, and the division record tiebreaker. Would be a push at best. Detroit would be 1-3 in the division. Green Bay would be 3-0 in the division.
Yeah.
The path is nearly non-existent.
Well, and with them playing the Bears twice, you need the Bears to lose more just to get in. Yeah. So then you're in that weird predicament of, well, we want to catch Green Bay, except we can't have them lose to the Bears.
Lions' identity equals Holmes drafting 2 corners that don't play and aren't good, trading 3/3 for a receiver that doesn't play, drafting Hooker, some British Columbia dude who doesn't even play football, and Glasgow is the worst center in the league. Brad Holmes needs criticism. Unnamed texter.
I think we have appropriately criticized the lack of securing a good offensive line. I don't think, if you go back to the Terrion Arnold draft, what was our biggest need at that time? Corner. And I don't have an issue. Whether or not Terrion Arnold turns out to be a serviceable player, non-serviceable, he ends up being, a Pro Bowler, that to me is irrelevant. We were all happy with the pick at the time. The question then is, why do you follow it up with Ennis Rakestraw, who has not been able to stay on the field, not even on the practice field?
The thought was use one of the first 2 picks on an interior offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
They used both on corners.
Yeah.
And even at both corners, it turned out to be great players.
You're still in the same situation.
And there were players that were drafted between the Lions' first and second round picks that are starting on the interior of offensive lines in this league right now. So when you talk about watering the garden, the analogy I would use is when you put the seeds in the ground, you don't come out the next day and harvest your tomatoes. You don't say, well, we lost Zeitler and Ragnow. We're just going to look out for the tomato. You had to do it in advance. You had to do it a year ago. You had to be ahead on this stuff. You can't harvest crops that haven't grown yet. Ratledge is a rookie. Mahogany had only played a couple games. And they didn't have a center waiting in the wings from the year before, so Glasgow's put in this position.
Right. And before the season, you're trying to figure out, can Ratledge make that move to center? Yeah. Ultimately, the decision was no this year.
And maybe he is next year, but that doesn't do us any good now. No. It puts you a year behind. It's why watering the garden needed to happen in the 24 draft, whether it was their first or second round pick. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So a patient at Harper Hospital in Detroit claims that she was robbed while undergoing surgery. So this elderly woman who was very familiar with the hospital had to have her leg amputated. Ooh. And when she came out of ICU, her belongings, she says, which included her prosthetic leg, dentures, and even her mother's ashes.
Oh, no.
Gone. Yeah.
Ooh.
Pretty wild. The hospital staff seems to know nothing about the items, and DMC, which runs the hospital, says that they do have procedures in place to secure patients' items. So it's kind of like nobody really knows what's going on, but hopefully she can at least get the leg back. So she can, her teeth too are probably pretty important. So are the mother's ashes, but at least those things would help her function in everyday life. Man.
Yes.
A Michigan man is facing 7 felonies after allegedly failing to pay taxes on over $1 million of unlicensed marijuana sales. This 48-year-old man from Holland is also accused of selling a Corvette to somebody for $95,000 and then never providing a valid title. So he is facing multiple years behind bars, and he'll be back in court on December 4th. Hey, reservations for DNR campgrounds are now open for spring camping in 2026. So the agency maintains a rolling 6-month reservation system, meaning those making spring camping plans will be able to reserve their sites over the next couple of months. Of course, campgrounds cover the entire states. You can do tent sites. You can do connections for RVs. You can rent cabins. So they do say, of course, there's popular campgrounds and weekends that will fill quickly, but usually you don't need to make a reservation 6 months in advance.
How do you secure the heated mattress?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yes, or somebody that will light your fire for you.
Yes, and cut your own firewood. Yes. Yeah, exactly. The story about this missing Virginia football coach is pretty crazy. So this head football coach at this high school in Virginia just disappeared. Yeah. And now he is a wanted fugitive. He's connected to child pornography and child solicitation charges. 46-year-old Travis Turner disappeared last week. And
originally it was a missing person.
Yeah, he's missing.
Undefeated season. He's the coach. Yes. And then all of a sudden he turns up missing, and everybody's like, oh, where did this guy go? Who took him?
Initially, you want to find him because, hey, the football team's having a good season. Now you go, he's a scumbag. We got to find this guy.
Yeah, and the
allegedly
wife made a post, too, on Facebook that she is now deleted, but just saying that her husband is missing. That's all we know. We love him. We hope he comes home. And now it turns out there's a lot more going on. They have not released any information about the alleged victims or victim, if it's a student at the school, because he's also a PE teacher, or if it's an athlete that he was coaching. So crazy story there. Another crazy story, and also quite disgusting, but maybe your wives are into this, or maybe you are too. Heck, I don't know.
Where's this
There's
going?
a new social media driven fad, and it's called menstrual masking. That is apparently going viral.
Please explain.
It's what it sounds like, where you this is so gross, where you take your own menstrual blood and you put it on your face.
No.
Huh.
Yeah. Those who are doing that say that it can revive the skin and give you a little extra glow. And they're kind of
extra glow.
They're kind of relating it to the vampire facial that went viral a while ago with Kim Kardashian, which I have actually had. It's not where you're taking literally your own blood, but you're taking, it's like PRP, this platelet-rich plasma. They take your blood, they take all the platelets, they spin it, and then you use that on your skin. I have had that done before, but I'll pass on this new trend. Experts are also saying, hey, this is nothing like doing a sterile PRP facial. You could end up with infections, all sorts of different things if you decide to.
I hear the number one side effect is bloodshot eyes.
Dad joke's undefeated over here.
Goodness gracious.
What's that? What's it even look like? Hey, what's on your
terrified
face?
Would you walk in and there's blood all over your face?
Don't leave it on they say you leave it on for a couple of minutes and then you...
Right, so it dries and then you got to wash it off.
It's all disgusting. Don't do it. It's so gross.
That's Heather with the news. All right, guys. The football coverage today, not whatever that was. The football coverage today is presented by Paramount Plus.
Thanks, John.
You can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We've got the picks coming up next. 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration has been helping men across Southeast Michigan restore their hair and their confidence for 30 years. He's seen thousands walk in frustrated or skeptical and walk out looking younger and feeling like themselves again. Dr. Berkowitz isn't just a pioneer of hair restoration, he's a patient as well. He's had the procedure himself and even performed it on his own son. That's how much he believes in his results and trusts his team. Every procedure is done by Dr. B and his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no rotating staff, just precision and natural results. And he's the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, these advanced, minimally invasive technologies that deliver real, lasting growth. And this Thanksgiving, don't be a turkey. Skip the overseas gimmicks and trust your hair to a board-certified surgeon. Celebrate 30 years of restoring confidence with Dr. B's Confidence Package, a free consultation plus $1,000 towards your procedure when you mention 97.1. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Hey, Metro Detroit, listen up. The turkey can wait, but these deals won't. The Black Friday sales event is happening right now at your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers, and they are pulling out all the stops all the way up until December 1st. If you need professional-grade power, they've got the 2026 GMC era. Whether you're tailgating downtown or heading up north, get behind the wheel with exceptional offers available right now. This is the truck built for Detroit, or you could elevate your drive with the luxury of Buick. The all-new Buick Enclave and the stylish Encore GX are here. Experience SUV luxury that is exceptional by design with lease offers that make upgrading easier than ever. But here is the reality check. I already mentioned it. The clock stops on December the 1st. So you got to get to your local Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealer. When the calendar flips, these Black Friday offers vanish. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. Black Friday sale ends December 1st. See dealer for details.
It has been a busy day, a condensed week with the holiday. We had a cookie jar earlier if you missed it.
Yeah, and a very traumatizing news.
I'm still not
over
that
last news, yeah. That's a tough one to visualize.
We got
how do you capture?
Oh, there's ways.
Okay.
Why are we talking about this?
Why ask more questions? My favorite text we got. You shouldn't make menstruation jokes, period.
Well done.
Hey, our audience is out in rare form today. So if you missed the cookie jar, go back and get it. We made the picks today. We had a power surge. We gave away Lions tickets. And through it all, we've been talking about Lions and Packers. So it's been a jam-packed show. Some ticket texts. No wonder Costa's in first place. He's the only one using his head to pick the games, taking the Packers.
Well, it's just I have said this before. I can't remove my heart from the picks.
Cookies picks like Chapman, very negative. Go Lions, Steve in Clinton Township. Got to get my SOL drums out, apparently.
Yeah, I wonder if we compared the picks. I don't know if Chapman does picks, or if Rieger does picks, or if Mark Ryan does picks. Like, what kind of class are you falling into?
So I went back and looked at it.
Don't want to address that?
Well, this kind of addresses it. The Lions have played 11 football games.
Yeah.
I've picked them 9 of the 11 weeks. What good has it done me? I backed him against Green Bay in week 1. I backed him against Kansas City. I backed him in Philadelphia at night. Greg was the only one that faded the Lions. I think we've gotten into a habit of just taking them because we want them to win. And the reality is they're not the team they were.
Okay, that's fine.
And I'd love to be wrong this week. John, it's going to be a much better week if they win.
So I guess maybe the better question, and for those that know you and your track record, if you're taking Green Bay,
probably helps the Lions,
and you feel like if Green Bay wins, their playoff hopes are very much in the balance.
Yes.
I mean, why don't you just go ahead and bury them now?
It's well played. That's well done. That's good stuff.
It's a good question, I think.
Because I'm not going to bury them if they lose this game. I don't think they'll win the division if they lose this game. But I don't think they're done.
Okay.
What else we got here? More messages. 248-539-9797 says, Jim Costa, thank you so much for picking the Green Bay Packers. You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
There's one guy that's obsessed with Texas Tech on our ticket text. Really wishes we would have talked about their big game against, checks notes, West Virginia this week.
Oh.
That's not on my radar. John, outside
Rich Rod.
Oh, yeah.
There's your connection. Hey. Now we got a local connection.
Outside of Michigan, Ohio State, outside of Detroit and Green Bay, what's the game you're most excited for? Because this is one of the great football weekends, extended weekends of the year.
Well, obviously want to see what Philly does against Chicago. But if we're just simply talking about college football, outside of, I mean, obviously I need Purdue to win to have a chance to get into the college to the Big Ten championship game, but that's an even longer shot than Michigan winning. I don't know, probably I'm a little curious to what Washington is going to do. They're hosting Oregon.
Yeah, I think that's a big one. Oregon has struggled with Washington. They've lost 3 of the last 4. Lanning, that's kind of been an issue for him.
Yeah.
Is Oregon solidly in? I think most likely in, but I don't know about solidly in.
Right. And I think I love history, tradition, all those different things. The Iron Bowl is going to be one that I think most people are watching at 7:30 on Saturday night.
And I think if things go well for your team earlier in the day, you're going to be rooting like hell for the Auburn Tigers.
Oh, sure. I'm rooting like hell for anyone that's going up against a 2-loss team right now.
Because that's part of this. Michigan last night checks in at 15, which is striking distance to get into the 12-team playoff. But the thing I would make sure people understand, Michigan needs to get to 10. Because the 11th and 12th spots are going to go to conference champs, one from the ACC and one from the group of 5. Michigan's got to get up to 10. 10 right now is Alabama. 9 right now is Notre Dame. Why Notre Dame's ahead of Alabama, I don't know. Ask the committee. Number 8 is Oklahoma, who beat Michigan straight up.
Yeah.
So you're going to need some help if you beat Ohio State.
And I'm rooting like hell for Pittsburgh over Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Again, any 2-loss team, LSU over Oklahoma. LSU is obviously coachless at this point, but their losses were at Ole Miss, and Ole Miss at the time was ranked 13. We know what's going on there now.
Mm-hmm.
At Vanderbilt, Texas A&M, which was 3, Alabama, which was 4. So,
to your point, you brought this up yesterday that the committee could factor in the Lane stuff. They confirmed that they will factor in the Lane Kiffin stuff.
Yeah, but you still need them to lose in the Egg Bowl.
If they lose, if they lay an egg in the Egg Bowl,
yeah. What? Who's laying eggs now?
Kate Beckinsale's daughter's boyfriend.
Okay.
Yeah. Another weird news story today.
That's weird.
If they lose, they have 2 losses. How far back do they move? They're 7. If they move to 10 or 11, and then the Lane thing in Michigan, again, Michigan has to win the game for this to be possible. But these are the things you start to consider if you take care of business at noon.
Right, and it's all just by winning. Does that mean that they're in? I don't necessarily think so. I think there's going to have to be some other things. I think there are enough other things that could happen to where something will open the door for them.
Yeah, like when people say you need help, you hate to be helpless. You need help. It sucks to be in that spot, but
the only way you can help yourself is going winning.
Yeah, and yeah, Michigan's got a big brand, and would it surprise me if the committee wants to twist things for the almighty dollar? No, but at the same time, Michigan has a big brand. They'd have to knock out big brands Notre Dame and Alabama. Those are big brands too.
Yeah.
It's not like they'd be kicking out North Texas, which they gleefully would do.
Right.
That's not the case here for Michigan.
So we'll see how it all plays itself out.
What do you think the shot to actually win the game? I know you took the points. You think it could be tight. Shot to actually win the game here.
I mean, I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say it's probably a 4.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it depends on like how in Ryan Day's head are we in regards to his game plan. If I'm him, I probably just sit there and say, you know what, Bo Jackson, we're going to need you as a pass protector because we're going to throw the ball 75 times. If he tries to go toe-to-toe in toughness, they may win. I mean, they could win that way.
But it'd be close
for
comfort.
It's more in Michigan's favor if that's the path that he decides to go.
Yeah, if they want to take the air out of the ball, they kind of fell into that trap last year. You want to take the air out of the ball. You want to play this game in the trenches.
Right.
You want to let an underdog fight and claw and punch. And
Michigan's going to have to be really good in the red zone. That was the path to victory, along with Hutchinson and Ojabo, killing their offensive line. But in 21, they were really good between the 20s. They just couldn't seal the deal when they got into the red zone. They had to settle for 3, and then we had Hassan Haskins who scored 5 touchdowns.
That's also a concern here too. Is you settle for 3 and you get 0.
Right.
Zavada of late, man.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going into it with a lot of confidence that they're going to nail a 35-yarder.
No, and again, the elements, we're expecting it to have rain into snow.
Maybe that's the ticket. Maybe he's just a cold weather, bad weather kicker.
I don't know. It's been stunning how good he was last year and how shaky he's been this year.
Yeah.
But
yes, underwhelming.
We didn't pick the Michigan State game. I think when you're giving away free tickets,
Gator, I didn't bring this up.
When you're giving away free tickets, we're not going to pick your game.
Why got to pile in like that?
Just people wondering out there in listener land.
Just say, we didn't pick Michigan State game, and you leave it at that.
Well, there's a good reason. Sorry, Gator.
Anyway,
how about Cohen Carr? That dude could jump.
Oh. Can he?
I'm just trying to give you a little bit.
5-inch vertical leap, is that good?
Incredible.
Yeah. I was curious.
Yeah.
Is that any good?
For comparison's sake, Jordan had a 48-inch vertical.
Yeah. Well, so he's one of the guys and just out of the sense of humor that I have, I want to see him miss one of the catches on the alley-oop.
Yeah.
And just basically run into the backboard.
Well,
because he was eye level with the rim.
He's done that. Before there was one the other night where it was the throw was a little off, and he still tried to snag it, and he hit his shoulder on the bottom of the back.
I know. Like when you launch, at that point, you're committed.
He dunked with his nipples the other night. It's true. It happened. I saw it.
He's got some serious talent.
Wow. Real talent.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. You got to tune in. It could be a lot of fun,
They are, and
you're
he is.
You're eating the turkey breast on Thursday, and then later on that afternoon, you got Michigan State, North Carolina. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Just hoping to see that.
Can he do it again? He's fun to watch.
What do you guys got coming up on your show today? What's the plan?
Well, I mean, we're going to get previewed for tomorrow. Get ready for that. And we've got college football questions coming up.
Oh.
I loved the question that I think Kang asked you guys yesterday. Is this the biggest regular season game the Lions have played in the Dan Campbell era? And everybody goes to Minnesota. And I think you made the point, yeah, but at least you knew they were a playoff team then.
Yeah, I think that was the big difference. I mean, there's still debate on whether it is or isn't, but I just think that this one is like there's a big difference going 8-4 and 7-5, and dropping yourself further back in the division if behind the team you had a chance to beat, lost to them twice, and so yeah, this is a big one tomorrow.
Think about the swing: you win, Chicago loses, Detroit's in first place on Friday night.
Back to the 3 seed.
Yeah, I mean it's a hell of a jump.
Huge swing.
It's all right there.
All right, you got Carson Anderson coming up next. They'll preview that game. All the fun stuff on their show next. It's 97.1.
Hello, Scott.
Hello, Doug.
How are you?
Doing all right.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Fired up for the long weekend?
Yes.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
Everybody's fired up.
Always fired up for it. Yeah, I felt bad that had a chance Monday night to meet up with some friends from all over the place, and I couldn't get out because the Pistons and Red Wings are both on, and we do work the following day to talk about stuff like that. So I didn't go, and I got some pictures from the guys who were out there, and I missed out on a good time. I apologize to my man Alex, who organized the whole thing, and Grush and KB and Andre and all the guys who were out there. Sorry, man.
You decided to open the show today with a public apology to your friends?
That's right.
Okay.
Because
Kang, I didn't have that one on my show sheet.
No, because as
do
we
you
lead
have their phone numbers?
As we lead into this weekend, I mean, tonight's the big bar night that everybody goes out to. And I feel like that's more like a if you're in your 20s thing than it is, at the next stage.
Oh, I disagree, my friend. It's going to be wild, Doug, tonight.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Fair enough. But, well, it's different for you because now you get to have that with your family that's come back.
It is actually really weird because we have kids that are home, and I just the going for empty nester to bang, they're all back. And I was walking through the living room. You'll love this story. Walking through the living room, and there was a random sock. And I pointed at it, and I said, honey? And my wife said, kids are home. Yep, there's a sock in the middle of the living room because why wouldn't there be?
Right, because sock.
Yep.
That's why.
Oh, there you go.
Sock's going to sock, man.
Who doesn't keep one sock in the middle of the living room?
Right.
Who amongst us doesn't keep a sock in the middle of the living room? So anyway, it's just funny, and it's great, and it's exciting to have him home.
Yeah, and it's this whole week is great. You know, you got Thanksgiving is an awesome holiday anyway. You got the turkey, and then the Lions football. Then there's football after that, and then there's football after that.
Yep.
Michigan State basketball against North Carolina.
Yep.
That should be some fun. You know, then you get to Friday, and it's another football Friday. And
dude, Friday's schedule's fantastic. I will be in here doing the show, but it's a short show because there's an early Red Wing game, and it'll be a Lions post game. It'll be Michigan Ohio State pregame. So
a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
So Friday night's always fun because there are people in town that you want to see. I mentioned yesterday I'll be at 24 Seconds on Friday night. Their 20th anniversary of 24 Seconds being a business in Berkeley, down at 12 Mile. So stop by, say hello. There'll be some guest bartenders out there. I'll be there later doing that. I think Dave Burkett's going to be out there, Dan Wetzel, some other people out there. So it should be a lot of fun. And then, of course, Saturday is great day.
Yep.
Great day of football, a great rivalry day. You got, obviously, Michigan, Ohio State, and Auburn, Alabama, and all these other games. It's just going to be a lot of fun. Great weekend.
Spent some time down at Schembecker Hall yesterday, getting ready for Michigan and Ohio State. For people who missed the end of the show yesterday, I did mention that, just as a observer from afar, one thing I've discovered when you're kind of with a team all the time, this isn't going to be shocking, but that I realize that my observations of other teams, I almost disqualify myself, because when you're around a team and you get to see stuff, you see how things work, and you figure out people that are, their demeanor in front of the public is completely different the way they are behind closed doors, et cetera, et cetera. Watching Ryan Day from afar, last year I watched his news conference, Michigan Week, and thought that guy's wound tighter than a drum, and I thought his team play reflected it. But I'm not around him all the time, and I don't cover that team all the time. So that was just sort of a casual, observation from afar. Whether it has any merit, I don't know. But I felt validated after the game that his team didn't play its best against Michigan last year. This year, I watched his news conference yesterday, and Scott, I couldn't help but come away from the feeling that he's in a much better headspace as a head coach, and seemed far more relaxed. Having been around Sharon Moore for a couple of these things now, where he has been in head coaching duties, one as a fill-in and the other last year with his own team. He took a very flawed team down to Columbus last year and won. He was confident, relaxed, like just as happy as could be last year leading up to the Ohio State game, which people thought was a walk to the guillotine. And he didn't see it that way at all. And then talking to his players, they felt like they were letting me in on a secret. I know until Day does it again, people won't believe that he will, but his demeanor this week was different. I will say that. To me, from, again, maybe it's not behind closed doors, but it was with the media.
Yeah, and maybe that's just as simple, simply explained as, well, you're a national champion. You're defending national champion. Yeah, this game means a lot. National championship means more. You won that. And now, because you've got that under your belt, it's probably a big sigh of relief for him that he's got that national championship. And now, okay, I can relax a little bit, but this game, we're going to put emphasis on this game, but I don't have to be breathing fire to let everybody know that, at least out publicly. And he can save that energy.
I don't know that 100% your description of the way Ohio State fans feel is accurate. I get how you feel, and I understand why you feel that way.
But look, there's going to be fringe people in every fan base. Michigan people feel the same way, that they'd rather beat Ohio State than win a national championship. There'll be people like that too. They are fringe, and there's a reason they call them the lunatic fringe, because you're crazy to think that that's what you'd rather have than a national championship. But of course, there are people that walk around like that. But it's not just the Ohio State side. It's on the Michigan side. It would be on an Alabama side. It would be on an Auburn side. It would be on a Texas side. It would be on an Oklahoma side. Wherever you got a rivalry, you're going to have people that grip the club too tightly.
For the record, I do not speak for Ohio State fans. You do. I do not. I have no idea what percentage are that way.
Well, you seem to think that it's quite a bit that would rather beat Michigan than win a national championship.
I was surprised at the reactions that I saw and the people that I know about that. But, I don't speak for them. So I will tell you that I think this game is – here's the question. Ohio State's locked into the playoffs. As this game morphs towards the pros, you know what pro teams do in this game? They sit players. Would Ohio State get a first-round bye with a loss? Or do you think they'd be hosting again?
They would host if they
would drop out of the top 4.
Yeah, I would think so. Well,
probably.
It depends what happens behind you. I mean, you don't play that. That's why you don't play the rest game, because you don't know what happens.
You don't know what happens behind you. I think Michigan is in a good spot. Like I don't think it's a guarantee that they get into the playoffs with a win over Ohio State because, again, the context, but I think their resume would become extraordinarily strong.
How about this? If things fall a certain way, let's say Michigan beats Ohio State, would the first round be Michigan at Ohio State? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, Ohio State, if they drop out of the top 4, seeds 5 through 8 host games. Michigan won't rise. Yeah, it could be in play. They could play again down in Columbus.
Yeah.
If Michigan, well, here's the other thing that's crazy. If Michigan beats number 1 Ohio State and Washington
beats USC,
beats Oregon.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Then Michigan will go from playing number 1 Ohio State to playing number 1 Indiana in the Big Ten title game.
Oh, I keep forgetting about the Big Ten title game.
Yeah. And that now the question becomes, I mean, the committee set a precedent that if you're in the playoffs and you lose your conference title game, you're still in. But if the resume is good enough to get in, the way the Big Ten title is, I suppose you play for it, but you don't want to play for it and lose your playoff spot. But I believe nobody's ever beaten back-to-back number 1s. Michigan has to beat 1 first. Get it. It's a huge ask. But I don't think anybody's ever beaten back-to-back number 1s. But again, they have to beat Ohio State first, and that won't be easy. How can they do it? We'll get to that. We'll have our college football questions coming up today at 10:30 with the Blitz thingy. And we'll get to some Lion stuff. The Birchie Kid, our insider, is going to join us at 11. And we have a holiday version of the Are You Going to Eat That? Thanksgiving version of Are You Going to Eat That? That is very gravy forward. I'll tell you that. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Hey, Metro Detroit, looking for a great deal on a brand new Chevy? Well, you got to check out what's happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Now, for a limited time, you can drive home in a brand new Chevy Blazer or Chevy Equinox for just $269 a month. That's right, two of Chevy's most popular SUVs, loaded with style, comfort, and performance, all for only $269 a month. And if you've been dreaming about a truck that can handle anything Michigan throws your way, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has you covered with the Chevy Silverado 4x4, just $189 a month. Tough, dependable, and ready to roll wherever the road takes you. Plus, the team at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield makes it easy, friendly people, fast financing, and deals that really move. So don't wait. Head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield right off of Telegraph Road or visit sarahchevrolet.com today. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they will make a deal. Together, let's drive.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. We asked a question on Twitter. What's Michigan's path to victory against Ohio State? How do you see it going down? How can they get there? I will tell you one thing. Like I talked about how I thought Day's demeanor last year was indicative of a coach. It looked to me like a coach who was wound pretty tight, and then I thought his team might have reflected the way his head coach felt, the way the head coach was. The other thing that Michigan has really capitalized on the last 2 years that I'm not sure they're going to be able to capitalize on this year is special teams. Last year, Dominic Zavada was good from 50-plus in a 13-10 game. He made a 50-plus yarder, and they obviously kicked the one at the end. Michigan, Ohio State botched a kick return and started to drive at like their own 6. Ohio State went 1 for 3 on field goals. And the year before, Michigan was 3 for 3 on field goals, and Ohio State was 1 for 2 on field goals in a game that was decided 30-24. So, and they were plus 10 on punts. Like every exchange of punts gave Michigan another first down. This has not been Michigan's strength this year. Their special teams play has been uneven. It's been, quite frankly, bad at times. Zavada still has an absolute nuclear weapon as a leg, but he can't seem to dial it in. And now that Andrew Marsh is returning punts, I think he already has the 2 longest punt returns of the season in minimal time.
There you go.
Yeah. But honestly, the special teams advantage that they have held the last couple of years, I'm not sure is there. So, that's something that they've used. But what I do love about this game is the weather. I mean, the weather is it's not going to be good. So where do you see a path for Michigan victory?
Well, I think we talk about the running game, and I think whoever wins the running game is going to win this game. And the other thing with it is turnovers. For the Michigan to win this game, they can't turn the ball over. You can't give Ohio State a short field, and they are going to have to effectively run the football. I still think the team that wins that battle with the total yards is going to do it, but if you
with rushing yards or total yards?
With rushing yards.
Okay.
But if you are able to run effectively enough, you can stay in the game. It means you have to have some longer sustained drives. Maybe they fizzle out at the end, but if throwing the ball is going to be difficult, that's going to be into Michigan's favor. But they're going to have to run. You can't just say, "Oh, sweet, now Ohio State can't throw," because Ohio State can run the ball. They've got 3 running backs there that average over 5.5 yards a carry. And it's not like, 2 of those guys have 20 carries. I mean, these are 3 guys that have carried the ball this year. And Bo Jackson is turning into somewhat of a revelation this year, and he's averaging almost 7 yards a carry. And I'm sure he'd like to get to 1,000 yards. To do that, he's going to have a nice day of like 180 yards on the day. But it's tough sledding to do that. Michigan's got a defense that if they know that they can be one-dimensional because the weather is going to show that, then maybe, just maybe, they can stay in that game and do that. But I think that's how it is. They're going to have to run effectively. They're going to have to stop Ohio State from running it, and they cannot turn the ball over. And you also, it's all the little things. You can't have stupid penalties. The pre-snap penalties, don't do it. You're going to kill yourself doing that. Holding penalties, the holding penalty is the most, to me, it feels like it's the most punitive penalty out there. It is 10 yards. One little mistake, one little grab costs you 10 yards and also costs you everything you just gained on the play. Do not do that. If they're able to do those things, they have an excellent chance of winning. But a couple of those things, you're going to stay in the game.
So, it's interesting you bring up a couple of those things. Their rushing defense, Ohio State's rushing defense on paper is terrifying. They allow 2.7 yards per carry, 80 yards rushing per game. They have allowed 4 rushing touchdowns all year, and they've gone through this whole season with allowed no opponent has rushed for more than 100 yards. That hasn't happened in Ohio State football since I think it was prior to 1936. Okay, they're allowing 7.5 points per game. The Ohio State defense on paper is ridiculous. Now, I went through this a couple years ago with Michigan's 2023 national championship team, in which they got late in the season, and people were saying Michigan's resume isn't that strong because the schedule's so weak. And the schedule was a fair question about Michigan. Ohio State has like the 58th best schedule in the country. They beat Texas in week 1. That's their only ranked win. Now, winning at Washington isn't easy, but Washington's not a ranked team. Winning at Illinois isn't easy, but Illinois doesn't seem to be quite as good as maybe people thought they would be. They beat Penn State, but that was Penn State without Drew Aller. It was a zombie team that had lost their coach. So the numbers are ridiculous, and anytime you can do that, you have to respect that team. It is possible, though, that they have fattened up on an easier schedule, which Michigan did in 2023 until they had to prove themselves late.
Well, that's the thing, is that there's not a whole lot of, look who they did it to. I mean, they did the first week of the season, they shut down Texas, and that's it. They've given up, I think there have been 2 games since then where they've given up 2 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. That's it, in a single game. But they haven't played a who's who of the Big Ten. Big Ten's got some good teams, and Ohio State hasn't had to play them. Michigan is a good team, and they're going to have to face them and improve it all on Saturday.
Common opponents, if you look at common opponents, Ohio State beat Washington by 18, Michigan beat them by 17. Purdue, Ohio State rolled Purdue, and Michigan beat them by a touchdown. And I think, God, this is what's weird about the B1G now, this overinflated conference. I think that's their only common opponents.
Wow. That's crazy to think. But then again, when you have, 16 teams, 18 teams in the conference? Good God.
Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
Well, and then there's this. You don't know until you know. You got 2 first-time starters in this game. One's a redshirt freshman, one's a true freshman. Typically, as a formula, that's not ideal. They're both incredibly talented. Sayan has elite receivers, and we don't know if those guys are going to play. Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate sat out last week. Brandon Inniss is no joke, but the 2 first-time starters in this game, stage is huge, pressure is huge. How do they respond?
Well, they've got a big tight end they use a lot, the kid from Purdue. He's awfully good. Running backs can catch the ball out of the backfield, and I think that's really where the game's going to be kind of in the balance, because throwing the ball downfield may not be in the cards, but utilizing plays at the line of scrimmage, throwing it on slants and just short routes to your tight ends and running backs, that is something that can be done. Which, by the way, can also play to Michigan a strength there too. I mean, Marlon Klein's pretty good as a tight end, and their running backs can catch the ball. So I imagine that's going to be a big part of both teams' offenses when it comes to throwing the football.
Yeah, short passing game might be a thing. And look, Zach Marshall, who has been playing more at tight end, he made a catch last week when Bryce fired a fastball over his head, and he got his paws up there and just pulled it out of the sky on what was a high degree of difficulty catch. I think you could say that he might be a bit of an emerging weapon for Michigan. Jordan Marshall is going to be back in this game, so we shall see. Bryce is no stranger to playing in these kind of conditions. Julian Sayin was a San Diego kid who went to Alabama. Might be a little bit more foreign to him as we look for advantages for Michigan. We asked a question on Twitter, what is Michigan's path to victory? You can comment there, and we, as we often do, read the best comments on the air. AJ writes in, protect the football, must get points off any and all OSU turnovers, run the ball effectively to keep OSU's offense in the field, and protect the football. So protect the football twice. I also don't think a loss would be all that bad. This is a young team, and it will be a learning game for them. Patrick says, it's cliche, but they have to be able to run the ball, control the clock, and use Bryce's legs. From Dog Stole Greg on Twitter, Bryce with some early runs to get the defense worried about his legs. Marsh keeps making big plays. Defense needs to keep everything in front of them. No explosives. U of M 31-24. Going back to last year's game, watching that game again and going over some of the pregame notes, I said the most important stat in that game was FGA for Michigan. Ohio State's going to move the ball. Field goal attempts is and they held them to 3 field goal attempts, of which they only made 1. But I don't know that FGA isn't another huge stat in this game for Michigan.
Well, yeah, I think it is a good stat. But if Ohio State's able to run the football, it's not going to matter.
NR says, try to keep it low scoring. Use Bryce's legs. Going to have to win the turnover battle. George says, run the ball. Hope every OSU receiver pulls a hammy. 2 or 3 pick sixes would probably help. Well, they're dealing with injuries right now. I don't hope anybody gets hurt. In fact, I kind of hope they play.
So let me ask you something about it, because last year you said it was almost like they were walking towards the gallows, and yet Michigan still ended up winning the game. The big criticism after a couple years ago was, I think it was Hutch's senior year there when they beat Ohio State. The big criticism of Ohio State after that game was that they got beat up at the line of scrimmage, right? That they got it handed to them right at the line of scrimmage on both sides, whether it was on offense or on defense, that they got manhandled. And I think Ohio State's been battling that ever since, like that they weren't tough enough up front. And last year was kind of the same thing. They got labeled like they weren't tough enough. And you can be all tough after the game, but it doesn't matter because you didn't get it done during the game and at home. Is that a factor this time around too? Do you think Ohio State is going to try it? Because the way I look at it, Ohio State can run the football, and Michigan has not been as stout as we've seen in the past with the defensive line. They just don't have the players that they're yet. These guys could be good, really good players when all is said and done, and maybe this is their big game where they show up. But if Ohio State is solely focused again on proving how tough they are at the line, is that going to be a detriment to them?
Well, there's one of two things. If they choose to do that, great. And if they have to do it because of the weather, also great. They clearly have elite weapons outside if those kids play. And if they can't use them as much or choose not to use them, then I think that brings Ohio State's big advantage back closer to Michigan's level. But we'll talk more about it later. We got the college football blitz thingy straight ahead. It is 97.1. Doug Harsh alongside Scott Anderson. It is 97.1 The Ticket. We actually will talk a little Michigan State, Maryland game being played at Ford Field Saturday night. We got picks coming up today at 1:38 too, because this is a virtual Friday for us. Lions playing tomorrow, and we'll get into Lions coming up after the college football blitz thingy. Gator went first yesterday, so I am on the clock.
All right, Doug, question number 1. It's time to start looking at Heisman Trophy candidates, all right? Who's a sleeper candidate that you shouldn't, no one should be overlooking?
Okay. I have a ballot, and I can't remember the last time the guy I voted for won. I think it's been a while. I look at every position, which I don't think too many people do. I'm not convinced that the best player in the country isn't Caleb Downs. He has no shot to win it. I get how this works, but my ballot doesn't reflect who I think has a shot to win it. There is a player here that I think if I mention his name, I don't know how many people even know what team he plays for, and that's Marcel Reese from Texas A&M. Quarterback, okay, so, he is amongst the top 10 favorites, so I don't know if he's that much of a sleeper. But you're talking about a true dual threat guy who's responsible for 31 touchdowns. He's got just 5 picks. They're undefeated. What he doesn't have and what he needs to get this weekend is a Heisman moment. And they've got Texas on the schedule in a huge rivalry game. And I think he could vault to the top with a Heisman moment.
This is a tougher question than I thought it was going to be. I start looking at it and looking at, okay, is a receiver that's really been unbelievable? And, there's guys out there. I said
Reese, didn't I? It's Reed. My bad. Go ahead.
Looking defensively, is there somebody just lighting up the nation with how many quarterback sacks he's got or how many tackles they've got? And there are guys that have done well, but nobody that really stood out. And then I just start, let's stop making it too difficult. Look at the quarterbacks. And when I did, and I recognized the player I'm bringing up might also be in the top 10, but I think the award's probably going to go to Mendoza or Sayin or Jeremiah Love. That being said, I chose Diego Pavia from Vanderbilt.
Great call.
This guy, without him, the Commodores are still just bad Vandy. Instead, he's been amazing. 26 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, almost 3,000 yards passing, add another 650 rushing, and 8 more touchdowns. He's a one-man wrecking crew in the toughest conference in college football, wins over ranked South Carolina, LSU, and Missouri, and in a loss to Texas, he had over 400 yards in offense with 4 touchdowns and no picks. So, yeah, Diego Pavia.
All right, guys. A guy who's just been overlooked as a Heisman candidate and a sleeper. I'm sticking with my preseason long shot bet, 41. Alabama wide receiver Ryan Williams. No, this is not a selfish call at all, guys. It's not because I put money on it in Vegas way back when.
Good to know.
I mean, I don't know how you can ignore 40 catches, 598 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And don't forget, also, he has 1 carry for 16 yards. Did you even watch that carry? It was 16 yards. Do not, Doug, I'm talking to you. I'm not looking at you, Gator. Doug, I'm looking at you. Do not forget, wide receiver Ryan Williams.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Florida State has just joined the recent trend in keeping their embattled coach, Mike Norvell. Can he turn it around at Florida State, or are they going to regret this decision?
No, I think it's the right decision. I mean, this is a guy that did take the team to 13-1 heights just a few years ago, and they had a chance to win a national championship right before the quarterback broke his leg or whatever it was that he did. It was really unfortunate. He's recruited very well there. They've got top 20 recruiting classes in each of the last several seasons, including they're on pace right now this year to have a top 20 recruiting class as well. I think he's going to be fine in that conference. I know people get all nervy the last couple of years. They've not been good years for them, but I think he's got a good foundation of young players that they're starting to play together.
What's really weird in college football is that suddenly money matters and wasting money matters, because we're talking about that equals players now. Florida State just invested $400 million in their facilities. They didn't want to burn another $50 million with a buyout of Mike Norvell. You can't waste money in this day and age, and budgets matter. And so, I think they won't regret this, because I think the alternative is worse. and taking not only do you have to pay this guy, you have to pay the new coach, and then you have to pay for his roster. It's like a triplicate of tax to fire your coach anymore. So you better have your ducks in a row financially. And given what they just invested into the program in terms of facilities, I think they'd be in worse shape if they moved on from him.
I just want to say Ryan Williams one more time. Okay. All right. Now to answer the question. Yeah, you know what? I think budget does matter, Doug, but I don't think it matters as much as it used to. But I do think that they did the right thing in keeping Norvell. You don't just fire someone to fire someone. You got to fire someone to hire the right guy. And if the right guy is not available, I don't think Norvell, he's actually shown flashes. And I think he does have a chance to turn it around. I think we're quick to fire and let go guys and just, bring out the pitchforks and all that stuff in today's age in sports. I think keeping Norvell for at least one more year, I think it's the right call. All right, interim head coach Terry Smith has won 2 games in a row at Penn State. Interim coach Tim Skipper is 3-4 at UCLA. Do either one of them have a shot at their respective jobs to become the full-time head coach?
I think Skipper does. The problem... I cannot in a million years imagine that Penn State fired James Franklin to hand it over to one of his longtime lieutenants in Terry Superfly Smith, especially after Franklin accepted the Penn State or the Virginia Tech job and negotiated his buyout down from $49 million to $9 million. So they have money. They got out of that a little bit. Pat Fitzgerald on the brand with Penn State, I think, is a scary combination. So I say Skipper's got a shot. Terry Smith does not.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Smith has absolutely no shot at Penn State. Skipper might at UCLA if they want to keep the band together and keep Birchie Neuheisel over there and the rest of the gang. Penn State's a big boy program, infertile recruiting ground, deep pockets. They're going to get their guy, but it ain't going to be Smith.
Yeah, I agree. Terry Smith, no shot. Tim Skipper, maybe. I mean, he did play and coach at Fresno State, so he's familiar with the state, at least, of California. But I'm not sure how serious UCLA is about their football program. I think if they're not that serious, they probably end up keeping Skipper. But if they're that serious, go find somebody. Like I suggested, like Mike McDaniel if he gets fired, or someone, a bigger name. Aren't they talking about playing in SoFi and all that stuff? And the student section is empty always. Seems like no one's at their game. So I think he has a shot, but let's see if they're serious or not. All right, call your shot. A shocker this weekend. Plenty of great matchups.
All right, I'm going to go with Mississippi State taking down Ole Miss. They are 7.5 dogs in the game. They're at home, and Lane Kiffin might be coaching his last game for Ole Miss. And you know what? The players are going to know. And the players know that going into it. They're not happy about that. I don't think they're going to be, let's win one for the coach that's leaving us. So I think it's going to have an effect. I think Mississippi State has a really good chance of knocking down Ole Miss.
That is a great call. This did happen when Lane Kiffin was flirting with Auburn back in 2022. The guys in the College Football Inquirer, who are Mississippi and Mississippi State guys, were saying the last time Lane did this, he took a heavy favorite into this game and lost to Mississippi State. So that could happen. People are going to expect me to say Michigan over Ohio State, so I will. I think Michigan is going to beat Ohio State. But I also like Georgia Tech over Georgia. Georgia Tech over Georgia. I like Kansas over number 13 Utah. But the number one I will take that I'm most sure of is Pitt over number 18 Miami. Freshman quarterback Mason Heinzel's coming off a great game against Georgia Tech. And they got a little freshman running back, Ja'Kurian Turner, who's like 5 feet 7 inches tall. He rushed for 200 yards against Georgia Tech last week. Pitt over Miami.
So my pick is not necessarily a shocker because you saw who my Heisman pick was, so I'm going to stay away from that kind of stuff moving forward. Ryan Williams, Doug. So I'm taking Washington over Oregon. They're only like a touchdown dog, but this is a big, huge rivalry game. They're at home. Someone in the top 12 is losing, though. You mentioned all those games you guys mentioned. Someone is going to get upset this weekend. That's how it works out. I love the craziness of college football. All right, LSU is trying to avoid paying Brian Kelly his full buyout because he says he was fired without a cause. They're saying they're firing him with cause. He said he wasn't formally let go. They're having a huge legal issue here. How do you see this thing shaking out?
Okay, this is a mess. You've got politicians involved. I don't think Brian Kelly, his whole plea that I can't get another job because I'm not, this hasn't been cleared up yet. I think that all that is billable hours. Those are his lawyers saying we need to build a case so you get your entire buyout. And that's what it's all about. And this is going to be a court battle for some time. That's how it's going to play out. I'm not really familiar with which way it's going to go. My guess is Kelly's going to get most of his buyout, but I don't think we're going to hear about this for a while. And I don't think Brian Kelly really cares that he can't get another job. I think this is all negotiating.
How does it end? In litigation. I'm not convinced that Kelly lands a gig this hunting season. I think he'll have to decide what's more important, fighting the language of the contract or coaching. And in the end, I think he's going to fight for the cash that LSU doesn't want to pay him. So I think he's going to sit out this coaching cycle.
So his buyout's $54 million. Allegedly, they've offered him $30 million, and he's turned it down. I think he should take the $30 million because if this legal battle is happening in the state of Louisiana, Brian Kelly is cooked. Sorry, buddy. Basically, the state of Louisiana fired you. All right, Gator, you're a guy. You're a guy. North Dakota State head coach Tim Polasek, 7-year extension. I want you to describe your reaction in one word that starts with the letter F.
Yeah, fiery. I was...
That's your guy. You wanted him as a sleeper
what I
pick,
said.
right?
No, I was
Michigan State.
Yeah, and for me, it was more because nobody had said this name. You know, we were looking to do a deep dive, try to find somebody who might be a candidate if Michigan State decides to move on from Jonathan Smith. And I went with Tim Polasek because he had Midwest roots. He's from Wisconsin. He coached 3 years at Iowa in the offensive line. Can Michigan State use some offensive line help? Yeah, having a head coach that knows how to work that part of it and did it at Iowa would work well. Oh, and by the way, went 14-2 last year in his first year at North Dakota State and a national championship. And he's followed that up this year. It's a little bit of a struggle. 12-0, and they're the number one team in the country in NCAA Division I. And he's only 46.
I want to give Gator a ton of credit. He went out and found the most Signetti guy he could find. And that guy just got locked up at the 1AA level. They're playing defense at the 1AA level because this guy is so good. You were early on this bandwagon, and now people might know his name. When you first said it, I'm sure everybody was like, who? But bravo to you for this call.
Oh, I'm bummed.
There you go.
There was no question.
It never even got oxygen.
No.
Aside from this show, not one person has said, Tim Polasek.
No, that's why my one letter or one word letter that starts with F was fool. You fool, Gator.
Fail. Fail
too, yeah.
All right, that concludes the college football blitz thingy. Let's get to some Lions talk straight ahead. Massive game tomorrow. What does it come down to? It's 97-1.
I know you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks are everywhere. So do you know if your furnace or boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. I know my house is ready because they came in the summertime, checked up on the AC. It was good, and they also did a check on the furnace, and they said, yep, good to go. I'm glad I'm good to go. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
we're sitting here talking about the Heisman Trophy, and it's so funny when you get into a debate about, what I think it's impossible to determine who the best player in the college game is. So I think the approach of here's the pool of a bunch of guys that are at the top of the food chain, and then which one has the most positive impact on a successful team. And that's where your guy Pavia is 100% a guy that should be getting strong consideration. And I like that call a lot.
And unfortunately, they're playing a big game against Tennessee this week, but that big game pales in comparison to some of the other big games going to be played this week. And his team already has 2 losses. It seems like it's almost a fait accompli that the voters look for somebody who's on a national championship caliber team and pick the best player on that team and do it. Okay, that's a way to do it, but you're going to miss out on some really talented players to kind of scrutinize over if that's the way you're going to go about selecting it.
I also want to clarify something. I said something in my building my case for Marcel Reed, the quarterback at Texas A&M, because we were talking about sleepers or guys that don't forget about this guy in terms of Heisman consideration. I said, he doesn't have his Heisman moment. He could get a huge Heisman moment. There's a lot of guys like that. You don't need to necessarily have a quote-unquote Heisman moment, but I feel like that helps you win. I can vote for a guy without a Heisman moment. There's ample examples of players that you don't have to have that moment. But if you're going to win it, it almost feels like a prerequisite anymore. It doesn't necessarily impact my ballot, but
I considered just to have the line. He has the greatest Heisman moment of the season and the highlight of the year. I was considering Omar Cooper, the receiver from Indiana, for that catch that he had.
Or Mendoza.
Against, the catch was the highlight against Penn State.
That drive
that game
for Mendoza was so good, and his receivers in that drive were so good.
But unfortunately for Cooper, the 740 yards receiving, a 13.5-yard average doesn't. I mean, he's got 10 touchdowns, and he is excellent, but it wasn't eye-popping enough. Like when you compare that to, say, Jeremiah Love and what he's done with Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. Or some of the other quarterbacks are putting up some ridiculous numbers.
I'm interested to see this Indiana team in a playoff situation because they're I think way better than last year's Indiana team.
I do. I agree with that. I think they're a better team than they were last year. And look, they got beat by a couple touchdowns against Notre Dame, but they were the only team in the first round that really showed a pulse in any of those games. And they still got maligned for it. I'm like, why are you, dumping all over Indiana because they lost to Notre Dame.
At Notre Dame.
Right. One of the better teams in the country.
In a decently competitive game, comparatively speaking.
Well, same state, but yes. It is at Notre Dame, literally.
What do you mean?
It's the state of Indiana, but yeah.
Right. I'm saying they won on the road, or they played tough on the road. The Elijah Surratt is a legit big talented receiver. Roman Hemby got on the map at Maryland, and now you put him on a good team, looks completely different. On defense, Aiden Fisher is something special.
What are you getting ready for the Big Ten championship game? You're already counting those chickens, huh? Doug's counting chickens.
I'm not counting. I'm counting nothing.
Chickens.
I'm counting nothing. I
actually doing the research on Indiana.
I like this Indiana team better than I like last year's Indiana team, but I don't know if that's saying a whole lot. Probably most people do, but we do want to get to Michigan State and Maryland because I just on a surface level, I'm gonna make this comment. I feel like we use the term fending a lot in sports. Like the Pistons the other night basically dominated Indiana, the Pacers, most of that game. And then in the end, they kind of fended off the Pacers. Mm-hmm. It was a classic fending. Here's a team getting hot. The crowd's behind him. Pistons need to come up with a big bucket or a big stop, and they found a way. Indiana amazingly came from 20 down or whatever it was and had a shot to tie the game. It was a fending. I feel like Jonathan Smith has done enough to fend. I think that any performance in which a team, after UCLA, if they had another UCLA-type performance, I think he might have been gone in the moment. Now, maybe it just gets him to the finish line and he gets fired after the season. But I think there's this recent trend going on. Fickell getting another year. Loxley, now Norvell. I think it could happen with Smith.
Well, it's funny you say if they played like they did against UCLA, he would have been gone. The following week, they played at Indiana and lost by the same score.
And yet,
because they actually were in that game for a half of football, and this is the story of Michigan State football in 2025. The effort was there for the most part until you get to the later parts of the game. Like they played teams during this. I can't believe it's an 8-game losing streak at this time, but during this losing streak, they played teams tough. Like they played USC tough. They had it down to a single score late in the game. They lost to Nebraska by 11 points. UCLA was terrible. That was a bad game. Indiana, they played Indiana tough. They played Michigan tough. They should have beaten Minnesota, losing overtime. They played Penn State tough for a half of football. They played Iowa tough. They should have won that game. They had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. All of it's not good enough. And because all that's not good enough, coupled with the fact that Jay Batt, the athletic director of Michigan State, has not come out and given the full support of the head football coach publicly. They haven't given him that vote of confidence like the other schools have. I got to think that he's not coming back, that Jonathan Smith is done at Michigan State, but that they can afford to wait until Monday to make that announcement or Sunday to make that announcement, because why bother at this point? You've already got everybody else looking for it. You know what you're going to do. You've already done your job. But I think it means something when they haven't given the vote of confidence.
Okay. I acquiesce to you.
Do you think that means anything?
I don't know. I think I feel like there's a lot of rumblings, and I'm not tied in there at all. Rico is. Rico thinks there's a chance he's coming back.
I think there's a chance he's coming back, but what about just the fact that everybody else has had their athletic director come out and say we're keeping him, and Michigan State hasn't done that.
I think they want to see them finish the season without another UCLA performance. That's the only reason I can think that it wouldn't have done it because they still would. If another one of those happens, I think the trapdoor gets pulled. I mean, I guess it's the last game of the year.
Yeah, and they
would have gotten pulled.
Technically, they are favored in this game at Ford Field.
Yeah. All right, we mentioned the Lions. We get to it, and then we went back to college football. My apologies. Lions are 7-4. Green Bay 7-3-1. Lions a small favorite here. I think it's 2.5 points. We asked people on Twitter who you got and why. Comments will be read on the air. We got a bunch of comments that we can get to. The vote, though. What do you think Lions Nation is? You've been around this week. What do you think the Lions? I want you to think about what you think the Lions, how much support they have from the local fan base. We'll tell you what that is and start talking Lions next on 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. We, of course, have Thanksgiving Day football tomorrow here in Detroit, but before that, we've got Red Wings, Pistons, and Michigan basketball all tonight. The Red Wings are at home to take on the Predators at 7 o'clock. Mark Ryan will host the pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. The Predators have lost 8 of 9 and 3 straight as they enter Detroit tonight. The Wings are trying to bounce back from a loss in New Jersey on Monday and trying to gift Chris Osgood a nice birthday present. The Pistons will try to make history as they're out in Boston. They'll have to take down the Celtics to win their 14th straight game, which has never happened in franchise history. Boston's won 4 of their last 5. The Pistons are favored by 2.5 points tonight. There are no major injuries on either side, besides, of course, Jason Tatum, who's out for the year for Boston with that torn Achilles. The Lions set to host the Packers for Thanksgiving tomorrow. They are currently favored by 2.5 points per FanDuel Sportsbook. Dan Campbell said yesterday Kirby Joseph very unlikely to play in tomorrow's game. And Michigan has $1 million on the line when they take on number 12 Gonzaga in the Players Era Championship tonight out in Las Vegas. That game tips at 9:30. The Wolverines won their first 2 games in the Players Era by a combined 70 points, especially after last night's 30-point drubbing of the Auburn Tigers. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Gator. Lions, Green Bay, Thanksgiving Day. We asked people on Twitter who you got, just straight up. Who's going to win this game, Green Bay or Detroit? We have dealt with I feel like a bit of a damaged fan base with a moral loss last Sunday. A win on the field, but what felt like a moral loss. And have taken calls from people. What percentage of Lions fans do you think win the game tomorrow?
I think I'm going to say Lions fans are chesty. 72%.
72%. Kang, do you think it's higher or lower? What percentage of Lions fans on our Twitter poll do you think beat Green Bay tomorrow? Gator says 72%. Oof. You say?
Oof. I think it's right there, Gator. I like that number. I am going to go with 73, so I would say higher.
Jerk.
The answer is 73.1%.
I get both showcases? I get both showcases.
No, you didn't. All you did was beat me.
I get the boat and the vacation.
No, you did not. All you did was beat me so that you can have the right to putt to see if you can win a car.
No,
that's all you got.
That was a showdown.
That was a showcase showdown. You get both showcases. Bravo to both of you. You both did a hell of a job. 73.1% say the Lions still beat Green Bay. 26.9% say they don't. I think they do beat Green Bay. And much of it has to do with Green Bay in that offensively, Jordan Love gets a lot of props for his efficiency, and I understand it, but he has not thrown for over 200 yards in 3 straight games. Now, maybe the Lions defense is exactly what he needs. If the Lions defense is going to play like it did on Sunday, he's going to have a field day. Now, there's a difference between being a bad defense and having a bad performance. I don't think the Lions defense is great, but that struck me that performance against the Giants on Sunday, I put in the category of just a bad performance. I don't think by definition the Lions are a bad defense. You could have fooled a lot of people by saying, just watch this game and only this game and tell me what you think of this defense. You'd think it was a bad defense. There's a lot of evidence that they're not that bad. So what do you make of the Lions defense? And what do you expect from them tomorrow, more importantly?
I expect a much better defensive effort. I think this could mirror a lot in terms of the comeback. I don't know if it's going to be the same result, but from week 1 to week 2. Week 1, the offense looked terrible. Mm-hmm. The offensive line looked terrible. It was like a sieve. Here comes the rush. Goff under constant duress. He was sacked 4 times, but under constant duress, had to keep dumping the ball off. And afterwards they said, well, we just had a bunch of missed assignments. We got to get back. We got to clean up a lot of stuff. And then next week they cleaned up a lot of stuff, had over 500 yards in offense and 52 points. I think in a lot of ways the defensive effort against the Giants is going to mirror that same thing. They give them over 500 yards in offense to the Giants. I mean, we saw what happened. There were some weird arm punt throws from Jameis Winston that happened to land in the arms of receivers.
100%. Those were classic arm punts.
Yeah. They threw a couple of crazy trick plays that worked. Good for them for having it work. But we also saw receivers that were like wide open, running backs that were open in the flat and nobody within 10 yards. I think that happens in large part because there are missed assignments. Missed assignments can be corrected. Like week 1 to week 2 at the offensive line, I think from week 12 to week 13, I think the defense will correct those mistakes and they'll look a lot better defensively. The question is, will it be enough to have a winning effort against the Packers? That's the big question. And I think they will win this game. I think it's going to be a tight game, probably in the 20s for both teams. Maybe it's a 24-17, something like that, or 24-20, something like that. But, the Lions know that they have to win this game. They feel pretty good about it. Green Bay may have played the best game of the season against the Lions, and they've been, this average to after that point. Mm-hmm. Lions played their worst game of the season, one of the worst, maybe the second worst game of the season in that game, but they learned so quickly from it. I just think that this is, they're a team that they're getting healthier defensively. We might find out today that they'll get a couple guys back that depend on injury reserve that are going to add to the depth of this team. I think it's pretty safe to say Kirby Joseph's not going to play, but they could get a lift if Terry Arnold comes back. Marcus Davenport comes back. It's going to help. I know people poo-poo Marcus Davenport because he's always hurt.
I know.
Well, but if he plays, it means he's not hurt. So you get the healthy Marcus Davenport, which will be good for tomorrow's game, and you'll take it. The other side of that, Green Bay with their injuries, they had 3 players that did not practice yesterday. Carl Brooks on the defensive line, Lucas Van Ness, another defensive lineman, and Savion Williams, the wide receiver. Everybody else was either a limited participant or full participant, and that includes Josh Jacobs.
This time of year, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah, so Josh Jacobs, Matthew Golden, Romeo Doubs, these are guys who were kind of questionable. Well, Doubs has now been a full participant in both practices. He's fine. Golden's been limited both practices, and so is Josh Jacobs, but they are practicing. And Jaden Reed might come back as well to help out the offensive the core with the wide receiver core there.
So, look, there's first of all, there's no question that getting Marcus Davenport back doesn't hurt, okay? And it's going to probably help Detroit more than people realize. One of the weird things that happened is that Josh Pascal went from a full participant on Monday to did not practice on Tuesday. Now, is that a maintenance thing? I don't know. You mentioned that the Giants threw the kitchen sink at Detroit, and they did. There was a great story that came out of that. Kang, you were telling me you saw or you read the Derek Barnes quotes?
No, I saw it. He had the post-media scrum with the reporters after, and one of the reporters asked him, hey, what happened on that Jameis Winston touchdown reception, right? And Derek Barnes basically said, I'm glad you asked.
For people who missed it, Jameis Winston, it was a double pass. It was a reverse, and Jameis Winston then rolled out and took off down the field, caught a pass, shed a tackle from Derek Barnes, and scored a touchdown. And Barnes was very enthusiastically wanted to address it.
Yeah, because it looked, from us watching, whether you're at the game or at home, it was a clowning moment. It was embarrassing that the play happened to this receiver who's never thrown a pass before, this little receiver, to a quarterback who's never caught a pass before, and then he stiff arms our linebacker and scores. Derek Barnes gave his side of the story and wanted to, and he said, listen, his assignment on that play was to rush the quarterback, all right, or rush the play. But once he saw Jameis leak out, something told him, this is his words, paraphrasing here, this was fishy. So he went after Jameis Winston. By then, obviously, he's already behind him. He lost track of the ball. Jameis catches the ball. And now for the more embarrassing part to some fans was getting stiff-armed by a quarterback and not being able to make the tackle. And he explains at that point, he's just trying to get him down. Jameis is more athletic and big than people realize. He is a big quarterback. He's like 6'5", right? He was able to break free, and then on the ground, he tried to, in his words, was alligator roll him. Whatever, you're grabbing anything at that point, get him to the ground. Wasn't able to do that, and it is what it is at that point. But that was one of the plays, and I think I texted you at that moment. I'm like, this is embarrassing. I cannot believe that play just happened, and those things can happen. And he just wants to say, he wasn't even supposed to be there. It's like, it's my day off. Why am I here? What am I doing there? And now I'm getting embarrassed.
Yeah.
Clerks.
Exactly. I even know that movie reference.
That's why I did.
Dante, right?
There you go.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
A lot happened that day.
A lot. It was one day.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a heck of a play, and it was still an embarrassing moment. But he went above and beyond just to be there in the first place. Was his point?
Yeah.
So look, the other question when Green Bay has the football is Josh Jacobs going to play, and you mentioned his status. It feels like they sat him out against Minnesota so they could play him against Detroit. Feels like that. One factor that I wonder about is Green Bay was efficient and dominated the Minnesota game. Their defense played 44 snaps on Sunday.
That's not much.
No. I have to look up what the Lions did, but I suspect that the Lions defense played a hell of a lot more snaps than that in a game that went to overtime, in a game in which the Giants actually dominated time of possession. You know, on a short turnaround week, you know, you are talking about having to recover as much as anything.
Yeah, they threw the ball 37 times and they had 39 rushing plays as well. So you're talking about 76 plays.
Okay, so the Lions defense played almost twice as many plays as Green Bay's defense. On a quick turnaround week, I think that favors Green Bay's defense. Now, your offense has played a lot too, but I would think that you'd prefer to be the team that had 44 defensive snaps as opposed to one that had 76, right?
Yes.
I'm not reshaping football analysis here. It's just an important point to point out.
I think the one stat that's it's really polarizing with these two teams is third down efficiency. Mm-hmm. Lions are 25th in the NFL in third down efficiency as an offense. As an offense, the Packers are number one in the league in third down efficiency. Nearly half of their third downs they convert for first downs. That's stunning.
We have ample evidence, a lot more evidence that the Lions are bad on third down than they are good on third down. I don't believe that they've necessarily turned a corner just because they were better in the last game. Like I say, the Lions were 5 of 12, which wasn't elite, but it was.
I think the crazy thing with the Packers, though, with that third down thing,
yeah,
wouldn't you expect that to be an offensive juggernaut of a team?
You would. There's a lot of
things
like Jordan Love. And again, I think things get overinflated, or people have a belief about somebody, and then I want to look this up. He hasn't thrown a ton of picks this year.
No, I think it's 3 or 4.
Yeah, he's thrown 3 interceptions, but it feels like there's this reputation that he throws a lot of interceptions. But anyway.
He hasn't thrown for 200 yards in 3 straight games.
Well, that is something. And 3 straight games is you start to wonder what's going on there.
And the Packers averaged 24 points a game, despite converting 50% of their third down.
Seems weird. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. Why or why not did the Lions win this football game? Thanksgiving, Lions and Packers. Want your 2 cents here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, they are the specialists when it comes to auto and truck accidents. If you've been in an accident, who do you want to call? You want to call the people that specialize on this very type of law. Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They also choose to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do that on purpose. It means they have more time for your case, a formula that leads to faster and larger settlements. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Michigan, Ohio State talked to open the show. We've shifted to some Lions, but we'll take any of your open line calls. We also talked a little bit about the Spartans and their situation with an embattled coach going into the season finale at Ford Field against the Maryland Terrapins. Malik Washington, that trio of dangerous receivers, and the Terrapins. Let's go to Robert. You're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Robert?
Good afternoon, guys. Love the show. Just wanted to say, I think last weekend was a classic sort of trap game for the Lions, coming off an emotional, big-time game against Philly, looking ahead to the Thanksgiving game. Because the defense, I don't remember seeing a game this year where the defense just looked out of sync, blown assignments, and that kind of thing. And I also think on the offense, they were out of sync as well. They just didn't look mentally into it as much as they should have taken for granted that the Giants aren't a very good team. But
I don't love it, Robert, to be honest with you. But I don't know that you're wrong. It's
right.
possible. What'd you say? You're always right.
I'm just.
Robert, you should call more often. We can use somebody that's always right. You might be, and I think we'll find out a little bit. Like all the buildup for the Philly game, and then the massive letdown, and then you got a 2-win team coming up. There's no way you can have the same intensity. They talk about, I asked Jared about it. Hey, this is a big game. I know you want to say they're all big. And he's like, yeah, they are all big. He didn't shy away from that because you try very hard to be a consistent performer. But if they come out and roll Green Bay tomorrow, I think that we could say the Giants game was close because it was the one that was sandwiched in between two massive games.
Yeah, and I also think it was either Monday or Tuesday's Dan Campbell press conference, but he sort of, and I forget the exact word to use, but he kind of talked about, he mentioned energy, and he mentioned, I think, attention to detail. And those are kind of code words for that kind of lack of focus, lack of urgency, which is surprising under a Campbell, era. But I do think they kind of just thought, hey, we're at home. Giants aren't very good. If we play a B game, we'll, get a win, but it's really difficult, and the best teams, I think even the best teams struggle with it. But look, it might be something more, far more concerning than that. I hope our best case scenario, Robert, is what you brought up. Best case scenario is a classic letdown, classic trap game that they managed to survive and win.
Right.
Yeah, they did lose the Philly game and didn't look great doing it. Now, home field, massive, massive game. This is, it'd be a really good time to look like your old selves. A really good time. And it's amazing what a difference a week can make. We do this all season long. It's a roller coaster. It's an absolute roller coaster. Try and be steady, but it's not easy. 248-539-9797. Tom, you're next. Hi, Tom.
Hi, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good, thank you.
Glad to be here. Yep. Big thing or quick thing on the Lions game coming up on Thanksgiving. A few things. I like to compare it to the Michigan-Ohio State game coming up. It's a huge rivalry, and even though Michigan is a considerable underdog, I believe, I think they're going to step up their game a little bit more, which I think the Lions are going to do the same thing. The mental part of the game is incredible influencer in how games come out. And I think these guys can pump themselves up. They owe each other because of the loss on game one of the season opener. They owe it because they really need this win to keep going in the season. Don't you think?
Well, this is a huge win to get back on track as far as looking like a real contender in the NFC. Last week when they were 6-4, we talked about what they needed to do down the stretch in the final 7 games. And the consensus was kind of 5-2, getting to 11 wins should get them into the postseason. And if they go in, even if they have to play a first-round game, and even if they have to play on the road, that as long as they're healthy, we'll take our chances. But at the end of the day, Tom, to get to 5-2 the rest of the way, you got to lose some games. And this is one of the more losable games on the schedule. I think they're going to win it. Let me be clear. But it's definitely one of the more losable games on the schedule.
I actually picked them to go 6-1 on the remaining 7.
So what's the one in your mind? Do you remember?
LA.
LA, yeah.
LA.
Yep.
I just don't see us winning that game.
I got to tell you,
Unless
I
they
think
come out with the,
as far as
when they come out
environments,
with the offense that we're familiar with and they've been beating some butts with, then yeah, they got a good shot against LA, but I just don't see it happening right now.
LA as a football team is tough to play. As far as road trips to make, might be the easiest in the NFL for this team. We know this fan base travels.
Yeah, in terms of a fan base, every opposing fan base has a presence in LA.
Indoors. I mean, if you look at bad possible playoff matchups, where would you rather play? At Philly or at LA?
I'd rather play at LA. Yeah. Does that make the Rams even tougher?
You mean in terms
recognizing
of
how good they actually are?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I mean, because home games aren't necessarily home games for them. And they're certainly not traditional home games.
Feedback coming in, 248-539-9797. We take your text. Regarding Michigan, Ohio State, everything seems to be breaking Michigan's way between the OSU wide receiver injuries and the weather. That alone should make this a toss-up. That's from Rob. Here's an interesting one. In the modern landscape of college football, rivalries like this one are pretty much dead. The heat between the players is gone because they're all selfishly playing for a paycheck. They're not hateful of the other team like they used to be. They're playing for the name on the back of the jersey, not the name on the front. I can't speak for how they feel down at Ohio State 100% as an observer of the program. I don't think last year's team didn't hate Michigan. I think they hated Michigan. A. B, I can sort of speak to Michigan. I would never say that there's any indication that one person in that building is approaching this any less intensely than they have in the past.
I think it might be safe to say last year Ohio State was an overconfident bully in the situation. And Michigan had all types of confidence. They just didn't exude it in the press conferences or anything like that. But they came out and they clocked them right in the face and kept doing it.
Regarding the Lions from Twitter, Amato writes in, Green Bay wins by 7. This offensive line has been bad the last 2 weeks, and Green Bay has some dude named Parsons on the other side of the ball. I think Love will make enough bad decisions to keep us in it, but unless the line really pulls together, Goff and the Lions are going to have a long day. So the Micah Parsons effect. Do you know how many snaps Micah Parsons played in the first game against the Lions?
It wasn't many. It was like 12 or something.
He played 30 of 67. He played less than
30 of 67.
He played less than 50%. Last week against Minnesota, he played all but 4 snaps. Micah Parsons, we got Micah Parsons light in week 1. Now, I think in week 1, a big part of what happened at the line of scrimmage was because the Lions' offensive line was a mess. I think first start for some guys, noise, terrible communication. They did some things up front that you knew they didn't get physically beaten. They had offensive linemen running 2 different plays. Like it was just a disaster in week 1. Micah will be facing a better offensive line performance tomorrow. But yeah, Micah could be a problem because he showed up against the Lions and he just got there 30 minutes earlier. So not literally, but yeah, Micah could be we're not reshaping football analysis. Micah Parsons is a problem.
No, he's the guy you game plan against, and there's reason for it. He is it's not unstoppable, but he doesn't stop necessarily. You know, I mean, the effort's always there. It's going to be up to Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker to make sure that Rashawn Gary and Micah Parsons stay off of Jared Goff. That'd be nice if he can stay off of Goff. But Parsons has 10 sacks on the season. He's been active the last couple weeks. He had a sack and a half against the Giants. He had 2 sacks last week against Minnesota. He's very active, and this is the game and this is the reason why the Packers went out and got him, to beat the Lions so they can win the division and do something in the playoffs.
Okay, we'll get back to analyzing the game a little bit later on. There was some Lions news yesterday that I think fans will find very interesting. I just wonder how it makes you feel. We will get to that today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. It's the Carson Anderson radio program, 248-539-9797. We got a Thanksgiving Day edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up in the noon hour here on 97.1. Always a popular thing. Scott, there was an announcement yesterday that Lions season ticket prices are expected to remain the same price. So apparently the ticket prices will not be raised next year, according to multiple media reports. You know, it's when ticket prices go up, people get pissed. Ticket prices never go down, almost ever. When they stay the same, I'm not sure it's news. It feels like it's news, but it's not bad news. But I don't know. If you're a Lions season ticket holder, I don't know. Do you celebrate this? Hey, ticket prices aren't going up. Is the only thing you'd celebrate is if ticket prices go down?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think you're happy that they didn't go up, because didn't they go up this year?
Yes.
So that's the thing. If they go up 1 year and they remain flat, I think you're like, all right, thank you. But you know what's going to happen. The prices only go up. They don't go down. They'll only go up at some point.
The only organization I ever remember significantly lowering ticket prices was like 90s Pistons. The Billy Owens Pistons.
Oh, boy.
I feel like they lowered ticket prices, and that suddenly became an incredibly young crowd.
Yeah, and it's 30 years ago.
I know. But that's what I'm saying. They almost never come down. So I don't know that people are going to celebrate, because my guess is most fans, great, my super expensive tickets are still going to be merely super expensive next year. Nobody's making anybody buy them. Got it. But, I think this isn't terrible news. Because when ticket prices go up, people obviously are pissed.
Yeah.
So you were your family was a long time season ticket holder.
I wouldn't say long time. We had them for a handful of years.
Okay.
In the early 80s. Yeah.
And what made you guys get out?
My dad had gotten the tickets for his business. He was using that to take clients out to. It was like a business perk type thing. He had his own business. So that's why he did that. And I think as we got older, and we're busier, my brother and I, with other things and going on, I think you realize, okay, well, we don't need to go to the Lions games anymore. If we want to go, we'll just buy a ticket to certain games.
Yeah.
So it just kind of ran its course after a few years. Little did we know that I was going to end up going into this line of work and be going all the time. But it was a thrill as a kid, when you're in your just entering, I think I was 10 years old when we had the first year we had tickets. So like from 10 to 15, we've got season tickets. That's perfect time. I mean, that I absolutely became a Lions fan during that time. And the Billy Sims era was awesome to watch. And we had two different, the first couple of years we had season tickets that were kind of on the goal line-ish, but they were in the lower level. They were pretty good seats for there, but we wanted to be closer to midfield. So then the last couple of years we got them, which is the fun part as a kid, when you got to go to the stadium to pick out your season tickets. So they opened up to the Silverdome at the time, and all the available season tickets had like red flags on the seats. So my dad's like, all right, go take a look and see what you like, and we all start running around, whatever. And we ended up settling on seats were at like the 40-yard line, but the second row from the top of the Silverdome. If you remember how steep that walk was up there, it's a little frightening. But as a little kid, you're like, yeah, I'm climbing, woo! And then you get there on game day, and there's 80,000 people in the Silverdome, and you got to climb. I'm like, ah.
Yeah.
But picking those seats out was a lot of fun. It was a great memory.
Kang, what do you make of this news?
So obviously, it's always good that they don't go up. These are like first world good sports team problems, right?
Yep.
We have a really good football team. Prices are expensive. My only concern is, because eventually they will go up again at some point, is the young fan and the family. Like you were just describing how you were 10 years old, and that was awesome. I only go to about 1 or 2 Lions games a year. I haven't been to one this year. Last year I went, and I felt like I didn't see a ton of kids, and I don't know how that works for teams trying to develop that young fan base to continue growing and being a fan their whole lives, because as a family, how many tickets can you afford?
Sure.
It's different between if us three are like, hey, we're buddies, let's all get, a ticket and, a section of 3 or whatever, row 3, we can all pay for ourselves. But when you want to start bringing one of your kids, two of your kids, whatever. I mean, that adds up, man. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that have to figure out who can go, who can't go.
You know, it's funny because I think every year we collectively as a family, like, what are we going to do for Thanksgiving? And every year a Lions game gets proposed. And every year and then look, we're trying to get tickets on the secondary market. So, but every year we go, that's a lot of money. And just decide not to. Think about all the things we can do with the money instead of going to the Lions game and just sit at home and watch it, which we're almost always happy. We have done the Thanksgiving Day game in the past. Had a great time. Like, it's awesome.
Yeah.
But it is an expensive day.
It becomes a really expensive day. I was actually thinking about this the other day, how things were way different back then because, okay, tickets were, you know, for the time in like 1983, if you're paying $20 for a ticket, that's like, oh, I had to shell out $100 for tickets. I'm like, that's for 4 tickets. You're shelling out $250 for a single ticket here in Detroit in some cases.
Did your math there?
Yeah, well, I know it was 80 for 4, but I'm saying at the time it would be like $20 a ticket after fees and everything else. You're probably looking at $100 to take the family out to the game.
Gotcha.
So, yeah,
just want to make sure
my math worked. Yeah.
Okay, good.
But it's amazing that, you know, for a family of 4 back in 1983, that's the cost of a single ticket.
Mm-hmm.
If you're lucky, on the secondary market when the team is good. Now, the team had some good years back then, too.
The amazing thing is we went through years and years and years of disappointments, and people still went. This is such a football town. And I know that became a point of contention that, you know, those people stopped going. Things are never going to get better. And I'm like, yeah, except the league makes so much money on everything else that ticket sales are just a percentage of their income. They'll probably be fine without. Of course, they want to sell out. But now I always feel bad for the loyal fan that was there forever and had this commodity. You owned this commodity of a Lion ticket. And part of the reason you owned it is because you could afford it. Obviously, you could afford it, and then the team gets good, and the commodity price goes up, and now you've put in all these lean years. If you get priced out, it sucks. I'm sure that there's not, like, what we're talking about, again, and the breaking news is that over the last 24 hours, it's announced that Lions ticket prices for next year are going to stay flat. But there's probably a portion of our audience that we're talking about that went through a lot of crappy years and now can't afford to go.
Yeah.
That sucks.
That does suck.
It's almost like it's too bad there's not some sort of grandfathered in. If you've been doing it for 10 years at this price, your ticket price won't go up as much.
It's just like anything else.
But that's like an altruistic world.
Yeah, it's inflation. Everything's more. You know, your house costs more. Your car costs more. The tickets for games cost more.
It feels like sports teams should be a little bit different than every other business. And I'll get to that in a second why. But when I ask every person about whatever they do for a living, and you ask them, would you, if you could make more money and charge more for your services and make more money, would you? And everyone says yes. And that's kind of what's happening here with sports, right?
100%.
It's a business that can charge more and still sell out. And it's just like whatever you do for a living. The one difference is in sports, it feels like there should be some sort of concession made to fans because the fans are emotional owners of the team. Emotional ownership is not a real thing, but it's true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
we don't emotionally own. We have no rights as an owner, but without the fans, there's nothing. And maybe sports teams shouldn't always be operating to squeeze every penny out of their fan base.
Oh, there's also no socialism in sports either.
No, there's not. But squeeze every penny out of the TV networks. Squeeze every penny out of your advertisers. But don't squeeze every penny out of your fans. Now, then teams will see the fans that buy the tickets go, all right, I've saved money on my ticket because it's undervalued. I can turn around and sell this, and I can make the money. And the teams are like, well, wait a second. We can make that money. We're giving away money to our fans who are selling our tickets. But, hey, at least the prices aren't going up. We'll get back to what's going to happen on the field. Other stuff going on, of course, including a big Piston game tonight at Boston. It's NBA Cup game, Scott. I don't know if you know this NBA Cup.
I did not know that. Now it's a big game.
Yep.
Now it's a big game. Before
And
it was just Boston. But
talk about a big game. Tonight's the Zamboni Gravy Boat game at LCA. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, Metro Detroit, looking for a great deal on a brand new Chevy? Well, you've got to check out what's happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. For a limited time, you can drive home in a brand new Chevy Blazer or Chevy Equinox for only $269 a month. That's right, two of Chevy's most popular SUVs, loaded with style, comfort, and performance, all for only $269 a month. And if you've been dreaming about a truck that can handle anything Michigan throws your way, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has you covered with the Chevy Silverado 4x4, just $189 a month. Tough, dependable, and ready to roll wherever the road takes you. Plus, the team at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield makes it easy. Friendly people, fast financing, and deals that really move. So don't wait. Head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield right off of Telegraph Road or visit sarahchevrolet.com today. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they will make a deal. Together, let's drive.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Dave's in Livonia, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good, Dave. How are you?
Good, good. I think that people, as far as you start talking about price of the tickets, they can live with the cost of the ticket. Last year for Thanksgiving, it's my wife's birthday, so we got 7 tickets. I went through Ticketmaster. The ticket was $300+ for the ticket, but the part that was the kick in the pants was per ticket I paid $149 for that Ticketmaster fee. Now multiply that times 7 tickets.
Yeah. So here's the deal, Dave. I look at that as just false advertising. If out of pocket, you're paying, you said $149 fees. So out of pocket, you're paying $449 per ticket. There's no way that ticket price should be listed at $300. That ticket is cost. You don't care where the money's going to. When you buy a ticket from an organization, the organization doesn't say, well, 6% of this goes into the owner's pocket and 4% goes to the infrastructure we set up to the ticket sales department, and the rest goes to player salary. Like they don't break down what your costs are going to. If a cost is listed at $300, but it's costing me $449, as far as I'm concerned, that ticket's a $449 ticket, and you false advertised.
Yeah,
I can't stand it.
I'd rather them just put the full cost of the ticket, including fees, and just, if you decide you want it, then you want it.
Yep.
But to sneak that in there, I don't know if it's sneaking.
It's not really sneaking because they do let you know. You know what you're clicking on, but
you're just astounded at what you're clicking on.
Yes.
That's what it is.
When you get there, you're like, wait a sec, this isn't what I was expecting. So
very frustrating.
I get it. Well, hey, and I don't think the Lions, like when you do that, when you buy your tickets from the organization itself, everything's rolled in. It's the secondary market where you see the fees. As far as I know, I've never bought tickets from an organization where I'm in like $20 a ticket. Oh, cool. And then I get it and it's $30 a ticket. It was always.
It's such a racket.
It's
so aggravating.
So I know there's some secondary sites that include all that, and good for them. I don't know what they are, but every time we bring this up, people will say.
Let's know the formula of how they come up with the fees in the first place. The Ticketmaster fee.
Yeah.
Seems like crazy.
All right, Pistons back in action tonight in Boston. And this is another NBA Cup, and of course, Boston isn't the same without Jason Tatum, and that's going to be a factor for quite some time. Pistons have already defeated the Celtics this year. With Tatum out, does this still feel like a big game? I mean, Boston's a .500 basketball team right now. Is this a big game?
It's always a big game against Boston, Doug.
Yeah.
But you did mention it's a NBA Cup game. That's really what makes it a big game. Is this game 3 for the NBA Cup for the Pistons?
It is.
Let's go.
It is.
Keep winning. Keep running up the totals. And that's, you know what? That's the other thing. You got to run up the score in the NBA Cup because it matters.
It can.
It matters. Run it up. Embarrass the Celtics if you can.
I'm not sure that this game matters for winning Group B because they have to play Orlando in their last game. I'm really breaking this down, and they would beat Orlando, which would, I assume, give them the tiebreaker over Orlando. They're both undefeated.
Nobody wants to back into a situation, Doug. Yeah, King, am I right or am I right? You go out there and you win this game and win it by a lot.
Dude, they're trying to pull off the soccer tournament thing I told you about. I feel like that's what they're trying to do here. And goal differential matters, right? So it does in this NBA Cup. And who would have thought that the Pistons might actually hoist the cup before the Red Wings more recently, you know? Wow. So I'm hoping they can both do it this year. But right now, the NBA Cup is currently going on, so we got to root for the Pistons.
How do you characterize your feelings towards a Boston game, given how hurt they are?
So I always hate Boston, and I don't care if Jason Tatum's out, because Jaylen Brown's the one who said that, the Pistons are the team that we kind of just, let Peyton Pritchard get his and let the bench guys score theirs. I'll never forget that. I mean, the way he talked about us as that we didn't even belong in the league.
So blanking dismissive.
Yep. Disrespect, my friend.
Total disrespect.
Yeah, you're right about that. Way to hang on to that, Ken. Good job. I'm glad you brought that up again. I mean, they're 15-2. The Pistons are 15-2. Do you remember they lost the opener and we took a call? Guys, I'm really worried about this Piston team. They're just not the same. And I brought up the fact that data shows when teams take a jump as significant as the Pistons do from one year to the next, more often than not, they come back a little bit. And I mean, it's still early. I suppose all of that is possible. But the most amazing thing about the 15-2 is that they've done the 15-2 without all their dogs healthy. Like, they have had as many significant injuries as others. And so we can talk about Indiana, and we can talk about Boston and who they're not playing with. We could have included Detroit and who they're not playing with for much of this win streak. It has been remarkable. I mean, this team is acting like the best team in the NBA. And we did this with the Tigers. Nobody thought the Tigers were the best team in the American League going into the season. Then they spent a bunch of the season acting like the best team in the American League. Now the Pistons are doing the same thing. I don't think you'd find very many fans, even here in Detroit, that said the Pistons are absolutely the best team in the East, but they're acting like it.
Well, they're playing like it for sure. And I don't care that other teams are playing without some of their best players they've had. Doesn't matter, because so have the Pistons.
Yep.
They've had to do that for, the better part of the last couple of years with injuries they've dealt with. So it doesn't matter. What matters is how are they playing. They're playing really, really well as a team. Each night, that Cade's going to give you a ton. He's going to score his 24, 25 points, whatever it is. He's going to dish out 10 assists, and then it's up to somebody, the cast of characters, to emerge who else is going to do it. Jalen Duren has been remarkably consistent, throwing up 20 and 10 a night, and you're getting contributions from everybody else on that team. And now you've got Jaden Ivey back, which is really exciting because he's a guy that can just knife through a defense and take it to the rack. He's fearless. He's knocking down shots from beyond the arc. He did that all last year, and he started off pretty well this year as well. So I like where this team is at. They've got an identity. They are tough. They don't care about the three as much as the rest of the league does. They want to get their points, and they know the best way to do it. Let's feed it inside and take the high percentage shot. Yep.
Cade Cunningham leads the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. He averages 10.5 points per fourth quarter, which is pretty amazing. And, as much as, your eyeball test tells you he's been a clutch player this year, that stat confirms it. Clutch player. Best scorer in the fourth quarter in the NBA so far this year.
When you have a guy like that, you can lean on to help fend off teams because everyone makes a run in the NBA, right? Yeah, see, that's what you do. In the fourth quarter, the other team's going to make a run. Whether you're up by 15, 20, whatever it is, it just happens. You need that clutch bucket. They go to Cade, and it's so good to have that reliable guy that can get to the line or get to the to the bucket and fend off that one more win. Because now it's gotten to the point where you're just like they're going to win, but like how? All right, is it going to be a blowout? Like I said, fend them off at the end, whatever it is. But I expect wins from this team. That's how good they are.
And from a team that we were concerned about, okay, what do they do? There's 3-point shooting could be a problem with this team. Okay, they may not launch as many as other teams, but they can knock them down. They've got multiple guys that can knock down the 3-point shot. And now that they're healthy, you see Tobias Harris back knocking shots down. Duncan Robinson knocks him down at a very high percentage. Now that you get Jaden Ivey is back, and Cade knocks him down, and Isaiah Stewart knocks down the open 3-point shot too. You leave any of these guys open, they are going to knock it down. It's exciting basketball.
Third from the bottom in terms of 3-point field goal attempts, middle of the pack in terms of 3-point field goal percentage. So taking on Boston tonight. Meanwhile, Red Wings at home against Nashville. Did I see that Simon Edvinson's out again?
Yeah, no Edvinson, no JT Compher. They're both dealing with the flu, and Edvinson's missed the last couple of games, so that's unfortunate for him. They did bring up Gustafson to add to the defensive core if need be. So that's tough, though, because, Simon's your second most reliable defenseman you have behind Mo Seider.
Mm-hmm.
And he was part of that top pair.
As we start to get deeper into this season, how are you feeling about the goaltending?
I'm getting more and more concerned at the plan. I like the idea each of the last couple of years in the offseason going out and getting a veteran netminder that still has something left in the tank and that they can provide some stability back there. And it's been disappointing. I have not seen the results I was expecting to see from either of those guys. Sebastian Kosa is the hot netminder they have in the minors, and he's playing really well. So if this continues to be inconsistent with Talbot and Gibson, then maybe it's time to take a look at Sebastian Cossa and give him more than just a period and a half of hockey like he got last year in an emergency situation, never to be seen again. I'd like to see Seabass get some play.
Yeah, we
if it continues like this,
it feels like I remember we went through this with Jimmy Howard. It's like, when are they going to call up Jimmy Howard? When are they going to call up Jimmy Howard? And eventually, he obviously got the call up. But goalies just need that breakthrough moment to get to the league and stay. And it doesn't seem to ever happen as quickly as you want. All right, listen, coming up next hour, we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? This is a gravy forward edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We have got the Birchie Kid will join us to preview the Lions game. Dan Campbell does not meet with the media today, but Birchie at 1 o'clock. We were going to have him at 11, but we had to move it back to 1 o'clock, so we'll talk with him. Also, we got our picks coming up today at 1:38. Coming off a 5-1 week, Gator. Got back on track. Needed that. But we'll have those coming up today at 1:38, so lock in for that. It is Carson Anderson here on the day before Thanksgiving. Lions talk straight ahead here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Red Wings are set to take on the Predators tonight from Little Caesars Arena. 6:45 is when pregame coverage starts with Mark Ryan right here on 97.1. The puck drop at 7. Quick injury update for them. Simon Edvinsson will be out for tonight's game. JT Compher is a game-time decision. It sounds like both of those guys have the flu. The Pistons are in Boston, not only trying to win their 14th consecutive game, which has never happened in franchise history, but it's also an NBA Cup group play game. The Celtics have won 4 of their last 5. That game starts at 5 o'clock over on WWJ News Radio 950. Michigan with their 3rd game out in Las Vegas in the Players Era Championship. They can win $1 million if they beat number 12 Gonzaga tonight at 9:30. The Lions are, of course, going to host the Packers tomorrow for Thanksgiving. That's a 1 o'clock kick downtown Detroit, and the Lions are urging fans to arrive early to Ford Field. Gates open at 10:30. And yesterday, CFP Chair Hunter Yurachek was asked during a conference call how Michigan football's playoff chances would be affected by a potential win over Ohio State. Michigan was ranked 15th in this week's CFP rankings. They're currently the third team out of the playoff behind Utah and Vanderbilt. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We went through a little bit of a stretch earlier this year where Michigan and Michigan State were ranked 1 and 2 in college hockey. Michigan State was 1, Michigan was 2. Now Michigan's 1, Wisconsin's 2, Michigan State is 3, but they're clearly two of the best teams in college hockey. Will we get to a point where Michigan and Michigan State are ranked 1 and 2 in basketball? Because they both are just absolutely killing people right now.
Yeah, both programs look really, really good in basketball.
And ironically,
and really good in football and hockey. I mean,
ironically, there is a Big Ten team that is number 1. That's Purdue. But there are going to be some absolute lights out matchups at the top of the conference this year.
It's like Purdue always hovers around number 1, just disappoint.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of had some breakthrough moments for them, but did make it to a national championship game. But
still haven't won that one. I've been waiting for Purdue to win the national championship since I was a kid.
Yeah.
The Joe Barry Carroll days, way back when they had one of the best players in college basketball and then nothing. And they still haven't won a championship.
Can you name one other player from that Purdue team that went to the Final Four with Joe Barry Carroll?
Barnes.
But
1980.
80 Purdue basketball. You're hoping there's a Barnes, aren't you?
Yeah. Johnson.
Smith.
Capitelli.
Well, I bet there's not a Capitelli. Roosevelt Barnes.
You're welcome.
Was that a straight up guess?
It was 80% guess. It was part of me that said, is there a Barnes on that team?
There is.
You mean Derek Barnes? Is that what you're trying to say?
Was he related to Derek Barnes?
Purdue guys.
Yeah, they're both Purdue guys, yeah.
There's another Roosevelt that rolled through Purdue football. Remember Roosevelt Coleman?
Yes, I did. Yeah. I just thought about it 5 seconds ago.
Wonder if he's related to Roosevelt Barnes.
Hey, maybe.
Could be.
Yeah.
You know, that's how. Yeah. All right, so Lions. Huge game tomorrow. Absolutely huge. We've talked about it a little bit in the first couple hours of this show. But Scott, one of the things that was amazing in retrospect, in the first game, and we touched on this briefly yesterday, but you talk about big matchups, the Lions' most potent weapon on display last Sunday was Jahmyr Gibbs, who looked unstoppable. Green Bay stopped them. He had 19 touches for 50 yards. The Lions tried to showcase him in that first game against the Packers, and they completely handled him. They're not 10 catches for 30 yards or 31 yards.
31 yards. 19 rushing on like 9 rushes.
I think it's set a record for most receptions and the fewest yards. What Jahmyr Gibbs did in that game. And can Green Bay slow Jahmyr Gibbs tomorrow?
I think that's going to be what they're going to try to do. 100%. They should try to do that. It worked to perfection in the opener on the year. But I don't think they're going to have the same results that they did the first game. This is a better offensive line. They're playing as a better offensive line now than they did in week 1. In fact, week 1 was that hit yourself in the face with a bucket of ice cold water because you were horrible in the first week. Mm-hmm. They vastly improved since then. That being said, I still think Green Bay's focal point is a focus on defense is to stop Jahmyr Gibbs. So I don't think Jahmyr Gibbs is going to he's not going to have a 264-yard day. I can't imagine that's going to happen. But will he still be able to get yards? Will he be able to contribute close to 100 yards in offense? It's possible because he can break one at any time. That's why I wouldn't bet against him. So I think he can still get some yards, but this might be maybe this is more of a David Montgomery game. And if you have both running backs on the field at the same time, it just keys their defense to look over at 0. Watch out for them. Look, they threw it 10 times to him last time. They'll probably throw a bunch to him at least that would be in their mindset. And then the next thing you know, Monty's going up the middle for 5 or 6 yards.
I don't want to spend too many plays
guys.
using Jahmyr Gibbs as a decoy, but
I'm not saying he has to be a decoy. I mean, but I think that's.
I thought that's exactly what you just said.
No, but I think that's going to be too much of that. I think he's going to get his yards, and then but it's not going to be the 200 yards. I think they can split things up where Montgomery gets yards too.
Montgomery is an exceptionally good running back who, in recent weeks, it feels like he's been more of a number 2, and because for a while there felt like 1 and 1A. He's certainly capable. And Gibbs is so damn explosive. Green Bay is pretty good at keeping inside and in front. They don't give up a lot of explosive plays, and Gibbs is an explosive play waiting to happen. Lions also have to break this pattern. They haven't won back-to-back games since week 4 and week 5 when they beat Cleveland and Cincinnati. It's been win-loss, 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 and now another win. Got to break this pattern for whatever reason. It's been what's been going on. At least they haven't had a losing streak. Feels like it's time. I'm usually pretty optimistic and trying to figure out how things can work out. This is such an important game. And given that Chicago plays at Philadelphia on Friday, and that's a tough game for them. And Philly, Chicago's in the honeymoon stage of Ben Johnson and the honeymoon. Like, Chicago's flying close to the sun every week and winning more often than not. That is considered an applaudable trait. When you're new, you're just on the stage, you're winning games, you're finding ways to win in these close battles, even though some of them have similar ugly traits to the Lions games, right? I mean, same thing. They were down 2 scores against the Giants. They came back and win. Bravo. Yeah. Lions do it. Expectations have changed, and people are treating that game Sunday like it was a loss. It's all the context of where you are. Chicago, what they have done is impressive. The Lions don't get credit for finding ways to win the way Chicago gets credit for finding ways to win.
No, they did when they went 9-8.
Yeah.
So that's where the Bears are at this point. Right? Yeah, but I also think this is a huge game for the Bears. This is a prove-it game, a yardstick game. Philadelphia is no joke. And the last time they had a game like that, it was against Detroit, and they failed miserably. But it was only the week 2 of the season for them. Mm-hmm. They're playing better. They're still not this well-oiled machine. They have plays you're like, there you go. That's how it's supposed to be. Caleb Williams is an escape artist. He's absolutely Houdini back there, getting himself out of trouble and buying himself extra time. What he hasn't done as much of after he does that is come up with the big play. The big play was simply not taking the 8-yard loss or the 10-yard loss, which is big enough, but he's going to start converting those where he gets free from that pass rush. The next thing you know, he hits one of his receivers for a 35, 45-yard gain.
I don't know if this is a factor. It's something to look out for. Green Bay scored 7 first-quarter points in their last 4 games. Seems like they've been getting off to slow starts. Can you take advantage of that and get a lead early? Because you don't want to be trailing, and you don't want to be in down and distances where the Packers pass rush gets to pin their ears back. You want them to have to be in a position to respect the run, which is why you want to take a lead on this team early.
I think we'll see one of these games where, I should say, do you think we'll see one of these games where it's the first half, late in the first half, Lions have the ball and it's only their 3rd possession? Will it be one of these slow, methodical ones, or is this going to be back and forth, 3 and outs, or is it going to be high scoring to get a bunch of...
That's a great question. The Lions have been so bad on 3rd down, which means it makes it harder to have long time-consuming drives. Green Bay, though, doesn't give up explosive plays, which means they're keeping it inside and in front, and you can move the chains. So I think there's properties of both being possible. I don't know. I don't know what to expect in that regard. Is this going to be a shootout, or is this going to be one of those games that's 20-17? And this is a just win. And by the way, if I'm doing the show Friday, and
you are,
if I'm doing the show Friday and this game is reflective of a struggle, should we be talking about the struggle, or should we be talking about, hey, they just won the game? Because it's the Packers. People don't respect the Giants, even though the Giants have done to a lot of people what they did to Detroit.
My first inclination would be compare it to the first game against the Packers and do some compare and contrasting there and see, was there improvement? Was it why was it so slow moving or whatever? But worry about that on Friday.
Here's what we want to do. We want to get your gut feeling going into this game. We got the Twitter poll out there. Do you think the Lions win? 74.2% of Detroiters say yes at this time. 25.8% say no. Do you think the Lions win this game? Why or why not?
And got some, this is startling news. Jahmyr Gibbs has been named the NFC Player of the Week. Stunning news. There it is. That just happened, people.
You had me for a second. I got to be honest. The look on your face, you sold that very well.
219 yards rushing, 45 yards receiving, and 3 touchdowns. He is, in fact, the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Congratulations, Jahmyr Gibbs.
248-539-9797. What's your gut telling you? Do they win this game? Why or why not? Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. You start a group build. You add your pick, then you pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. And when everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds so you can bet how much you want. Because football is better when it's played together. And to make it even better, you get a 50% profit boost to use on that build. I'm not a parlay guy. If you are, apparently this will be for you and your family. Grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. FanDuel, play your game. And my game is not parlays. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration or maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Kirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Michigan's best shot on Saturday is if the bus breaks down in Columbus and no mechanic is working for the holiday weekend. It's from an unnamed texter. Another unnamed texter. I was reading that Underwood is not playing. The article says he wants to Christmas shop and be with his family. It was on the Onion website. This is not good for Michigan. What's the biggest game this weekend? Lions-Packers, Michigan-OSU, or Group B play of the NBA Cup? That's from Scott.
NBA Cup.
You're never going to get bored of making fun of the NBA Cup.
It's such a dumb tournament. I mean, what? No. Love it.
Here's somebody that agrees with you. A key to winning tomorrow is more Montgomery on the field, and especially with the line not being as good recently, Montgomery is a better pass blocker than Gibbs.
Yeah, and having him there, it doesn't mean that Gibbs isn't on the field. Montgomery, if he's in there to block or if he's in there to run, it's still a potential win-win.
I want more Gibbs because I'm trying to win, Scott.
Here's one for you. Go with the hot hand.
Wow, was he good last week? It'd be fascinating to see how Green Bay, what happens against Green Bay this time. Because what Green Bay did in the opener was remarkable. Now, a lot of it had to do with the offensive line. It was a mess. But
did we take a call last Friday, somebody complaining about Gibbs getting the ball too much. They need to get Montgomery in there.
Yes.
260
The truth
6
is,
yards and 3 touchdowns later. Shut up.
And what you just said is absolutely true. I mean, I think Gibbs gets the first crack at it, but at the end of the day, if Montgomery's hot, sure.
Yeah.
Justin.
And like I said, it doesn't mean that Gibbs isn't even on the field because Gibbs is going to be on the field a ton, whether it's in the slot, wide out, or as the tailback.
I think if we took everybody's suggestions, the Lions would run about 120 plays a game.
Right.
Justin in Detroit. What's up, Justin?
Hey, Doug, Scott, how we doing, guys?
We're great.
Hey, so I called in because I'm first of all, a huge Lions fan, but Jahmyr Gibbs. Let me say it one more time. Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay? So my thoughts on this are we just need to feed him. My reason behind it is he's in with David Montgomery long enough that he can now see the field way better than what he was even last year before that. He can now break inside in the middle. When we think about the Eagles, when we think about the Ravens, we don't have the Ravens handing it off to Derrick Henry 30 times talking about, we need to get Justice Hill involved more. No, that is disrespectful to David Montgomery. I understand. But we have the best running back in the league, arguably. Let's embrace it. We love Monty. We're emotionally attached to Monty. I am too. I'm guilty of it. But listen, I say I'm not saying we cut him loose, but he can still be productive. He's any other team's number one option, but it's Jahmyr Gibbs. It's just Jahmyr Gibbs. Man, you say the same thing about Saquon and Derrick Henry. That's how I feel.
Justin, David Montgomery's led him in rushing in 4 of their 11 games this year. He gets his turn. And if he is a hot hand, I don't go away from him unless Gibbs is hotter. It's a great problem to have. We have first world football problems in the backfield in that anybody that wants Montgomery to get the ball more is fine. But you always say, not at the expense of Jahmyr Gibbs, who has the ability to have the kind of game he had, over 250 yards of total offense last week.
You can't argue with people that want David Montgomery. Because at the end of the day, when we traded Jamal Williams, 3 years ago at this point?
Yeah.
They let him go, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they let him go because David's deal wasn't enough for him, right? So you can't argue because when we got David Montgomery, everybody knew, at least I knew at the time, hey, we're getting a major upgrade over Jamal Williams. He can still be a number one. And I agree with you. If he's hot, man, let him pound it 20, 30 times.
Justin, thank you for the phone call.
I don't think Dave Montgomery's fallen off that much, honestly. I think the problem is the offensive line hasn't been as consistent as it was in the years past. Those games that Dave Montgomery led the team in rushing, Doug, I wonder if he was there to close out the game because you want the guy to get the 3 or 4 yards, keep working the clock. Clearly, Gibbs is the home run hitter. When you play Gibbs, there's always a chance he takes it to the house. When you play, you hand off plays to Montgomery, there's a lot less of a chance he's taking it to the house. And so he needs more consistent blocking every time he's out there because he's going to get you maybe 5, 6, maybe rip off that 12, 15-yard rush. Gibbs can get you that 59, 69-yard rush. And that's the difference, I think, with this year's offense. They need more home run hitting.
Yeah, and, I mean, Montgomery did have a 72-yard touchdown against Baltimore. And he's got over 500 yards on the season, and he's averaging 4.4 a carry. But I understand your point.
Yeah, I don't think he's. My point is, I don't think he's been bad or anything.
No, he hasn't at all. And it's just his role has shifted a little bit to help out the passing game by staying in to block, maybe more than anything else. And it's valuable.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times we talk on the show about if Goff just had an extra beat of time? Well, to get that, you need David Montgomery in there to stay in and pick up the blitzing linebacker or pick up the blitzing safety or to double team Micah Parsons or Rashawn Gary, whoever else is coming through. He's valuable. He's valuable as hell. And, oh, by the way, still productive when you hand him the rock. It's not like he's 3 yards a carry. It's 4.5 yards a carry.
248-539-9797. Eric on a cell, you're next. What's up, Eric?
Hey, I got a dilemma, guys.
You
Big
what?
Dilemma.
You got a dilemma.
A dilemma, okay. What is
A
it?
dilemma. Me and my daughter have been in the last 2 Thanksgiving Day parades. We started kind of a tradition. My dad passed away about 10 years ago. Since I was 14, I'm 55 now. We've never missed a Thanksgiving Day or Thanksgiving Lions game. My wife got me Lions tickets. What do I do?
I'm confused.
So me and my daughter, we started a tradition going to the Thanksgiving Day parade.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
My dad passed away about 10 years ago. My daughter's 8. She's really looking forward to going to the parade this year.
Okay.
My wife got me Lions tickets
Yep.
to go to the game on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad passed away about 10 years ago. Since I was 14, I'm 55 now. We've never missed a Thanksgiving Day game.
So why would you miss the game? What's causing you to miss the game?
Yeah,
you got
go
the
to the
tickets.
game.
Go to the game. What's the problem?
I promised my daughter we can go to the parade.
Why can't you do both?
You can do both. The parade will be
Parade's
over.
before.
I got to come home and cook.
Whoa.
Okay, so that's the dilemma. It has nothing to do with all the rest of that stuff. The dilemma is you're supposed to cook and you have tickets to the game. What is your wife's expectation?
What is
She
she
got you
doing?
the tickets.
I don't know. And nobody wants to eat turkey at 6 o'clock at night, you know.
Actually, it's not that bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you can do
it
that.
every year. But
Yeah. Eric, I think you just have a late dinner.
Well, wait a minute. Haven't you done this every year anyway?
Say again?
You've done this every year anyway since you were 14, you said.
No. My dad passed away 10 years ago. I haven't been to a Thanksgiving Day game since then.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
I'm sorry. And your wife got you the tickets.
Right.
So then isn't there an expectation if she got you the tickets, she knows that you're going to be gone, that maybe it's incumbent on her to prepare the meal?
I deep fried a turkey.
Okay, well, deep frying a turkey takes, what, a couple hours or whatever? I mean, it's less than an hour of cook time. Yeah, but with all the prep and all that, I mean.
I think you got to ask somebody to step up and help at home. Especially your wife. If she got you the ticket, she has to know you're going to be at the game. So that sounds like the logical thing to me.
I was confused.
He put in a lot of details that he needed, that he didn't need, and forgot details that he needed.
Yes.
It's basically, I have tickets to the game. I'm supposed to cook.
I haven't gone in 10 years.
And
since my dad
so what
died.
do I do?
Yeah.
Do I cook or do I go to the game? And
your wife got you the tickets.
The wife
I think
getting
that
you the
means that
tickets.
she's got this is the way I would interpret that, right?
Yes. Yes. I think that's what you do. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door not working as well as it used to? Is it slow? Is it worse than that? Is it making some really strange noises? Get it fixed. Call the right people to do it. And those people are Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They'll come right out to the house. They'll diagnose the problem and they'll fix it. They've got expert technicians in the field that know exactly what they're doing. In fact, they do door installations all the time. They do door repairs all the time. They have all the equipment they need. And they offer same-day services. Emergency repairs are available too. Weekends are available at no extra charge. I know all this firsthand. I had problems with my garage doors, I don't know, 8 years ago, 10 years ago. They came out, said, yeah, this is a problem here, but we can fix it. Down the road, you're going to need new garage doors. And when I needed new garage doors, I called them again, and I got new garage doors, and I couldn't be happier. I'm sure you will, too. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit them on the web and schedule an appointment at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Regarding the Lions, this is regarding ticket prices staying the same. Doug, appreciate the sentiment, but as an emotional owner of this team, I understand that TV viewing or radio listening is how I take it in. I bring my family to MSU football games because that's what I can afford. Lions, we enjoy from the TV, and I'm fine with that. That's from Mike in South Lyon. Unnamed texter says, keep it close. Then in the fourth quarter, they'll pull ahead enough to take control of the game. Lions 31, Packers 20. Emotional ownership is what makes us easy marks. That's from an unnamed texter. Some of the Lions feedback that we have got so far. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your feedback coming up. Gator, it's time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
All right, Gator. This is a very Thanksgiving oriented. Are you going to eat that? And it is a gravy forward.
Oh, gravy forward.
Gravy forward. Are you ready?
I am.
Kentucky Fried Chicken is introducing a new gravy flight.
Flight of gravy.
With your extra crispy festive feast.
Mm-hmm.
Priced at $25. The family meal includes 8-ounce sides of gravy, one of each, plus 8 pieces of extra crispy fried chicken, 4 buttermilk biscuits, and 2 large sides of mashed potatoes.
Starting to drool a little bit. Sounds good.
Here are the gravy flavors that they have. They have Signature Brown, which sounds like regular brown gravy.
Final brown gravy, yeah.
They have white peppercorn gravy.
Okay, down with that.
And Southwest cheddar gravy.
You're throwing some cheese in there?
Yep. Gator.
I ain't mad at you.
The KFC gravy flight. Are you going to eat that?
Let's take off. I like it. Like it a lot. Yeah. All 3 of those. I got love for all 3 of those. I'm curious about the cheddar one.
You are cleared for landing, my friend.
I thought that this was a high probability that Gator would like all of these.
And they all have the role, right? Like the first one, the brown gravy, that's for the mashed potatoes for sure. You get your peppercorn gravy, and that's something to be nice to dip the chicken in. I dip the chicken in all of these, by the way. And it also has a little bit of that, let's dip the roll in that gravy.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of biscuits and gravy feel to it, which I love biscuits and gravy. And now the third one I'm most intrigued by because you mentioned cheddar. It could probably has some heat. You say Southwest cheddar?
Yeah, I feel like this is a strong yes from Scott. Kang, would you try the gravy flight?
This would be a big problem for me, man. I mean, dude, gravy bar, basically.
I mean,
we had the craft beer, phase. Where's the gravy phase? I mean, you're talking like craft gravy?
Craft gravy? Yeah.
This is the flight I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
Gator, this is fantastic.
It sounds great.
You could mashed potatoes, bread, all the stuff you mentioned. Get it to my house, Doug.
Yeah, not gonna lie, this sounds pretty good. I think even I would try.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
Once a year. But yeah, I think I'll try this.
Doug.
KFC's onto something there.
Moment on the lips.
Yeah.
All right, next up, Heinz is launching a squeezable leftover gravy sauce in the United States. It's this first squeezable version of homemade turkey gravy for Thanksgiving leftovers. Picture a classic Heinz ketchup bottle, except instead of ketchup inside, it's gravy. Scott, the squeezable gravy ketchup style Heinz product, would you eat that?
I mean, I'd try it for sure, but I am questioning what's going on here because gravy, when you make gravy like Thanksgiving gravy, the fat will separate from the gravy at some point. What happens in that bottle of leftover gravy?
Shake well.
I guess you shake really well.
Shake well before use.
Is this gravy that is because it's left over, the fat solidifies on the top, you remove the fat, and all that's left is the bottom part of it? I'm not sure. I'm curious as hell. I would try it.
Yeah, I think it's just it's a clever name. I don't think they're actually grabbing just leftover gravy, but everyone loves leftover gravy, right, Gator? So
leftovers are great.
Usually gravy's in a jar when you buy it like this pre-made. So this being in a Heinz ketchup squeeze bottle is a bit different, but I'm not going to turn it down. I got to try it. I do not have to try this one.
This one. All the things that you said, this sounds like the product should be called gravy-ish. What is this?
Tried that too.
Next up, Brad Galley tweeted this out. Available at the Lions game for Thanksgiving Day. The 4th and Feast Fries Pack. An entire Thanksgiving meal into one dish. This is waffle fries covered with roasted turkey, cheese curds, gravy, cranberry drizzle, and crispy onions.
I ain't mad at you. That sounds delicious.
Scott, how many of these would you eat? Maybe that's the question I should ask.
No, it's just is it they're individual or is it just it's like a basket?
It's like a tray.
No, you get one of those. And would I have it tomorrow when I'm at the game? Not likely because I don't want to ruin my appetite for after the game when I have Thanksgiving dinner. But this is something that if they served it like on a random game in December, 100% it sounds delicious.
There's a yes. Can you?
They need to make this permanent.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. Loaded. I'm a loaded fry whore. So I will, this just Thanksgiving.
I've seen you.
Yes.
It's not pretty.
It is not.
It's not pretty.
You know
Don't
what
tell
this
my
is?
family.
This is, hey, Canada, your little poutine is cute.
right. This is what we do with poutine.
Yeah.
We make it better.
America. I think, I'm in on this. This sounds fantastic.
Doug.
I love turkey. I mean, I like fries.
I got to tell you, I did not see this coming where Doug is on board so far with 2 of the 3 gravy
You know what?
things.
His kids are home. He's loosened up a bit.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think so. He's a little more happy.
There's also the word turkey's in there a lot.
Of course, we know that.
Well, the first one
that
was
needs-
chicken.
Yeah,
so
you need
I'm-
to get there first. Once he clears that hurdle, then now he's more free.
Yeah.
Next up, from Trader Joe's, they have a Thanksgiving stuffing seasoned popcorn. Thanksgiving stuffing seasoned popcorn. This is savory and herbal. There's a hint of sage. The thyme comes through clearly. It gives off the stuffing vibe. Gator, would you eat the Trader Joe's Thanksgiving stuffing popcorn?
I'd eat the hell out of that. It sounds
I'd
to me.
eat it AF.
I would so eat that. It sounds like, you ever get the oyster crackers and you add the different seasonings to it, you shake them up and whatever, you maybe add some butters with adheres to it and all
I
that.
actually never have done that. But okay.
But they're delicious, right? This is the same thing. It's popcorn. Popcorn is the vehicle for the Thanksgiving flavors. It sounds awesome. I would absolutely try this. It's like trying any kind of potato chip you're likely to, and this is absolutely a combination I'm about.
Yeah, popcorn's just kind of like the potato chip, like you said. You can almost flavor it with anything.
Yeah.
And you got to give it a try. And me and you, we love Thanksgiving Day spread, so this is just part of that spread. What if it was stovetop stuffing seasoning, Gator? Oh, I've lost them.
You just gave away $1 million idea. Stovetop and smart
Stovetop
food
popcorn
collab.
Oh man, that's
I'm going to tell you,
blew my mind.
I'm actually out on this, and the reason
You love
is
popcorn, I thought.
I do love popcorn, but I love popcorn so much I don't want to mess around with any kind of sage flavored popcorn. So I'm
but it's not sweet.
I don't care. I like regular popcorn. I like cheese popcorn.
Do you like
I don't
stuffing?
I do like stuffing, but it doesn't sound like two tastes I'd love together. So I would prefer
where's this
regular
from?
popcorn. Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
It sounds like we need to get some of this from
Oh,
Trader
it does.
Joe's and bring it
Yeah.
in, because I think you would end up liking it.
Finally, also from Trader Joe's,
Unless you're chicken.
a vanilla bean whipped sweet potato dish.
Yeah.
Vanilla bean whipped sweet potatoes. These are sweet potatoes. The vanilla is abundant. There's a crumbly pecan topping, and it's heavy on the nutmeg. Gator, the vanilla bean whipped sweet potatoes. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I will. I'd love it. The thing is, I understand some people just don't like sweet potatoes, and that's fine. More for me, and I understand. And I'm not going to shame you people. That's fine. You like what you like.
You people.
But people like what they like, and I understand some people don't like the sweet potato. Some people don't like it when they dress it up with the marshmallows and all that thing. I love it. I've always loved the sweet potatoes, and if you're gonna just find different ways to make them better, I like the way that I do them. But if you're gonna throw some vanilla bean paste in there, and it
Pecan crumbling on top.
Yeah, it sounds really good. I'd love it.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of starch, carbs. I like the sweet potato. I understand those people as well, Gator, that don't like them. That's okay. But I like sweet potatoes. Doug?
Yeah, I'd probably try this one too. It's kind of dessert though. To me, this is a dessert, and I wouldn't.
I mean, sweet potatoes are they feel like it's dessert anyway. They're literally sweet.
I know. I think some people. I think more people just have them.
I just bought some yesterday, actually.
Sweet potatoes.
Bought 4 of them. Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Good for you. You gonna put some vanilla and nutmeg and
probably not.
Yeah.
Just go with the cinnamon.
Standard,
and butter.
regular old discount, boring sweet potatoes.
That's fine too. I love sweet. They're delicious.
There you go, and that concludes another edition of Are You Gonna Eat That? Nothing like Thanksgiving to kick off the holiday spirit, and there's nowhere like Twin Peaks to help you celebrate. That's right, they're in the middle of their awesome Black Friday costume party. Awesome drink specials through Friday, and your favorite Twin Peaks girls dressed in their finest black lingerie. But that's not the only reason you need to check out Twin Peaks. They got an awesome week of sports. You got the Stones and Wings in action all week. You got college and pro football starting Friday, and the biggest rivalry in sports taking place Saturday. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? It's a no-brainer. They offer up the ultimate man cave experience from the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, To their extensive list of whiskey, bourbons, and craft cocktails, they got a beverage for everyone. Now pair those drinks up with the Scratch Kitchen that boasts the best bar food in the country. You'd think you died and gone to heaven. But based on my experience, I wouldn't call it bar food. I love the Chipotle chicken. And for those that love them, the New York strips, outstanding. The smoked brisket and ribs, hand-seared and smashed burgers, breaded to order boneless wings and tenders. You'll be craving more. The best part, it's beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up hospitably. Come see the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. I got a game this weekend where I'm getting 10.5 points. And I'm going to put a little wager down on the team getting the 10.5 on the money line. That's right.
I told you, man. He's getting loose.
Something happened.
Dude, this morning he told that story about the sock being in the middle of the floor.
Right.
Yeah. I don't even think he yelled at anybody.
Yeah, I don't think he did either.
No.
I think
you know what?
I think he smiled.
When your kids leave and you find socks in the middle of your living room floor when they come home,
don't touch them.
You do smile. It's like
you got two boys,
hey, kids
right?
are home.
They are.
That is true. 248-539-9797. Jeff in Toledo. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, boys. How's it going this afternoon?
Hey, what's happening, man?
Okay, listen, I got a couple of points. One for Gator. The first thing I want to say is my prediction for the season is intact at the moment. I said they would go 10-7, and right now it looks like they're lining up that way. So I'm probably going to score on that one. As far as I want to make a point with Gator. He mentioned earlier this week about you can run Gibbs up the middle, and I'm absolutely agree with you on that, except when it comes down to third or fourth down short yardage, he's the worst running back to run up the gut for that 1 or 2 yards. That's not the back you use. It's got to be Montgomery. As far as the football game for tomorrow, I'm picking the Lions if the defense plays the way they played against the Eagles.
No, don't do that. Just are you picking them or not?
I'm saying they'll win.
No, don't say if. I don't want to hear any of this. If are they yes or no?
Right,
that
okay.
you got to put them out there, Jeff. You can't just come up with little qualifiers here.
Step up.
If they score more points than the opposition, they'll win.
All right. I'm going to go out on a limb because this will help my 10-7 record that I figured they could come up with. They're going to win this game against the Packers, but they've still got a couple more losses.
Well, according to you, they'll have 3 more of them. So you think they will lose 3 of the games against the Cowboys, the Rams, the Steelers, the Vikings, and the Bears.
They're going to lose against the Bears, against the Rams, and the Cowboys. Those are the other 3.
So this is one of the closer games in terms of point spreads they'll have the rest of the way. But you think they're going to lose it? Or you think they're going to win it?
They'll win tomorrow, but they'll lose those other 3 games.
Okay.
10-7. That's what I picked, and it looks
Remember, he
they're playing right into my hands.
Is it if they win tomorrow? If you win tomorrow, how many people do you think would agree with you that they're only going to win 2 games the rest of the way?
I would say that a lot of them are going to say they're looking at the schedule the way I am. The Cowboys are on the rise. The Rams are basically unbeatable. And let's face it, we're going to go to Chicago and get our asses kicked.
Why?
Sorry.
Why?
Because Chicago is a better team right now than the Lions are.
Chicago's winning like the same way the Lions are.
Except when they faced each other head to head.
Yeah, they did play once before. Let me look it up. 52-21.
In Chicago, they're not going to win.
Right.
They won't win in Chicago.
No, they're not only not going to win.
Jeff's on record. He's
Not
told
only
us.
are they not going to win, they're going to, quote, get their asses
kicked, and he's on record, 10-7. That's really what he's
10-7.
most proud of. 10-7.
That was my you guys should have those predictions already listed because I put that in there when you guys were taking the predictions.
Oh, we have it.
We got them all. They're locked away. They're locked away in a drawer that gets broken out after the seasons. And we will look.
After the season, and you're going to say Jeff from Toledo was frickin' right again.
Yeah.
Again?
What
do you mean
is
again?
he not right, Doug?
What do you mean again? What
I'm
else were you
always
right?
I've been right all the time I call you guys.
All the time.
You just can't ever admit it.
No, I don't remember any of it.
Well, of course you don't.
That was unnecessary. No, you're just not relevant. What was that? That was just mean.
That's true. Do you remember that guy?
10-7. How do you forget that guy?
Yeah, he's the
Toledo.
10-7 guy.
He's the 10-7 guy.
You don't remember 10-7
Come
guy?
on.
Come on.
He was one of the 25 guys that called up and said 10-7.
Actually, I might remember him now because of the lecture.
Yeah, right.
Hey, look. Man has conviction. You got to appreciate his conviction and belief in self.
Yeah.
No shortage of belief in self there. Right?
Right. No, he's confident. He's got confidence, yeah. And I think for him, he's please do not run Jahmyr Gibbs between the tackles if it's 3rd and short or 4th and short, is what he's saying. And I don't think the Lions do that all that often.
Probably not.
But if they were to, they can still get it done with Jahmyr Gibbs between the tackles because he gets yards between the tackles.
Well, he's been known to for sure. But you that was your chump of the weekend, right?
Yeah, the people that say he can't run between the tackles. Shut up.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. It is Carson Anderson. More feedback coming in regarding the Lions. This is about the tickets. The cost is still a factor for the families for sure. Start times are also an issue. That's true in college too. I'd love season tickets at Michigan State, but I'm not taking my 3 kids to 3 games a year that have me back home in Metro Detroit at 2 a.m. Next one. Yeah, I had season tickets with my boys. We were going, and then once they got to, say, high school and college, I quit the season tickets. They just got too expensive for me with kids in college, and it's funny because now they both have season tickets, and they take me. That's awesome.
The tough part for us when we had them growing up was that because my dad had them as a business reason.
Yep.
Is when he took clients, and then we couldn't go to the game. But we get pissed. And look, the Lions weren't on Monday Night Football all that often, but you're damn right. I remember the Monday night games that we couldn't go to against the Jets and against the Bears when Eric Kipple had his 300-yard game and they beat the Bears on Monday night.
Do you remember what client was there?
No.
Who pulled rank over young Scott Anderson?
I don't know. Probably someone from Diversey back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
You stopped me from watching Wesley Welker and the New York Jets against the Lions.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Scott on a cell. Hi, Scott.
Walker.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
I had a question for you. I've been waiting for a Super Bowl with the Lions for 45 years, just like a lot of us. And so in your opinion, what needs to happen to the Lions for them to make it to the Super Bowl? Like, what's that like 1 or 2 things?
What a great question. To see them, seriously, Scott, I love this. I want to see Tate Ratledge continue to get better, and I want to see either Mahogany or Frazier take over. I want to see either Christian Mahogany come back from injury and be refreshed and ready to go for a stretch run, or I want to see Miles Frazier take over and be basically what Mahogany was a year ago. You look like you either don't agree with this or you don't think either is possible.
I thought that was interesting. I wasn't sure if Mahogany can come back healthy in time, but he might. For me, it starts with the first thing, they have to be healthy. And that means health to their key players. They need to get Kirby Joseph back. Brian Branch has to stay healthy. At least one of those defensive backs, please stay healthy. Hutch, Aleem McNeil, obviously. They can't suffer any more attrition on the offensive line. And it'd be great if they get Laporta back, but it sure doesn't sound like Laporta's coming back either. I think they need some luck when it comes to the health, not only the Lions being healthy, but perhaps other teams not being healthy. But
running into the same fate the Lions did last year.
But piggybacking off of what you say, it's the offensive line has got to play as a cohesive unit and be as good as they can be, which hopefully is good enough and better than average. And I think they need to get there. But these guys are banged up every week. I mean, that injury report lists Ratledge and Glasgow on there, Taylor Decker's on there. I mean, it's a scary thing to look at. But maybe they get guys back. Maybe Frazier is going to contribute this year. We'll see.
248-539-9797. Greg in Detroit. What's up, Greg?
Hey, guys. Love you guys always. If there was a Super Bowl for sports journalists, you guys would be in it for sure.
You got about 30 seconds, Greg. Go.
Great. What do you think? Do you see like a slight disconnect between Tesla and Jared Goff?
No. I think Tesla is just coming along. It's hard to make it to break in.
Yeah, I think he's down on the totem pole when it comes to progressions. When you go to first option, second option, third option, and
he's moving up the totem pole.
Yeah, but he's not the first or second option.
And rookies, man, they have a steep learning curve. You never know with a guy like that. He could take off. We'll get the latest on the Lions from the Birchie Kid, who will join us coming up next hour, right out of the gate here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Thanksgiving Eve and plenty of sports action tonight before the holiday tomorrow. First, the Pistons will tip off in Boston against the Celtics. That's a 5 o'clock start in Boston. That's an NBA Cup game. And also, of course, Detroit has their 13-game win streak on the line. If they extend it to 14, it will break the franchise record. They will have to get past a good Boston team that has won 4 of their last 5. They're, of course, playing without Jason Tatum this year. But still, the Pistons on the road favored by only 2.5 points. Pre-game coverage starts on WWJ News Radio 950 at 4:35. Here on the ticket tonight, the Red Wings will take on the Predators at 7 o'clock. Mark Ryan hosts pregame coverage at 6:45. No Simon Edvinsson in the game. He's got the flu. JT Compher is also ill tonight. He is a game-time decision. That's from Todd McClellan after morning skate today. Michigan will tip off in the Players Era Championship game out in Las Vegas at 9:30 tonight. $1 million on the line between the number 7 Wolverines and the number 12 Gonzaga Bulldogs. $500,000 will go to the runner-up. And the Lions, of course, taking on the Packers tomorrow at 1 o'clock here on 97.1. The news today for the Lions, Derek Barnes is Detroit's 2025 Sportsmanship Award nominee this season. And Jahmyr Gibbs, for the 3rd time this year, which is the 4th most in franchise history, is the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yo, kid, what's up?
What's going on, boys? How we doing? Happy Wednesday.
Yes. I bet in a past Birchie life, this was a pretty exciting day for you the night before Thanksgiving. Am I wrong?
Who's not to say in current Birchie's life? Don't sell me short now. I can still get after a little bit.
I suspect it's changed a little bit with a little legend in the house, but nonetheless,
I can always strap him to my back and bring him along to Tin Roof. You know how it is.
Actually, it doesn't surprise me that would be under consideration from you.
I go to Tin Roof. I love it. Birchie loving it downtown.
All right, so
hey, Gator, I gotta have you settle a debate. So because I usually come on for this awesome spot on Fridays, sensing that we might want to do it today before the game as we usually do, I texted Karsh this morning, 7:23, and I said, hey, are we sticking to our usual Friday spot this week? He said, yeah, what time? We decided on 11 a.m. So you can imagine my surprise when I was driving into the studio at about 10:30 this morning and heard Doug Karsh say, and the Birchie kid will join us at 11 a.m. today. I thought, I could have sworn we had settled on Friday. Am I in the wrong or was Karsh in the wrong? Who crossed whose wires in that exchange?
Clearly, your wires are crossed. You were the one that was at fault.
Good to know. So it's been settled.
Yeah, it's settled.
You know, there were wires crossed because when you said our usual Friday spot, I thought you meant today is a Lions Friday.
Yeah,
so it was just about the time. But I'm glad we got you on it all. And let's start with injury-wise. Who do you think plays tomorrow and who doesn't?
So we know, for one, that Kirby Joseph won't play. I mean, Campbell said he doesn't see him playing, so we can safely rule him out, unfortunately, for the 6th game in a row. And then they're feeling pretty good about Davenport, and I know I said the same thing last week, and I apologize if you were under the impression that he would play because of that. But Dan obviously said he was hopeful that Davenport plays on our airwaves on Tuesday and suggested the same thing when he spoke with the media in Allen Park later on that same day. I get the sense that they're going to let Davenport rip tomorrow, and boy, do they need more production from that spot. So that's a big boost. And then there's a bunch of unknowns right now, man. This short turnaround has thrown this team into flux a little bit. You've got Graham Glasgow, who is dealing with a knee injury, and he was an estimated no practice in both of their walkthroughs this week. The same would go for Khalif Raymond with an ankle injury. Same goes for Brock Wright with a neck injury. Obviously, 3 pretty important players. And if those guys can't go, you're probably looking at Tristan Colon stepping in at center for Graham Glasgow. You're probably looking at, obviously, Tesla as wide receiver 3 for Raymond, and then either Dominic Lovett or Tom Kennedy on punt returns. No one else other than Raymond has returned a single punt for this team this season. If Brock Wright can't go, some combination of Ferkser, Ross Dwelly, and maybe even Jackson Meeks. So a lot to sort out. And then, there's some big news coming potentially today on Josh Paschal, and we're still awaiting word. I know you guys are aware of that situation yourselves, but obviously troubling when he popped up yesterday as an estimated no practice in the walkthrough, because he's a guy who has to be activated today along with Miles Frazier, or his season is over. His window for activation expires today. So those two guys either have to be activated or shut down for the year.
Okay, two things on that. One, do you expect Frazier to get activated?
Yes, I would be shocked if Frazier is not activated. I don't think he'll play tomorrow, but I do think they activate him.
And why didn't they put Kirby Joseph on the IR?
It's a great question. And I actually caught up with Kirby on Monday. He can be sometimes elusive, Jahmyr Gibbs-like in the locker room, but was able to grab him for a few questions and just kind of talking through his injury with him. To be clear, he is itching to go. He's raring to go. But I think, there's a possibility that they brought him back a little bit prematurely the first time. And that's why they find themselves in this situation now, being very conservative with this rehab. And Kirby was like, look, I would play, I would return right now if I could, but I also know that we can't rush this. I can't rush this, because if I come back again and go down again, it's going to be an even longer absence. It sounds to me, just reading between the lines, that he's dealing with some kind of knee tendonitis. Dan said yesterday they're trying to just re-strengthen the muscles around the knee to stabilize it and get him back into a spot where he can contribute on game days. So, maybe that's a difficult timeline to gauge, and they were hopeful that he would return sooner than he has. Dan said this month that recovery hasn't gone as quickly or smoothly as they hoped. So all of those things have kind of contributed to it. And then the fact that they do only have 8 IR activations, and they've already used 4 and may have to use a couple more moving forward. But I agree, in hindsight, they clearly should have put him on IR.
This week on this station, both Dan Campbell and Jared Goff were asked independently about what does "we got to clean stuff up" mean specifically. They both said, independently of each other, third down conversions and third down efficiency. Is that something you see as the same thing, or are we all just reading from the same page here?
Yeah, I'm with them on that for sure. I thought they were actually much better last week in third and manageable, and that's an issue that has tripped them up all season. I believe in last week's game they did convert all or almost all of their 3rd and 7 or less. That feels like a step forward, albeit against the defense that has been gouged all season long. That was a sign of progress, and they also need to be better, and I hate to be the one to repeat what everyone else is saying, but on first and second down, third down is going to decide this team's offensive ceiling, and maybe their ceiling as a team, guys. If you look at the 4 teams each year that have made conference championship weekend, it's been 6 years since a team ranked in the bottom half of the league in third down and made conference championship weekend, and 10 years since a team ranked in the bottom third and reached conference championship weekend. That was the Broncos way back in 2015, who happened to win the Super Bowl with the #1 defense in the NFL. So that's what you would need to offset the Lions' third down offense as it's currently functioning.
Bertie, if I have a scale, and at one end of the scale, it says the Detroit Lions are fatally flawed. And at the other end of the scale, it says the Detroit Lions are gearing up for a run at the Super Bowl. Which way does the arrow point more for you? Does it point more towards they're fatally flawed, or does it point towards they're gearing up for the Super Bowl, or is it right in the middle? We can't tell yet.
Well, I can't duck the question and give you right in the middle, huh? That would be unfair.
You can do it.
If I'm being completely honest, I would lean more toward fatally flawed, because I don't know how they fix this offensive line other than Miles Frazier providing a huge boost at guard over the next month or two. And this team has built itself on its offensive line and its ability to run the ball, to get into play action for 4 to 5 years. And I struggle to believe 13 weeks into the season that unit is going to go from really league average to at least good again, let alone elite, especially when you're dealing with a left tackle in Taylor Decker, who is obviously banged up, with a center in Graham Glasgow, who's been a guard in the past, who is banged up himself, with a backup guard in Coyote Owashika, who, let's just call it what it is, has not played well since stepping in for Mahogany, and in a rookie in Ratledge who has had his ups and downs. You can go across this offensive line, and the only spot where right now they have a player who is a better version of the one they had last year is right tackle in Sewell, and that was a given. So, look, it's possible, and the one thing working in their favor that we should all acknowledge is that the NFL field this year is pretty watered down. Like, there really is no juggernaut unless you might believe in the Rams. So there is a more of a runway and an opportunity because of that. But I just think going into the playoffs, it's hard to believe right now they can fully trust that offensive line if they indeed get there.
They got absolutely gashed against the Giants defensively. There were over 500 yards in offense for the Giants. It felt like every pass play, somebody was just wide open. They averaged over 20 yards a reception against the Lions. Is it just simply missed assignments that can be, hey, reps in practice, getting guys back? There's a little bit of confusion there. We'll figure this out. Or is this a deeper problem they have on the defensive side?
I think that was a one-off last week. Credit the Giants for throwing all kinds of gadgets at them that the Lions had not seen on film. And then there were numerous individual errors on almost all of those explosive plays. I mean, go to the very first one where they throw the trick play touchdown to Robinson, and it was the safety, Kirby Joseph's replacement, Thomas Harper, who bid on that play. And then he actually ended up playing pretty well over the course of the game. The 3rd and 17 later in the game where Anzalone kind of lost his man in coverage, he thought that Al-Quadin Muhammad had Jameis Winston wrapped up because he did and just didn't finish. I mean, you go through the tape of each of those plays, it seems like if one player had just finished his job or done his assignment, they could eliminate those. And I think that those will solve themselves. And, there were times last week even where Wan'Dale Robinson just beat Amik Robertson in coverage. And that's why you feel better about moving Amik back into the nickel spot and hopefully getting Terrion back tomorrow and obviously having DJ Reed back on the outside. But, guys, look, this pass rush has to be better. That was the biggest reason those explosive plays happened last week, in my opinion. And, look, I know that the pressures from a counting perspective may have been there by the end of the game on a day where the defense played 82 snaps. But Jameis Winston had, I believe, 3.2 seconds to throw per dropback, one of the highest rates in the NFL last week. Against this Packers defense the week prior, he only had about 2.5 seconds, one of the lowest rates in the NFL for that week. So that gives you an idea of the kind of pressure that Green Bay can bring and Detroit is struggling to bring right now.
Final thing for you, Birchie. If I have a scale, and at one end of the scale it says Green Bay wins, and the other end of the scale it says Detroit wins, which way is your arrow pointing?
My arrow is pointing pretty soundly towards Detroit tomorrow. It really is. For one reason more than any other, I do not see Dan Campbell getting swept by Fancy Pants LaFleur. I just don't. He's not going to let it happen. I struggle to even conceptualize what I know. There are, a few matchups that probably clearly favor Green Bay tomorrow, including that defensive line on the interior. But I think that Dan Campbell finds a way to get his team over the finish line tomorrow. And then maybe you can ask me the scale question that you first asked me, and my answer is different coming out of that game. Tomorrow is a defining game for this team, and I think it will inform our judgments moving forward pretty heavily.
Really quickly here, my alma mater, Michigan State, is playing a dog game on Saturday night against Maryland. But the dog game of the week might be Boston College at Syracuse.
Two dogs.
Quick on that. What do you think will happen there with your Boston College team?
If we keep expanding the playoff, my Eagles might have a shot. If we can get our second win this week, maybe we can find a way to shoehorn them in there.
Good luck with that.
It's been a long season, boys. Long season.
Yeah. Birchie, always good to talk to you. We'll do it again, and we'll set the time early in the week so there'll be no confusion.
Sounds good. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Hey, Karsh, we're almost always on the same page, man. Going back to the very first time we played beer league hockey together, and I set you up for a backdoor Catherine tap-in. So let it be known that usually we have elite chemistry. Just a slight hitch today.
Not today. Not today.
Yeah, not today. Not today.
See you, Birchie.
See you, bud.
A backdoor Catherine tap-in. Wow. That guy. He's the Birchie Kid, our Lions insider here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when it comes to your home, peace of mind matters. CGC Home Services is your trusted partner for plumbing, water treatment, and air purification. As an authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services provide the highest quality water systems along with expert service you can count on. From leaky pipes to cleaner air solutions, their team is there for you. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242 or online at cgchomeservices.com. They're dependable, reliable, and ready to serve. Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel's introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. You start a group build, you add your pick, then you pass it to your friends, and they add theirs. And when everyone's done, you lock in your group parlay with your own funds, however much you choose to bet, because football's better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So you don't have to take as many risks and still get a decent payout. Look, FanDuel, play your game. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. Grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Huge game tomorrow for our Detroit Lions. Scary Micah Parsons. We got Micah light in the first game.
Well, the workload was light.
That's exactly what I mean. Yes.
He was scary in the game.
30 snaps of 67. Last week he played 40 snaps of 44 for the Packers, but he had just got there the first time they played him. And piggybacking off that, 44 defensive snaps last week for Green Bay. They were on the field for 24 minutes and 35 seconds. The Lions defense, you looked it up, it was 70-something snaps.
They were on the field. Said 82, so because of a couple penalties would make it even more.
They were on the field for 37 minutes and 11 seconds. Short week, recovery time. I don't love that. And I also don't know what to expect because in game one, Green Bay shut down Jahmyr Gibbs. 19 touches, 50 yards. Gibbs coming off an explosive game against the Giants. But the Pack, they don't get off to fast starts, so they might keep the Lions out of must-pass situations, which is good because they can't just pin their ears back and rush Jared Goff. Jordan Love hasn't been over 200 yards the last 3 games, 200 yards passing. Josh Jacobs, is he going to play?
I'll say this. That first game against the Packers was not good for the Lions, but they played better in the second half than they did in the first half. They moved the ball a little bit. The points they gave up were a direct result of field position. One drive, the Lions were punting from the 1-yard line. And the Packers didn't exactly move the ball against the Lions offense in the second half. In fact, they didn't. I think they had less than 100 yards in offense in the second half of that game. That's a little bit encouraging because then you saw what happened after that game moving on. I don't think the offensive line can play as badly as they did in that first game. So with that, let's go.
Lions and Packers coming up on tomorrow. And, of course, you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pistons in action against Boston tonight. Red Wings going against Nashville. Michigan and Michigan State are just killing people in college basketball. The 2 college hockey teams are ranked in the top 3, Michigan and Michigan State. Wolverines and Buckeyes on Saturday. We have first world problems. And it's time to pick some games. You ready?
I am.
Let's go. Okay, 5-1 last week, 23-16 in the college game, 20-16 in the pro game, 43-32 overall, 8-5 with my locks. Gator, you're dead nuts even 500 on the season. Yep. 34-34-1.
32-32-1.
Sorry, my bad. You do have a better record in the college game than the NFL game. You ready to go?
I am ready.
All right, I will start. I mentioned it earlier. You just heard me say I got a lot of home dogs this week.
Okay.
Pitt plus 6.5 against Miami, and you heard why last segment.
Georgia is at Georgia Tech. The over-under set at 59.5 in this one. Look, I was stunned at how bad Georgia Tech was last week. Georgia is building things up. They're getting better and better every week. But that over-under total, that's too much. I don't see the teams combining for nearly 60 points.
Not that it matters, but the game is at a neutral site.
Either way.
You still got the under.
Someone's got to wear the home jersey.
Next up, well, it's a neutral site. It's Atlanta.
Someone's got to wear the home jersey.
Yes, Mississippi State at Ole Miss. You heard me mention that one as well. I don't know if you could come up with a worse distraction than your head coach being non-committal to your team after this game. Think how the staff feels. I'll take Mississippi State up against a bit of a psychological mess on the other sideline. Mississippi State in the Egg Bowl plus the 7.5.
It is a mess, and you feel like that's going to leak out before the game time. What's going to happen there? You would just imagine. This one's a strange game. I mentioned briefly with Birchie. Boston College at Syracuse. These are 2 of the least interesting college football teams in college football, and yet I'm going with this because the over/under is set at 52.5 points. These are 2 completely incompetent offenses that can't score. How it's set at 52.5? Go ahead. I'll take the under. In fact, it's my shoot the boot lock of the week.
Final one here for me in a collegiate game. It's Kansas getting 10.5 at home, taking on Utah. I like Kansas in this spot at home with their quarterback and their running back. Final game of the year for them.
Initially, I liked Utah, and then I saw it's at Kansas. Utah probably wins, but yeah.
Let me also add my lock of the week is Pitt. Pitt plus a 6.5.
Lastly, Doug, I'll go to the one of the greatest rivalries in college football. Alabama is at Auburn. The over-under total is set at 46.5. Auburn exploded last week. Look, everybody in the SEC exploded last week because they took on garbage opponents. This is a heated rivalry. I think there's going to be lots of points scored. I like the over 46.5.
You have a lot of over-unders this week. Good for you. Let's go to the pro game. I'm going to break one of my rules, Scott. Something I almost never do. I love the Lions to cover the 2.5.
Oh,
I'm taking the Lions minus 2.5 against Green Bay at home on Thanksgiving. Yep.
Okay.
I'm not scared.
No, he's not scared. He's not afraid of no ghosts. Okay. I like where you're at there. Atlanta -2 at the Jets. I think Atlanta's they need to win games. They're going to have Kirk Cousins going again. The Jets are the Jets. I mean, they're just terrible. But at this point, I think Atlanta's going to win by at least 2 points. I like this.
Next game, I got Tampa at home hosting Arizona.
That was amazing insight, by the way. I don't know if you caught all that, what I just said.
Well,
just great insight.
Well, I heard you say Atlanta's going to want to win this game.
Yeah.
As if teams don't want to win games. Tampa -2.5 hosting Arizona. I don't need insight. I'll just lay the points at 2.5.
Sounds better. Cleveland is at home against San Francisco. The Niners are favored by 5 points in this game. I recognize that Cleveland's defense wreaks havoc on teams, and I think they will do so against San Francisco. Not enough to the point where they're actually going to score enough points to cover that mess. San Francisco -5 is the pick.
Okay, my final pick. Carolina is at home getting 10.5 against the Rams. I love the 10.5. But I'm also probably going to put a very small wager down on Carolina on the money line.
You think they're winning this game?
No, I think it's a risk worth taking. For the purposes of the picks, I'm taking Carolina plus 10.5.
Oh, my. Finally, I will go with this one. The New York Football Giants are at New England. The Giants are getting 7.5 points in this game. If history has told us anything, the Giants will keep it close, and they're getting the hook. That hook is important. If it were 7, I'm not sure I'd do this. Then I might have a second tie on the season. But I got the hook. I'll take the Giants plus 7.5 at New England.
Those are our bets. Kang every week loves on a pick and hates on a pick. Kang, go ahead, my friend.
Well, what do you want me to start with?
What do you hate?
Gator, that hook got you, my friend. That hook got you, and it's going to hurt you. Yes, the Giants have been playing close games, but you know what? The Patriots, they have had a soft schedule this year, and they eat on soft schedules. Giants are not a good team. I like the Patriots to cover the 7.5.
Which one do you like the most?
Doug, I'm agreeing with you on the Pitt game. Plus 6.5 Miami. You never go full crystal ball. I think he's going to do something stupid this game, and they will get upset. But I'll take the points.
There you go. Those are our picks each and every week, usually on Fridays, this week on Wednesday with a short week. Hey, it's a short week, everybody. And it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're in feast mode this month. Gobble up the savings on your new Silverado, Lisa 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, Costco, and current lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends December 1st. So what's your plan for tomorrow?
Go to the game.
Right, but I mean,
box.
does it say get there early? They have a Thanksgiving meal set up for the media.
They usually do, and I try not to indulge too much into that.
You show some discipline, some restraint.
I try.
Yeah,
it depends what's there. Usually it's like a whole turkey thing, so I don't want to do it twice, but I've been known to. So we'll see how that sets up.
When you say don't do it twice, you mean you don't want to have turkey for lunch and then turkey for dinner.
Correct.
Okay.
We'll see how that works out with that tomorrow. But I don't know. I'll probably get there around noon.
Okay.
It's a 1 o'clock kick this time, so it's a reminder to people. It's a 1 o'clock instead of 12:30, how it has been in the past.
Right.
So a little different there.
Parade traffic, though, so
it's always pretty.
You can always leave early. You want to leave early, regardless. But all right, so go to the game, work the game,
go
post
to the game,
game,
work the game, and then go to the post game for the interviews, and then I will head over to my brother's.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I need to communicate with him on a couple things.
What are we bringing?
Well, that's one of the things I have to communicate with.
To be determined.
Yes, to be determined. Whether it's going to be a dessert or a bottle of champagne or something like that, or a bottle of booze or beer or whatnot. I'm good for that.
Yep.
And then have to work out arrangements with the hound as well.
Gotcha. Kang, what about you? What does your day look like tomorrow?
All right, so I got the 2 family thing tomorrow. Usually we just pick one, and then we do the other family the next day. But we're gonna split it up. So we're doing lunch at the in-laws, and then dinner time, nighttime, at my mom's house.
Okay.
But in between Lions game, of course.
Cool. Well, sounds like a good day. I've mentioned before I'll be down at Schumacher Hall in the morning and then watch the Lions with family, and we're going out to dinner. I'll report back on the going out to dinner thing. We've never done that before. I feel like we're breaking new ground. You never know if it's going to be great or if we're going to maybe we should just.
I can't believe Boston Market's fitting all you guys in there.
Dude, I would have loved
awesome.
it with Boston Market. Boston Market was the best. I miss you, Boston Market. I miss you.
Pour a little out. Pour a little
right?
gravy
I'm going to pour
maybe.
a little gravy out for Boston Market tomorrow. I should. God. All right, the polling is closed as we asked Detroit fans, do you think Lions just win the game? And people commented, 74.8% said the Lions win, 25.2% said it would be Green Bay. Raymond says Green Bay 27, Detroit 20. I just don't see the Lions offensive line holding up against a team with a pulse, and they'll struggle to move the ball on offense. I do think Green Bay's offense gets a late touchdown to sweep the regular season series. Fred says the Lions have to win this game, taking my 9-year-old daughter to her first game tomorrow, and football reasons too. Lugon says this is a get-right game for the defense. PG Stipe says Detroit's defense is legitimate even when the offense is wonky. Brock Wright missing practice since landing on his neck is concerning, but Sewell and Ratledge give Gibbs the 6 inches of daylight he needs. J-Mo goes deep. Lions 34, Green Bay 24. It'd be good to see J-Mo have a bounce-back game. Look, he did have a catch last week that was erased on the illegal man downfield penalty, and in that catch, he looked every bit the player, the exciting player, the talented player that we know him to be, but ended up finishing with 3 targets, no catches officially.
Yeah, I think, off the Giants game, there's so many things that we'd like to see. You'd like to see J-Mo more involved. I think we're going to see more Tesla more involved. I think Montgomery might play a bigger role in this game. I mean, there's lots that can work there offensively, and at the same time, we're still waiting to find out, is Brock Wright going to play? He hasn't practiced in a couple days. Is Khalif Raymond going to play? He hasn't practiced. I mean, both of those guys could be out. Wright with a neck injury, and Raymond with his ankle issue. It leaves him thin at tight end, and I'm not sure what the strength of the backup tight ends is. I'm hopeful that the strength of the backup tight ends, Dwelly and Frisker and the like.
Frisker? Okay.
I'm hopeful that their strength is blocking, because that's what they need most of all. When you have to help out with Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary, help out with some chip blocks or whatnot, they need all the help they can get.
Look at Ferkser anytime touchdown. What do you think the odds are?
Dude, you're better off betting Skipper to score a touchdown because you're going to see a lot of tackle eligible.
You're going to see a lot of that.
I think you're right. Dave writes in, the Packers will need to move a safety into the box to slow down Gibbs, and J-Mo will have a huge day. 2 touchdowns, over 150 yards receiving, and 3 plays over 25 yards. Packers are really good at not giving up explosives, but that would do. Willie, how about this prediction? I got Green Bay. Besides football reasons, I had a vision of Micah Parsons eating the turducken. It's a terrible vision, but that's why.
Are they serving turducken this year?
I don't know. Conald says, unfortunately, I think the Packers might ruin Thanksgiving for us. Lions offensive line is too beat up right now. Tony Kendrick sends us the following analysis. Green Bay sucks.
Like it.
From JVDXD, Detroit fan picking Green Bay. My team doesn't deserve any support after the horrid blank they've been on lately. Plus, our O-line is ass.
Oh.
Huh.
There's a lot going on there.
That's a dour tweet. Michael says, Green Bay 27-17. The Lions O-line sucks right now, especially up the middle. Parsons might kill Goff tomorrow. Just don't see them winning if they can't give Goff time. Well, they've won. It's like the offensive line they've won a bunch, and they beat some good teams. It just doesn't look as crisp and as clean as it did a year ago.
Yeah, and the defense played well against Green Bay in the first matchup, although it was much more the second half than it was in the first. The first half, it felt like Green Bay was able to march down the field a couple times without much issue. And then the Lions said, all right, wait a minute, we can play better defense than that. And they did. I think this is going to be a lower scoring game. The Lions going to have to bring it defensively. It's certainly better than what they showed against the Giants, and I would expect that. I think there were some flat out missed assignments against the Giants that you wouldn't expect in this game.
Here's Rico Beard. What's up, man?
Hey, I said the magical number for the Lions is 24. You score 24 more points, you win the game. 23 or under, you're going to need some help. Under 20, you probably lost.
Yeah, Green Bay's offense hasn't been...
No, Green Bay's offense hasn't, but they're leaning on their defense, and their defense is just holding people to 17 or less. So that's the thing, and that's why I said, if you can get to 24, they can't match you. You stay in the teens, that's a bike. They'll kick 5 field goals and score 1 touchdown and walk off with the victory.
It's funny how high the offensive bar is that, like, last week felt like a major disappointment, and yet they scored 27 in regulation, which would be top 6 in the NFL. If that was points per game. Have a great show, Rico, and a great Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Everybody out
Same
there,
to you, Bubba.
we are thankful for our audience and everyone who works for us behind the glass. We do appreciate it. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs has been tabbed the NFC Offensive Player of the Week after his 219 yards on the ground against the Giants. We'll find out Detroit's game designations for the game tomorrow at 4 o'clock today. The Pistons have a matinee NBA Cup game against the Celtics at 5, looking to set a franchise record for consecutive wins. Current streak sits at 13. Both teams are relatively healthy for this one as well. Hear Mark Champion and Rick Mahorn's call over on WWJ. We'll have the Red Wings and Predators here on the ticket at 7. The flu going through the Detroit locker room right now. It's ruled out Simon Edvinsson and left JT Compher to a game-time decision. The team is giving out Zamboni gravy boats tonight to the first 7,500 in attendance. After a rout of Auburn last night, Michigan has another date with a ranked team, Gonzaga, tonight at 9:30. The Bulldogs have the 4th best offense and defense in the country, according to Ken Palm as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to business. Day before Thanksgiving. Hope everybody's doing well. I apologize, Rico. The deliverables for the podcast, I ran out of time. A little bit of remote work today. I'm sorry to you guys back there if it makes your day any more difficult in any way, shape, or form. I suck.
That's okay, buddy.
That's right. 36 football games with cookies. Yikes. That'll be out later today for everybody. Evan is busting his ass to get that out there. So, look, we're going to do kind of a hybrid show because, Rico, I'm going to say this. It's probably going to be injurious to me, but I'm just going to say it. I'm talked out on the Lions. I'm talked out about this football game.
No.
Go play the effing thing. Go win.
Okay.
I mean, I can't do anymore.
Well, let me say this because I was listening as Evan was breaking down the pod. I didn't know I was listening to it live, but you and cookies on Thanksgiving Day is worth people downloading the pod. And you calling them out as the fake Italian. And what do you mean dinner rolls? You don't have bread on the table?
It was a stunning admission that he doesn't have a loaf of bread on the table. Disgrace. But again, he's like half Swiss and German, and I'm going to pay for a paternity test. We got to find out who his real parents are.
Oh, a little 23andMe. Okay.
Yes. You find out Cookies is actually like, Yugoslavian. But no, we're going to get to the Lions. But Rico, you brought something really interesting, and I think we should just start with it. It's sports, and it's interesting, and it's gross. Lay it out there. I've got some quotes I can add to it. But you were kind of taken aback how awesome Michigan looked, but also being up by 30, and that wasn't enough. And you're like, what's going on? Well, Rico got the answer.
Yeah, Michigan's out in this Vegas tournament, guys, called the Players Era Tournament. It's different because they basically are telling teams, if you come here and you win, the winner of this tournament gets $1 million that the 15 players on the team, they split. Loser gets $500,000. Third place gets $300,000 and so on and so on. And fourth place, and after that, you're kind of done. You're screwed. They played this tournament, Mike, and it got down to the fact of the tiebreaker is point differential. So now I understand why Michigan is beating the brakes. Like, this wasn't the Michigan team that I saw at Little Caesars barely beating a Wake Forest team. This wasn't the Michigan team barely beating TCU on the road. These guys were out there. They were looking like Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. They were looking like OKC. And then I'm like, oh, it was the money was the motivating force. This tournament is all about the money. And already they're talking about they got to redo it because Iowa State got screwed because of 2 baskets. So they got put in the 5th place game, so they don't get the money. Kansas does. Yeah.
They beat St. John's and they beat Creighton, but they didn't win by enough. Mm-hmm. See, the point differential,
This is where, and I've already read about this, Rico. Look, it ain't got nothing to do with Michigan. Michigan got the invite. Go do you. You're playing by the rules. I'm not mad about it. If Auburn wants to cry, let them cry to somebody who cares. The point I would make is this is not a box you want to open. Brackets are what college hoops is. Now, if you do a group stage like European soccer, where goal differential's the deciding factor on who goes through and not after points, that's fine. But then you get to a bracket. The idea that Iowa State does nothing wrong, including beating a great St. John's team, and they don't even have an opportunity to play for nothing.
Right.
Come on, man.
And that's just it. Like you said, this isn't about Michigan. I was just wondering, man, these guys are on fire. But they had to score as many points because they needed to get in that championship game so that they would be playing against Gonzaga tonight. It is, Mike, I'm wondering, is this the future of NCAA tournament games? Is this the future of bowl games that instead of having kids opt out of bowl games, you say, okay, the sponsors put up a $5-6 million pot that the winning team splits amongst their 85 scholarship athletes, which would still break down to about, 70, 80,000 per player. Is this what we have to do now? Because, Mike, there's no reason why you can't you and I, if you had the money, pony up and for the NCAA tournament, steal the top 8 teams and say, yeah, we're going to put a winner-take-all $20 million kitty right there.
Right. Look, this is a question for you, the fans. Rico and I are very jaded. Noted. Both Michigan and Michigan State are really good basketball teams this year. Michigan looks fantastic. But you got to take a step back for a second and go, all right, is this really what we're doing? I mean, I don't think any of us had a problem with players getting paid. But the money is just wrecking sports. It just is. And it's not even what players make. It's the decisions made around the game. And I mean, like I said, I just did the pod with Cooks, and it was like the Egg Bowl's not on Thanksgiving night. That's Mississippi State. It's right. Thanksgiving night. Now it's Friday at noon. The subtle changes, and it's the networks driving it, but it's affecting sports. And to Rico's point here, guys, you can laugh this off, but it doesn't, to shout out Rico Lamar Beard, a proud graduate of a fake-ass high school in Southwest Detroit. It doesn't go backwards. It's not going to go backwards. So then you start going, okay, so now college sports is just government cheese pro sports. That's not what any of us fell in love with. And I got news for you. There's a game that's happening Saturday that a lot of you guys will lay on train tracks to keep the last week of the season at noon. Got news for you. It ain't going to stay there. You know why? Money.
Fox is going to say, hey, guys, I got an idea. What if we move this to the first week or second week of the season? And therefore, if either team loses, whoever loses still has a shot at the playoffs. So we can get maximum amount of teams from the Big Ten into the college football playoffs. Let's not
maximum dinero.
Right. Let's not ever let it come down to winning you're in, losing you're out. Let's go Notre Dame route. Lose week 1, win all the rest of your games, and you look great.
So the question is this. Look, the news stories remain the same. And whether it is these insane buyouts, whether it is NIL, whether it's the private equity deal that's been floated around with the Big Ten, to now this, where it's not a college basketball tournament because you can play, you can win, but you didn't win by enough, so you wasted your time. Is the money starting to wreck college sports for you? If your answer's no, you're not a bad person. Please don't feel that way. Or don't feel like you're going to get judged. You're not. You know where Rico and I stand. There is no point in me or Rico or together like a screwed up Voltron doing this massive monologue of, screaming at clouds. But it gets to a point. I mean, for instance, guys, why do we have NFL football on Black Friday? Who needs that? No one. Why are we think about this, because of money and greed, you're getting the singular worst NFL Sunday of the year, bar none. It is atrocious. It's unwatchable. Why?
You're not up for Niners Browns?
Buddy, I am not. In fact, I have under 36.5. The point is, all the best games got hand-selected and sniped to be played on Thursday and Friday. So you get nothing on Sunday. All these decisions that are being made are about money. And, hey, we run a business. You guys out there run a business. No one's babe in the woods about this. No. But you can't make the entire decision based on money. You can make 90% of it, 80% of it, but you got to leave a few pennies left over for what's good for the game.
Exactly.
Or in your case, good for your business long term.
No.
These are all grifts.
Yes, Mike, because here is the thing. Who is to say that some rich billionaire decides, I want to hold my own NCAA tournament? And you put it out there, and all of a sudden Kansas opts out the NCAA along with Kentucky, along with Arizona, along with Florida, along with Purdue.
Think about somebody like Bezos, who, there were rumors about him buying the Commanders, he owns newspapers. If the guy put up $50 million, which basically he makes an interest while taking a poop. If he put up $50 million and said, hey, winner take all, I want the top 8 teams from the NCAA tournament. I got news for you. Bye. Right. Duke ain't going to the NCAA tournament.
Bro, I can tell you, the MSU streak of going to the tournament ends that year. The players would revolt until Tom would be for it. Players would be like, Coach, let me talk to you for a second. If we win this tournament, we each get over $3 million.
Yeah, so I would like your guys' take on it. I mean, it was really interesting because you're like, damn, Michigan, what do they have against Auburn? They were pounded on these guys, 102 to 62, and they were like, oh, point differential.
Because I thought, okay,
got it.
Maybe this is the payback from last year's Sweet 16 game, and they just really wanted to show, okay, this is the. But I'm like, half of these guys weren't there. Like, where is this vitriol? Oh, you got paid. Okay.
And then there's Iowa State going, what'd we do wrong?
Well, you won, but you didn't win by enough.
Well, how about this one, too, because there's no bracket? I mean, Tennessee played Rutgers and Kansas. Kansas played ND. So it's not even equal scheduling where if you win enough, you get to test your mettle against a good team. Look, it's just something we want to do before we get into Lions talk. We're going to have some fun with Thanksgiving, do the prop bets, do the picks.
Yes, and for the people in the back, it has nothing to do with Michigan. It was just the fact that Michigan is about to benefit from this because if they beat Gonzaga, whoever wins tonight, everybody on that team walks away with about $67,000.
And I don't hate players getting a performance bonus. If you work corporate structure, you like your bonuses if you hit them. I'm not bent out of shape about any of that. But it's when you're creating this artificial stuff, and it feels a little bit like the Live Tour. It feels like you're just sniping this. And they've already come out and said it, Rico. They are not changing the format.
Oh, they're
This
not.
is what they're going to do next year. They are not changing it.
Well, and here's the thing. All of these other, Maui Classics and that thing that MSU's at, I bet you a lot of teams want to all of a sudden join this and say, hey, can we play for that $1 million? Our players like money.
See, it's just, yeah. And again, I know, well, you're a boomer. I mean, I miss the preseason tourneys being what they are. Competition. You're already getting paid. You get paid more? And more? Like, how about go pro? You want to get paid more than what you're making. I mean, for God's sakes, you already got rosters in college basketball worth $10 million. What are we doing? But I'd love to know where you guys are at with it, and we'll see if anybody gives a damn. 248-539-9797. And yes, Michigan versus Michigan State in hoops. It's going to be a couple of bangers, man.
Yeah, they are.
There's some good games, man. Both of these teams look like improved versions of last year.
I'm thinking basically each team will hold home court the way I see it.
I got to get you a Yaxel Lindenborg or whatever his name is jersey.
Yeah.
Bright yellow. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to the people.
I'll get you the Okachuwu.
The backup point guard for State. Yes. Oogie Boochie. Whatever his name is. Oogie Boogie. The kid from Miami. That's what I call him. Kid from Miami, number 99. Take him to church. Oogie Boochie. All right, listen, here's the deal. Injury attorney David Femininio, got to call you're in an accident. But what if you didn't have to? Well, that would be optimal, wouldn't it? GetDavidGetPaid.com/driving edge. Tips to keep you safe and prevent that crash. But invariably, if and when you do get in an accident, you know where to go. It's David Femininio. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. I just wanted to start with something non-Lions because we've done so much of it. We're going to do more of it later. Every reality is you're driving around, you feel the same way. Just go play the damn game. Like,
Right.
what are we going to do here?
Thank God it's Thursday and not Sunday.
Correct. So we're talking about, look, Michigan bombed Auburn by 40. They look incredible. But then you get into the meat and potatoes of the tournament they're in. It's not even about if you win. It's you got to win by how much. And teams who win get left behind. And in the end, it's a pay-to-play tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, I'm not bent out of shape about the bonus structure, but
And here's
I
the
do
difference,
wonder.
Mike. No, here is the difference between this tournament and every other tournament. Money goes straight to the players. Doesn't go to school. School could get the
Well,
money.
it should go to the players. I'm tired. You know what? Here, I don't care. It's the airing of the grievances. Tomorrow, I'll air all the reasons I'm thankful in life. Today, just things I want to break a bat over their skull. You know what? F these schools. I've had enough of all these schools getting all this money and then crying poor. STFU. The players do deserve the money.
Right. So
I'm tired of this.
No, and this is it. Like normally, if you win, the money goes to the school. School then divvies it out to, it can go to the athletic department. It can go to the coach. It can go to the coaching staff. And the players can get a little taste. Now, this is all the players' money. This is theirs. So, yeah, winner tonight, $67,000. Loser gets about 33.
My whole point, I just want to add to this is, guys, like, for instance, Rico, I would lean on you a little bit more for basketball. But, I mean, you have rotational players at major schools making almost $500,000. Just rotation guys, not starters.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the end, how much is enough? See, this is where I do think we've hit a point where
No, because, Mike, it has moved at break-like speed. Going back in the time, I think like Tyson Walker, when he got to Michigan State, I want to say was like about $70,000 in a car. And now that's peanuts. That's peanuts.
Well, right, and that's my point. It's what turns people off about the NBA, bench players making $12 million. No, I don't think a seventh guy on Creighton or I pick a school. I don't want to out any school. Like I don't know, but like no, that guy shouldn't be making $400,000 or $500,000.
No,
that's where we've lost the plot. And then on top of it, okay, now we're going to do pay to play tournaments.
Right?
Like, what?
I
mean, Landenborg. Here's the difference. I'll pay that kid because his two options were you're a first round draft pick or you can go to U of M. And I respect U of M stepped up and goes, I'll tell you what, you don't need the NBA money. You can have ours.
Yep. It'll be about the same. And
that's the market bears that out. But that's a real market where adults want to hire you.
And I'm okay with that because I think he's going to be the star of that team, him and the big man, Mara. But, right, you're talking about guys coming off the bench and they're holding the coach and the team hostage saying, yeah, I'm going to need about $700,000 if you want me to stick around. And I applaud coaches who tell them, yeah, we don't need you that much. You can go ahead and leave.
Yeah, see you later.
Right.
Let's go to the people. We'll go to Brian on a cell. He leads it off. Brian, what's going on, buddy?
Hey.
Brian.
Good afternoon. So I don't watch a lot of college basketball. Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're good, Brian.
Hello?
Brian, you got to turn your radio down.
Okay. I don't watch a lot. All right, hold on. Let me.
Okay, why don't we put Brian on hold and we'll check back. Bluetooth, pass it on. We'll go to Michael on a cell and pray it goes better. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, fellas. You hear me well?
Oh, yeah.
Loud and clear, pal.
Awesome, man. I'll be honest, Mike, you guys are starting to scare me a little bit here with the new age of college basketball. So, right, the Players Tournament as a whole, right, this whole win differential, I can see how it can be a little bit unfair to a team like St. John's. Right now, they lost to Iowa State, but Rick Pitino, man, these guys aren't scoring 80, 90 a game, right? Like Michigan is, or I think of a team like Alabama. They're that defensive rebound kind of grimy game.
Right.
So tournaments like this aren't going to fit their mold. Now, the part that's scaring me that you guys are getting to, when this whole NIL thing came into college sports, right, it really took over football first. And now there's a bit of a trickle into college basketball. And when you mention, right, a guy like Bezos or any billionaire, if they're going to go out and say, I'm going to make my own tournament, 16 teams, winning team, 10 mil, you're going to start losing top teams in March Madness to go to that. Or who says the NIT doesn't get, new leadership and they say, hey, you win the NIT, here's $3 million, disperse it how you want between your players. It's really going to take away from that product of March Madness, right? 68 teams, one winner at the end of it. And it's, like I said, it's a little bit scary to think about it. And this is such a small sample size during Feast Week.
Sure.
But if they take
what's funny too? How about this, Mike? Yeah. I don't want to give you night terrors, but if you think about the structure of March Madness, imagine this. Imagine if private equity comes to the table in concert with the networks, posts up a huge television contract for March Madness, and says, guys, we can create more games without adding more teams. And they go, oh, do tell. It's nothing different than a group stage where you would play groupings.
Oh, the round robin.
Then it would go into a round robin, and you'll play those games over a week period, right? Then the NCAA tournament starts, and you know how they'll decide who gets to go into the NCAA tournament? Point differential. The same crap.
Yeah.
See, that's where I'm trying to think a couple steps ahead, and I go,
okay, well, guys,
I don't like this.
How about this? What if, they got with the NCAA and came out with like this $1 billion contract? Wait, they have that right now. Yeah, I got a feeling that instead of expanding, you're going to see somebody's going to say, let's just go ahead and reward those final four teams, and you get a big check, and then you can just keep stacking chips after that. Or the NIT gets smart, or even that little bum Vegas tournament says, how about this? Let's go from being the worst to the first. We're going to pay a ton of money, and we're going to steal the Dukes and the Carolinas.
Right, but Mike, to Mike's point, defensive teams, you got no shot of winning this tournament. You're not going to win by enough points.
Yeah, but I think the defensive teams have pretty much gone the way of the dinosaur. I don't think you're going to see the Princeton offense out there anymore.
No one suggested that. But St. John's is a defensive team.
They are.
I mean, dude, there are plenty of teams that still care about playing D. I'm just making a point. You're artificially impacting the sport. Yeah. Like, I got no qualms about it. But Iowa State is 2-0. They should be advancing. And if Michigan wants to dump truck everybody, that's great because they're really good. But, like, the game has to be the game. How much you win by is that's dumb.
Yeah,
it's just ridiculous.
It is. I mean, I'm just like, man, they are out there playing angry. Oh, okay. That's why they're playing so angry. Now I understand. Now I get it. And, Mike, here's the thing. Maybe this is what college football has to do for those meaningless bowl games. So you're not going to opt out. You want to opt out? You're going to walk away. Whoever plays in the game will get a share of the money.
It's not economically viable. Those bowl games lose money as it is. You're not going to have the bag of mayonnaise bowl post a $20 million. It's not viable. The bowls need to disappear. Now, if what you want to sell me is a new structure brought to you by the Live Tour, that's the best hope you got. Some kind of also-ran tournament. Is that financially viable? It would depend on what the networks are willing to pay and who backed it. But the current bowl structure? Brother, you know this. You think the Fenway Bowl's putting up $25 million? They won't play the game.
TJ's got the money. Come on.
Oh, what is that? The RiseAboveItAll.net Bowl or whatever the hell he's involved with?
I'm just thinking about the round robin tournament. We talk about things that go away. The final week of this season and how everything has been moved. You basically just nullify conference tournaments because that's the round robin tournaments now.
Hey, couldn't have said it better myself. You know where I'm at with that. They've wrecked a lot of college hoops. If there's something, well, there are a lot of things better in the current state of college sports, but Hungry Howie's Pizza's got you set up this weekend. Obviously, Thursday, we know what the deal is. Maybe you get to Friday with your leftovers. I'm not
turkey pizza?
Oh, no. But by Saturday, come on. Nobody's trying to eat known as Thanksgiving Day spread here. So, Hungry Howie's got you covered. 51% off, whether it's for the big game, Michigan and OSU, Whether you want to hate watch Michigan State and Maryland, Rico will have a turtle shell on the sidelines. HungryHowies.com's got you covered. Doesn't matter how many or how few toppings. 51% off any large round or thin crust pizza. Online carryout only at Hungry Howie's. All right, checking on the ticket text briefly. We'll get the Prop Bet Casino. We'll turn our attention to the Lions at 3 o'clock. Kenny, what do you got, buddy?
More money in college sports. Great. That's just what we need. This sucks.
It's interesting, though, is like, Kenny, I don't know what the ratio is on ticket text. People calling in seem unbothered. It's fine. I don't expect people to agree. But it's just college was distinctly different. And it's gone. And all it's going to be is a way worse version of professional sports. That's the problem. The fast money ain't good money.
Good way of putting it.
And the ratio, you asked about how many people it kind of is on the ticket text. Most of the people are saying that they hate this and more money in college sports is only going to ruin it even quicker.
Yeah, because again, I mean, look, we all love the NFL, right? College football, from a product standpoint, is nowhere close to the NFL. In fact, it's garbage if you stack it up. But here's the difference. College football was unique. It was different. It was volatile. All they're doing is homogenizing it to where it is the USFL comparative to the NFL. Why? Money. That doesn't serve the product.
This is just another dagger to college sports. Money has been wrecking this college sports landscape for me for a while now.
I think the last 5 years. Would you say that's fair, Rico? That COVID basically made people even more desperate, and you've ended up in a 4 to 5 year span. It's been a hurricane in college.
No, I think COVID is a good point of delineation where you can say before COVID and after COVID and how things have changed and how money is just escalating. And yeah, the player that was cheap, in 2022, now, man, they would be making like 20 times as much as they brought in. So yeah, and it's only going to get worse. It won't get better unless somebody steps in there and says enough's enough. Now, for college football, they have something that's very unique, and it's going to take some smart people, Mike, and I don't think any exist in the NCAA executive board. But college football has built-in loyalty that fans will love whatever school, whatever colors to the day that they die, and they'll probably get buried in a coffin of their team colors. I can see Kenny in a red and black coffin saying "Go Dogs" on the front of it because that's just how fans are. But you're losing them because you're trying to become stop trying to be the NFL, just be you, because as you stated, you had a very unique product.
We should bury Kenny in a headset with a Delta logo on it, just like Kirby.
Are you guys trying to kill me all of a sudden?
We're saying it the eventuality. I mean, we're all born and we all die. Would you like a Kirby Smart Edition headset as a part of your will?
No, I don't want any of this.
You wouldn't want to see the Bulldog as one of your mascots?
No.
As one of your pallbearers? That would be kind of cool, Kenny.
If Uga was walking in front of him, that'd be pretty cool.
See?
But he couldn't be the pallbearers. Bulldogs don't have opposable thumbs. How would they hold up the casket?
Okay.
It's structurally impossible.
I mean the mascot Uga.
Yes.
Not the actual dog.
Rico, what do you want on your casket?
Oh, he wants to be buried as the Flash or one of his comic book characters.
I thought you had me buried next
full
to Stan.
leotard.
Infinity Gauntlet and all.
I thought I was going to be buried next to Stan Lee.
There you go. Yeah, we bought the plot next to Stan. It's going to be one comic book mausoleum.
Hey, Stan. Hey, remember that comic?
Remember when you wrote Spider-Man 1? That was great. Dude, he's dead. Go to Bernard from Ann Arbor. Bernard, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey, man.
Mike has spared himself the, having to deal with youth travel sports and all the different tournament formats and having to run up the score to, make it to the finals or whatever. But the fact is, it's incumbent on the coaching staff to know what the format of the tournament is. And if it's set up so that you got to go out there and beat the brakes off the other team to make it to the next round, then that's what you program your guys to do, and that's what you scheme for.
Dusty did the right thing. This ain't got nothing to do with Dusty or the players or you. No, Michigan did the right thing. If anything, Bernard, it's more about Iowa State not getting to play. You beat St. John's.
What happens in those situations is, again, you're going to end up with two teams that are high-scoring teams, high-powered offense. Everyone wants to see the scoring. I mean, we talk about the spread with every game that we talk about on this station, right? Like, it's part of the game now. And so to go out there and see these high-powered offenses in these kinds of tournaments, I mean, it's incentivized by money, but it also could end up being kind of sweet because you're seeing a couple of teams out there. I mean, how often do you see teams in the NCAA breaking 100, breaking 115? Like, get out there and do it. I mean, now we got high-powered offenses. So I don't have a problem with the format. It doesn't sound like you guys have a problem with the format much either, as much as you do, what's influencing that format.
Yeah, Bernard, I think you said it best. I mean, Bernard, I will say this. I don't ever want to get to a point where we de-emphasize winning.
Exactly.
That is an issue. Like, we're telling a team who won their games, well, you're in the 5th place game, so here's a apple pie. You're like, wait, what?
Right.
We won.
Right. That's where you want to see brackets. And look, everybody likes the high-flying games, but sometimes you get that nail-biter, and it's one of the best games, and it's the first one to 60, and you won your bracket, and you move forward. And that's the downside of this is, like Iowa State, like we did everything right. We won congratulations, you're playing for 5th place.
By the way, Bernard said something that's a trip. That this type of structure is in youth sports too.
Yeah.
Now we're incentivizing like 8-year-olds. You got to put your opponent in the dirt to advance an attorney. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah.
We just got a pretty good text come in. It only took 2 segments in the show to get everyone to talk about what they're going to be buried in. Yep, college sports is in a great spot.
We're in an awesome spot. I'd like to be buried in a gigantic jar of mayonnaise with a Jonathan Smith label on it. No. I'll jump in the bottle, and you can dig a hole.
No, buddy. No. Right there at the track. You're going to be at the finish line.
Ooh. Bury me. Yes, I want to be in the infield of Saratoga.
Yep.
Horse pallbearers? That'd be pretty cool.
Again, no opposable thumbs. You could put the coffin on the horse. Totally plausible.
Right. There
now
you go.
we're getting Now we're getting somewhere, Kenny.
Yeah. They walk in
now
unison.
We're getting somewhere.
They walk in unison. Yeah, I like this. Right there,
Yes.
and they stop at the infield and
don't worry. Then they'll get spooked by a shadow or a bird. They'll dump my casket. My bones will be all over the place. Be a total disaster. Total disaster.
The trumpet guy. Brr, 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 brr.
Right.
Yes,
my lifeless body breaks apart.
Guy. You got a built-in trumpet guy. He plays the and then
excuse me.
Play taps.
Excuse me. It's a bugler. Let's get it right.
Trumpet guy.
Trumpet guy. Go to Justin 97. This show's going to be a disaster today, isn't it? Justin, how you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I got a couple points. For one thing, youth sports is crazy. I mean, there's like 12 million teams, and they all got to do that tiebreaker stuff. So beating teams is stupid. But my point is, I like NFL games on like Black Friday and like stretching out. To be honest, because like, what else is there to do? I mean, I don't have kids. Like Black Friday at 3:00, I got some yard work to do, but I don't mind an NFL game. I don't really see that as like a big deal to me. I like them stretching it out, to be honest.
Oh, no, and Justin, listen, clearly you're in the majority and I'm in the minority. I understand my place. You know, the whole idea is, look, Friday after Thanksgiving, that's for college football. I don't need any more. And I certainly don't need Bears and Eagles. You know when I want Bears and Eagles? Sunday at 1:00. Mm-hmm. Or Sunday Night Football, whatever you like. But, Justin, I understand. I not that I'm losing the battle. I've lost the battle.
Well, yeah,
but
I mean,
I
if
have,
you think
I
about
have
it,
a right
Mike,
to tell you I don't like it. You have a right to tell me you love it. I'm not mad at you.
I mean, tomorrow kind of bleeds in from 1:00 until 10:00, 11:00 at night. And I can understand there's going to be probably a ton of arguments from family. Like, can you please step away from the TV and come and talk to your family? Come and talk to your grandmother.
Hey, listen, how do I phrase this? Because again, I don't, what we do is niche and it's rare and it's different. So like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't apply to 99.99999 with a bar over it people. But like tomorrow, no, I don't. I'm not average guy, 19 beers deep, watching the Lions game and moonlighting. No, like I have to watch this thing, laptop, notes, and it's like, no, I just want to see my family. Like that's it. I don't care. I know it's a tradition in this town. I don't need football on Thanksgiving. I just want to be around my family and relax. I don't need it. But guess what the NFL's done? Yeah. Not just one game.
Well, and
not just two, 3.
And imagine if you go to the parade and you get up even earlier, that's your entire day. But the bigger question, Mike, have we found Big G yet? Has he come home?
He has been located.
Okay.
The last missive because again, my schedule this week's been stupid, but we haven't spoken. It was a text that he's not emotionally ready to speak about the game.
Okay.
I will discuss with him tomorrow.
But we have found him. He's no longer walking I-94.
Correct.
He ain't on the
dressed.
NAFO.
He is not dressed like Heath Ledger leaving the hospital in Joker.
Just muttering to himself, I can't believe we lost the game.
In fact, no. He is wearing regular clothing. All right, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel introducing a brand new way to build a parlay, the Pass the Leg feature. It's simple. You and your boys, you want to throw a parlay in, that's fine. Well, you put your pick in, you pass it on. Next guy puts his in, and then there you go. Boom. Parlay's done. Everybody pops it in. It populates on your app. I don't know. It's probably a little complex, but whatever. It's a feature. Use it if you like it. Bottom line, FanDuel.com/ticket to get started. It's FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, now it's a little off-brand, but since we're all together, we've got all the football happening all the time, we have to do the Prop Bet Casino today.
Yeah, Mike, you won again. All right, let's get to the Prop Bet Casino.
Hold on. Say it known as good ear. What was that?
Congratulations, Michael. You
Rico,
won again.
Has there ever been a streak like this? in this segment. I don't think there has.
No, Mike. And as I told Kenny, it got to the point you hit 8 in a row, and I'm like, we're all mathematically eliminated. We felt like the New York Giants. We had no shot.
You just hate to see it. All right. Let's settle in.
All right.
Woo!
Let's go with the Lions since they play first. Total points for the Lions scored against the Packers over under 24.5. I'm
going to go under. I don't know why, but I feel like both of these defenses are going to drag these offenses into the mud.
Paul.
I'll take the over. I think one of them goes over.
No, just the Lions.
Oh, I think the Lions go over.
Okay.
Oh, he said it with such confidence.
I know.
Okay.
Well, I think they're going to win.
Right. Well, he watches Miami football, so.
You mean the team that's about to get their ass busted this week in the Steel City?
I have a feeling they're going to go full Cristobal, which is not a good thing.
Never go full Cristobal.
Kenneth.
I'm with Mike. I think this game is a muck it up type game. I'll take the under.
I am going under as well. As a matter of fact, if the Lions score over 24 points, they will win the game. More passing yards, Jordan Love or Jared Goff?
Wow. Whoa. Ooh. I will. Rico. Whoa. He throws a ball you can catch. I'm going to go. I'll go Goff only based on the weapons are so superior than what Jordan Love has to work with.
I'm going to go the opposite. I'm going to go with Jordan Love.
You're being a real provocateur. I don't know that I like it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Jordan Love. I think they're going to attack the secondary. They're going to be able to put up some yards. Plus, I think if the Lions want to win this game, they should run more.
Paul, you've said it. That's exactly how I feel about this. If the Lions have any chance in this, they need to utilize the ground game. That means Jordan Love will have more yards.
Kenny, I want to say Jordan Love as well, but that just means another one that Mike will win. So maybe we should just take everything that Mike picks.
The reverse of the reverse.
Right.
I like it.
Do the reverse of the reverse.
All right.
Whoa.
All right. Historically speaking, Jahmyr Gibbs does not have good rushing games against the Packers. Over, under 69.5 rushing yards.
Okay. I'll go under because I wonder if this is a little more of a Monty game. More of a churn it out. It's physical. Whoa.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Mike. I agree. I think Montgomery's gonna get a few more carries. I would say under.
I'm gonna flow chart to my last answer. Ground game is gonna be big. I'm gonna say over.
I'm gonna go under as well. For some reason, the Packers is Gibbs' kryptonite. All right, more receiving yards, Christian Watson or J-Mo?
It is. I'm gonna go Christian Watson. Look, I think man cover, lack of a true pass rush. He hits one deep shot versus Packer going to zone it up. You're probably not going to have a bunch of time. That would lend itself to J-Mo on shorter to intermediary stuff. God, I just nerded out. I suck.
That's okay. Cash the ticket, folks.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to actually, I think I'm going to go with J-Mo. I think there's a chance he hits a big play.
That's because you're street, Paul. I like that.
And he just needs one. He just needs a slant that he takes to the house for like 50 yards. So give me J-Mo.
Paul's from Dade County. All right.
And that's why I'm going to take J-Mo. I think he pops a big one.
I'm going to go Christian Watson as well. I think it is going to be a lot more running, a lot more ball control, and they're going to try to see what happens. And plus, I just think that there's going to be a lot of pressure coming from the Packers defense. Speaking of defense, who gets the first sack? Micah Parsons or Aiden Hutchinson?
Parsons. Faster time to pressure. I just, maybe we need Aiden to have a monster game. But I'll take Parsons. He's just overall the better player.
Yeah, I got to agree. It's Parsons.
Yeah, 3 across the board. Parsons for me as well.
I will make that a clean sweep. Tesla receptions. May not be a Brock Wright in the game, but Tesla will be there. Over under 2.5.
Under. I'm not even convinced he's a real person anymore.
but he wore the jersey during his interviews.
I'm going to go under too. He hasn't done anything in weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, under as well. I would if he got one, I'd be satisfied at this point.
I'm going to go over.
Whoa!
Breakout
the guy
day.
who hates Tesla is picking Tesla?
He's going to get 3. All right, let's go. Michigan, Ohio State, the game.
Yes.
Over, under, Michigan touchdown scored, 1.5.
I got to do some math. Hold on. So I like the under in the game, under 44.5.
Right. Michigan right now is picked 16.5 total points.
I'll say over. Whoa.
You going over?
Yeah, I'll go over. I'll go over.
I'm going to agree with Mike. I'll take the over on that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same
one
thing.
One
over as well.
touchdown. That's tough.
I'm going to go under. I think Penn State's the only team that scored 2 touchdowns on this Ohio State defense. Over under, Bryce passing yards, 154.5.
Under. You got weather in the forecast. If you're Michigan, you want to shorten the game. Under. That's not a recipe. I'll be shocked. Who knows? Maybe somebody trips over their ding-a-ling and goes 80 yards for a TD, and he goes over. But I'll take under.
I got to agree with Mike again. You're spitting facts here, Mike. I think the best thing Michigan can do is try to be physical and beat Ohio State the way they've beaten them, and let Ryan Day fall into the same trap he's fallen into for years, which is trying to get into like a ding-a-ling measuring contest with them and win that way.
Rico, what did you say the number was real quick?
154.5.
Yeah, pretty much every reason that both of you just said. I'll take the under.
Okay. We will go under a clean sweep. Ohio State running back Bo Jackson, or the amount of points that Michigan's hoop team has at the end of the game. Bo Jackson's rushing yards, Michigan's total points tonight against Gonzaga.
Michigan basketball is a wagon, an offensive monolith. Give me the Fighting Yaxels.
I got to agree with Mike again. Give me Michigan basketball.
All right, I'm going to change it up here a little bit. Rico, play the very fast drop again, please. There you go.
Bo Jackson. Yeah, I'm going to go Bo Jackson as well. And if what Doug told me was correct, Mike, do you know what his first name really is?
I don't
Lamar.
know. Clarence? Oh, it's Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
I thought it was going to be something ridiculous.
No, okay.
Like Benedict or something.
Jeremiah Smith receiving yards, over under 58.5.
Oh, boy. See, I think Smith's playing. I wonder about Carnell Tate. But he's so good, and I have so little respect for Michigan's secondary. I'll say over.
I mean, I'm gonna go with Mike again. I'm gonna take the over. Jeremiah Smith's the best player on that field. He's gonna get over 58.5 yards.
Does Ryan Day know that though? He forgets who's the best player.
That is a good point though, Rico. Ryan Day does forget who's good on his team in these games.
Paul, that just means you're going to win though, because Mike's on like a 9-week winning streak. I'll also say over.
You're going over. I'm going to go under. I think it'll be more of a Bo Jackson type of day. Michigan State, Nick Marsh, over under 38.5 receiving yards.
Under. He looks like he don't even give a damn. Plus, he might be hurt. Plus, when they throw it to him, he goes backwards. Under.
That is factual.
I'll go over just to be different. I really don't have a reason for that. I'm just going to go over.
Just takes one. I'm going to go over.
I've been picking over all year. I'm just going to go under because I'm sick of Mike winning all the time. More passing yards, Malik Washington or Mike's cousin, Alessio.
This is actually a really good one. Malik Washington has a really bright future, but you know what? Honestly, Alessio's not terrible. It's just the O-line that kills him.
Alessio is not terrible.
He's not.
Put that on his tombstone.
I'm going to go with my Czechoslovakian cousin,
All right.
Mila Hojodojevic.
Okay.
Alessio.
I'll go with Malik Washington on this.
There it is. He's back.
I will take Mike's cousin as well.
Alessio. Yeah, screw it. I'll take Alessio as well. Michigan State.
Perfect.
Michigan State total points over under 27.5. That's the Vegas
Michigan
number,
State?
not mine. Yes.
Hopefully under. I want them to lose.
Okay.
Under?
Question
mark?
I'm under.
Yeah, under for me too.
Yeah, probably under. Well, you know what? Yeah, it's under. Michigan State's total rushing yards or Michigan State's hoop points tomorrow night against UNC.
Give me Michigan State's rushing yards.
Give me the hoops points.
Yeah, I'm on hoops as well.
I'm going to go rushing. And that, gentlemen,
this is tremendous,
is the Prop Bet Casino. Mike, you know what? Congratulations. You'll probably win it next week. 97-1.
Day before Thanksgiving, let's go! Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. After a 219-yard and 2-touchdown performance against the Giants, Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs has been named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Graham Glasgow, Kirby Joseph, Khalif Raymond were a few of the players out of practice yesterday. We'll find out their game status today at 4 as well. The Packers have theirs in. Running back Josh Jacobs is good to go. Receiver Matthew Golden is questionable. Defensive lineman Lucas Van Ness and Carl Brooks are out. Both of those guys are in the top 5 in pressures on their team. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy was a limited participant in practice today as he remains in concussion protocol. According to sources of The Athletic, he's not expected to play this week. The Pistons are searching for a franchise record 14 wins in a row tonight. The Celtics the only thing in the way at this point. Boston has hovered around 500 this year. They have won 3 of their last 4. Here, the early 5 p.m. tip over on WWJ. The Red Wings are dealing with the flu, which has ruled out Simon Edvinsson for tonight's game versus the Predators. JT Compher is also a game-time decision because of that. Here if he goes, right here on the ticket at 7 o'clock. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. I'm doing this against my will. I'm just telling you. I'm just ready for football. I'm so tired of talking about it. I'm still disgusted by the Lions from Sunday. Just go play the damn game. Like, it's Lions, it's Packers. None of us have all the answers. We don't know how this team's going to play. And ultimately, guys, I'm done trying to figure them out. Because when you really look at it, Thanksgiving, you lost to J.J. McCarthy and damn near lost to the 2-win Giants. At that point, every game's difficult.
That really did happen.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I think it's actually better that this game is tomorrow.
Thank God.
Because you get to figure out exactly, can this team right the wrong? Was that a look-ahead game? And they were really focused on the games that they have to play with the Packers coming in. I was worried at the beginning of the season, Mike, that maybe the Giants was that sandwich game, between the Eagles and then the Packers. And are you going to take the Giants that seriously, especially because backup QB, backup running back, backup wide receivers? But it wasn't a good look. I thought we were going to be able to lean on the defense. You couldn't lean on the defense. You made Jameis look like he wanted to win a second Heisman out there. As a matter of fact, he's catching touchdowns and doing Broadway dances in the end zone. But I'm with you. I'm so happy that this game is tomorrow, and we get to see it's put up or shut up time for this Lions team.
Look, the whole breakdown thing too, none of it matters. I mean, think about it last week. What breakdown foretold the Lions spitting a bit and giving up 500 yards to Jameis Winston in that offense? I look, Green Bay's offense stinks. Yours is uneven. Your defense is good. Theirs is great. There's a reason the game's 2.5. So if I ask you, what does this game come down to, that's up to you guys. I could offer you one thing. To me, it's a pass rush game. Who's ever base 4 rush can do more damage, that's who's going to win. You play man, they play zone. And the things and the way you attack a quarterback depending on your coverage, yes, of course it differs. But the Lions, listen, the blitzing is fine and good and well, and you have to get aggressive here and there. But it does always come back to rush 4, drop 7, and can you impact the quarterback? For the Lions this year, the answer's been no. For the Packers, it's why you trade for Micah Parsons. Mm-hmm. You trade for Parsons because by getting him, I shouldn't have to blitz a whole lot. And now I rush 4, I drop 7, and I play zone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those windows get tighter. It becomes a more difficult task. But it just comes down to who's going to win up front and affect the other quarterback. Does Jordan Love hold the ball too much? Yes. Does he drop too deep in the pocket and throw it off his back foot, which might actually be good for Aiden, the way Aiden runs himself out of plays? No, I'm being serious.
No. I'm laughing because I'm like, actually, you're right. It's how he got
Goff,
it. Yeah.
The sign of any pressure, he crumbles like a scarecrow. So there's the one breakdown I can give you. Because trying to figure out these two teams, you can't. The records are damn near the same. The resumes are damn near the same. The disappointments are damn near the same. And so are the concerns. Mm-hmm. Play the game. I just want to watch the game.
No, and you know how most games they say in the NFL it's decided by about 5 plays. I actually think, Mike, we can narrow this down. I think this one may be decided by like 3 plays. Who doesn't make the mistake or who does make the big mistake first is if you can capitalize on that, you're probably going to win this game if you could score early, because then that defense can just kind of go relentlessly after that quarterback. And if you're the Lions, your biggest thing is you don't want to give the Packers a short field. You don't want to go for it at the 50 and get stuffed and give Jordan Love, because at this point, go 20 yards, kick a field goal, and they'll just stack points. You saw this. It'll be the same blueprint that the Eagles did. Don't need to score a ton of touchdowns, maybe just one, but we'll kick 4 or 5 field goals and walk away with the W.
Packers do have some injury notations I can offer. Josh Jacobs has no designation, so he'll play. These are the 3 to keep your eye on, like big time, all right? A, Matthew Golden, questionable. Nate Hobbs, questionable. And this is the most important one for what they want to do defensively. Quay Walker, questionable. Now, again, they were out last Sunday. Was a part of that because you had a short turn to Thursday? That was the prevailing thought of why they kept Josh Jacobs out. Yeah, sure. But if the Packer without those guys, yeah, definitely would go advantage Lions. The Lions injury report is just interesting because, again, this is why I think short weeks are a joke. They're awful for player safety, and they're awful for keeping the actual sanctity of the game in order. You don't have time to recover. So the Lions have players that I think if this game was played on Sunday would play. I think you'll be without some of those guys, maybe Graham Glasgow included. And for the Packers, I just went over it. So,
well, for the Packers, see, I thought you were going to say Lucas Van Ness or Edgerrin Cooper, both questionable, didn't practice on Tuesday.
Okay, I didn't get that far down the list.
Oh,
good on you.
Yeah,
on you. So look, here's my question to the people, Rico. This is the way to do it. You can tell me what you think the game comes down to. I kind of just wonder, you know what? When's the last time you felt this twisted up about your team? Because for the last few years, it has been nothing but brazen, chest-out confidence. And now we had people calling in yesterday worried they're not going to make the playoffs. You have people down on this team. But I think at a minimum, everyone's a little bit conflicted. So you tell me. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, we're a long way away.
Are you really twisted up about your team here?
Yeah, we're a long way away from the disco days.
Well, I think you have to be. And I'm sure they're going to drop a bomb on somebody at some point here. Maybe it'll be Green Bay tomorrow. I don't think much of Green Bay. I don't stick to opinions when the evidence defies it. How would I go on the air and tell people who are supposed to be afraid of this team? I've watched more Packer football than I care to admit. If you think your offense has problems, I'll tell you this.
Yeah, they got a lot of drops, too.
You think you're hurting for money? The Packer offense is the 2008 financial crisis. It's a complete disaster. And the problem is, I don't know if I could trust your defense anymore.
No.
So where are you at with this game, and what do you think it comes down to? And if you hate my point about pass rush stuff, cool, what's yours? Because I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to spend time with family and watch the damn game.
No, I'm with you. I think the thing that concerned me most was something that Rieger told me after the show.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
What did he do?
Jordan Love, 2 Thanksgiving days against the Lions, 5 touchdowns, no picks, 2 wins.
Nah, I don't care about that. It's a different team.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Rieger's irrelevant.
Okay.
No, I didn't mean it like Rieger's irrelevant. You know what I did?
Well, I guess what the last one came against that NFC Championship team.
Yeah, he played great until the last play. He should have beat the Niners, and then he lost his mind.
No. I'm saying when they beat the Lions on Thanksgiving Day.
Right. The point I'm making is this team isn't that team.
Gotcha.
It's like quoting Goff statistics from last year. What does it mean?
No, fair.
Nothing.
Fair. It was just one of those like, okay, he comes here and looks like he plays. Mike, as you know, watching football, certain players play well in certain cities and certain arenas and certain venues. They just do. They light up. It's why you see somebody and all of a sudden they go to Madison Square Garden. And it's just like Reggie Miller. Okay, watch what I'm about to do. And there's nothing you can do.
Rico, all I'm going to tell you, if I were Matt LaFleur, I would throw this thing every first down. The problem, they only run it on first down. It's like Don Treadwell. 248-539-9797. We'll get the people. Tell me where you're at. What does the game come down to? And are you really twisted up here about your team? Because it seems like as a city, rightfully, everybody is. Northville Lumber, talk about them all the time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time, the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the decking you need when you need it. So plan it, build it, buy it. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by today. Call Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get to the people. Talk a little bit about Lions Pack. Kind of what does it come down to? And look, I just feel like everyone's twisted up, and rightfully so. I don't think Packer fans are confident. I don't think Lion fans are. Both of these teams have more problems than anybody imagined, yet both have the upside and talent to maybe do some special things. But tomorrow, to me, win, and the Giant game becomes a distant memory. Lose, I think your playoff chances are on the rocks. I do think it's a must-win game. I do think they have to have it. I think the time and the margin, those are gone. So, yeah, I mean, I've picked the Lions to win the game. I can't back away from it. But do I have a great degree of confidence? No. I just don't. I don't think this team deserves your confidence. They haven't put consistent good tape out there since when exactly? What, Browns and Bengals?
I was about to say, yep, the two Ohio teams.
Great, with a combined 2 wins. 248-539-9797. You want to get to the people?
Let's do it.
Steve, out in Mount Clemens. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey. Good, Steve.
My question is this. We kind of kicked Johnny Morton to the curb a little bit. Dan Campbell takes over the play calling. And I got to be honest, I'm not seeing much of a difference. I mean, he's now wearing all the hats on the sidelines. And, you know, we go 0 for 5 on 4th down, punting from our own 40. You know, what is he doing that Johnny Morton couldn't be doing, you know, and just have a simple conversation, talk about what we're trying to accomplish, who do we want to get involved, and let's see what happens. But, you know, Dan Campbell taking over the play calling, I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. So
No,
I'm trying to figure out.
No, Steve, listen, stay with me. I don't think there's a lot to figure out. In the end, your offensive line is just not good enough.
Which Johnny Morton, I don't mean to cut you off, Mike, but that's what Johnny Morton made the comment. Listen, I can call any plays I want, but if people don't block, it's meaningless. And he was right, you know, but I think he's being chastised a little bit, maybe for that comment, like he threw people under the bus. But
I think there were a couple of problems. At the start of the year, too, let's factor it in. They paid Jameson Williams, and he was a complete ghost to start the year. Sam Laporta went through a real rough patch of not doing much of anything, and you wanted to have a spark, right? So Campbell takes over play calling. They play the dead body of the Commanders. They tap dance on their grave. In the 2 weeks since, nobody feels great about it. Now, in the 2 weeks since, Laporta's died. You're down another lineman, it looks like, with Glasgow. Steve, I just don't think there's a magic fix. I don't.
Well, neither do I. And you know, that's my point. You know, I mean, Dan Campbell, he can take over all he wants, man. You know, he just, you know, why doesn't he take over the OC job from last week? You know, I mean.
Let me make you feel a little better. I'll just say this, Stevie. Of the top 6 offenses in football, the head coaches call the plays on 5 of them. Mm-hmm. And it's 19 head coaches in the league are play callers. It is kind of a move towards this. I'm fine with Dan Campbell doing it because ultimately it gives us what this town lacks, accountability.
Well, and here's the thing. You can't sit here and wave the flag and feel all good because Campbell puts on the sexy specs and calls the game against the Commanders, and you're like, yeah, look at what he's doing. At the other side of the coin is he's going to have bad games. He's going to have bad calls, and you have to live with that, plain and simple.
Look, also, too, is it's players, not plays. I mean, if Jared Goff is going out and for 2 weeks just not playing really sharp football, okay, well, how much is that on Dan Campbell? Mm-hmm. That's the problem. Like, nobody wants to say it, but, like, Jared has to be better, too.
Oh, no, think about it, Mike. You dial up right play, and Jared Goff throws behind receiver, or Jared Goff throws the ball and receiver drops pass, or the ball gets knocked down at the line. Could have been a touchdown, but it never got there. So you're right. It could have been the right play, but, man, it's the Jimmies and the Joes that are kind of letting you down, especially because it's people that we've counted on for so long. You're not used to seeing Amon-Ra drop passes. And look, he's not Superman. He's allowed to have a bad game or two, but you just don't expect that from him, and you're seeing that. J-Mo going out, and he's dropping a couple passes, and a lot of times these are on key 3rd or 4th downs that will keep the drives going, and now you got to turn around and either punt the ball or you got to decide whether you want to go for it or not.
Well, Kenny, does it not feel like he just described Michigan State football there, the Aiden Childs experience?
There it is. I was wondering when that would come up for no reason.
Wow, the receiver's wide open, but he just hit Bob in the 7th row with the ball.
No, see, the Michigan State thing is, because Cookies, I told you guys so angry. Why didn't you guys go for it in the Iowa game? It was only 4th and 2. Because they can't make 4th and 1 at home. What makes you think you can do 4th and 2 on the road? Exactly.
I could say something mean, but there's no point anymore.
Come on, man. Hey, you know what?
It's Thanksgiving. Exactly. I don't need to do it. I'm in a good mood. Let's go to Julian. Thanksgiving. Julian's up next, 97.1. What's up, Jules?
Gentlemen, top of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
No problem.
What's going on, you Maple Leaf scumbag? How you doing?
Oh, God, Mike. Come on. I'm trying to stay positive.
Okay, fair enough.
Not to go on a tangent, I just watched the Jays lose on a hot dog, and now the Leafs are, dog doo-doo. Please, Mike.
I apologize. Carry on.
Anyways,
what's on your mind?
Yeah, so I think, Mike, I'm with you in the sense that I think of all the variables, the Lions' defense is going to be the most impactful one. But I got a question for you guys, and then I want to give you kind of like my overall take on the game, because I think I missed something. So after the Philly game, the main takeaway was, wow, the Lions defense, kept the Lions in the game and really they shined. And then something happened against the Giants where they forgot how to play football. I know the secondary's beat up, but was there any other major changes? Like, I just couldn't reconcile. I was watching the game in and out. I didn't know what I was watching. I just thought this can't be the same team because the defense played in almost a polar opposite fashion. So for me, that was a shock. So I don't know if did they have other injuries aside from the secondary, or what was the reason for the horrific play?
Julian, I'd like to say that it was that sandwich game in between the Eagles and the Packers, and maybe they just took the Giants lightly. You shouldn't do that. Other than that, I can't explain what happened out there. I can't explain why Jameis is out there passing the ball the way he was.
Rico, it's interesting you say that because you're gonna. I think you just kind of blew a hole in what my main confidence marker is, which is Dan Campbell. I look at this game coming up, and I look at Campbell's track record, and I have a really difficult time seeing the Lions not play one of their best games, considering what's on the line, considering that it's a rival, considering that it's Thanksgiving. I have to imagine that if there's going to be a game all season where Dan Campbell's going to have the guys fired up, it's this one. But when I look at last week, that was a non-Campbell game where, like, how did you just, we're on to next week. He's always looking at it 1 week at a time. So I want to say that I'm highly confident in Dan Campbell getting the team ready and making them play their best football. But based on what you just said and based on last week, I'm now kind of, got a little bit of doubt. So I do think the Lions win, and I think Dan Campbell will be the main reason. But I definitely, there's that margin of error. There's that doubt that's creeping in because the Giants game, I mean, that's an outlier. That's a very non-Lions.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, is it hope or are you confident the Lions will win?
No, I'm confident. I honestly, when I look at the data, Rico, and when I look at Dan Campbell's track record, he deserves confidence in this situation. I believe much more often than not, he will make sure the team shows up. So I have to give him that credit. But I'm just highlighting that because I can't reconcile last week, going from saying 90% confident, maybe now I'm down to 70 or 75% confident. But I will be definitely put me in the bucket of people that will be shocked if the Lions lose on Thursday, especially if Green Bay beats them as handily as they beat them in week 1. I will be shocked. For sure.
I would be shocked. Okay. I'm not going to be shocked if they lose. I'd be stunned if this was somehow like, holy hell, 24-9. No.
Yeah, it felt the same way as week 1. Yeah.
Oh, if it's the same way as week 1, forget about it. Then you're just not a serious team. You can't just continually go out and play bad football. I mean, that Philly game was bad. The Giants game, bad. Like, you have to put tape out there. You have to play quality football. To Dan Campbell's point, hey, man, a lot of teams that get hot early, fade late, whatever. Okay, well, it's not late, but it ain't early. Mm-hmm. And you've got to be playing your best ball the next 3 weeks. Pack, Rams, you got Cowboys coming up. Got to play, man.
Yeah, you're playing playoff football right now.
Especially as it would pertain to the division. Would you agree with me the loser of this game's not winning this division?
Correct.
Or is
Mike.
that too hyperbolic?
Well, if the Lions lose this game, they cannot win the division. And it's going to make for some strange bedfellows if that happens. I'll explain next.
Oh, wow. There's basements and then there's matrix basements. Hell of a job, Rika.
And you know what, Mike? This weekend is all about the matrix basement. That's where I'll be Thanksgiving dinner and enjoying all the games, whether it's the football games, the college hoop games, the college football games. I'm going to enjoy it all in my matrix basement. And here's the thing. You've heard me talk about it. And if it was enough to pique your curiosity, what I'm about to say next should just go ahead and have you pick up the phone or go online to matrixbasements.com and get started on your new custom-made basement, because they're offering the build now, pay later. That's no interest and no payments for 2 years, 24 months. Why wait to enjoy your dream space? They get started right now. You can be watching March Madness in your brand new basement. Matrix Basements can deliver your dream space, and they make the payments oh so easy. Build now, pay later. That's 24 months with absolutely zero interest and zero payments. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new Matrix Basements a whole lot sooner.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions are prepping to face the Packers tomorrow on Thanksgiving. Yes, Green Bay running back Josh Jacobs is off the injury report and good to go. Receiver Matthew Golden is questionable, along with linebacker Quay Walker. Van Ness has been ruled out. Bengals QB Joe Burrow has been activated from the injured list as well. The Pistons continue the NBA Cup today against the Celtics. Detroit also looks for a franchise record 14 wins in a row. Dustin Fiocco has the pregame on WWJ at 4:35. Meanwhile, the Wings will skate against the Predators right here at LCA. On the ticket, they'll be without Simon Edmondson, who's down with the flu. Face off at 7 there. At the Corwell Health Plus Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah. All right. Kenny, couple of ticket texts. We'll get with the people. We got to get to the picks. I'm being told you have a Thanksgiving dilemma. We'll get to that. We will have a little fun with the holiday later. I do want to do kind of a EPL-style relegation.
And I don't know if people heard what Otto just said, but Van Ness is out for tomorrow.
All right, that's it. Lions by 50. There you go. No, I don't know what to say anymore. I just want to play the game. I've had enough talking about it.
I'm with you.
I'm so disgusted by Sunday. Just please, just go play.
Yeah, that was a double whammy for you.
No, there was no winning that.
Correct. Poor Big G.
Whatever. Kenny, text.
Mike, I'm glad you said it. This is the most emotionally twisted I've been about this team, and I can't remember when.
Yeah, and that's okay. It's just there's really nothing to say. They have to start playing better.
Need more from Goff tomorrow. He can't afford to play a B- game. That's from John.
No, you're paying him. You're paying him to play a hell of a lot better than that. You can't go A+ every week. Hey, you played the perfect game, 18 out of 18. No one's asking for that. But you got to be a solid A- on a week-to-week basis in this league when you're getting paid the way he is.
Mm-hmm. I would say a majority of these texts, Mike, is basically people saying O-line. O-line is the most popular by quite a bit of a margin on the text.
No, I mean, Kenny, it has to get better. I can't go create Frank Ragnow in a lab. Like he's not like a, what do you call, like a Brussels sprout? Or what the hell they grow in jars, the little lemongrass or whatever it is. You got to figure it out. Is Tristan Colon an answer? I don't know. I mean, hell, Doug and Scott talk about this Mekhi Frazier kid like he's Alan Faneca in his prime. Sure. But it has to improve. And the other thing we have to be honest about, the whole line's banged up.
Yeah. And even if Dan Campbell saying, hey, well, he was out there, he only had 3 or 4 bad snaps. Well, 3 or 4 bad snaps could end up in turnovers or killing your quarterback. So
it just kills the drive.
Yeah.
You take a sack in today's NFL, your drive's over.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it has to improve.
Yeah, third and 3
knows it more than the guys in that room.
Yeah, 3rd and 3 ends up becoming, 4th and 13. You're not even thinking about going for it anymore.
Yeah, last one here. This game will be won or lost in the trenches. I know it sounds cliche, but whoever wins up front wins this football game.
Well, because both teams, it really is about the quarterback, the style of defense you play, and getting to them. If you don't pressure Jordan Love and you're going to play man-to-man, you're going to lose. Guys will come open. I may not like the Green Bay receivers, but you give any quarterback 3.2 seconds to pressure and you play man, you're dead.
Kind of saw that last week.
Well, that's why I said it. That's why if I have to deal with another Lions PR garbage stat that poisons the brains of fans, the brain rot in this town is unreal.
Yeah, sometimes it's okay to say didn't play well. Gotta do better.
You know who backed our opinion? I want to shout him out. I bust his balls a lot, but I want to shout him out for something. John Jansen. So if you don't like me or Rico, John, who played for this stinking team, and John, who's a blessed Wolverine, swaddle this baby, the baby of Christ. John said, all pressures are not the same. John even mentioned time to pressure. I don't even want to accuse John of listening to our show because I don't think he'd ever cop to that. The point I'm making is a former player said the very thing that I said or Rico said after we said it. So if you hate the message, now it's on you. You can't hate. You can hate the messenger, but you can't hate John. Why would you hate it if John said it? John played O-line. John played for this team. I'm just making a point. That's all.
No, I get it. Yeah, the stats that come out there, just I guess to make people feel good. No, it was a win, and that was actually a better win than you thought it was.
Because that's the business of PR. It's not the honesty business.
Yeah, you're right.
It's the touch your chandelier business. That's what they care about.
You are correct.
To the people,
To the
shall
people,
we?
Yeah.
All right. I don't know where you want to go. You want to go to Tim in Rochester?
All right.
Sure, that sounds good. Tim, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Happy Thanksgiving weekend.
Same to you, pal. Thanksgiving.
I guess, of course, being a diehard fan, but not a slappy, I haven't thrown in the towel yet. There's still a couple threads on the dress. And, of course, the Ragnow thing that you just hit on is, to me, of course, I can't put my finger on what's been off. You guys were talking about it the other day, but it's clear and obvious something's off. Personally, I don't have a clue. If I did, I'd probably have a different job for a living. But tomorrow, I guess, is the third and final inflection point for me. First was Baltimore. But, I don't know what you guys think. Quite frankly, that win doesn't mean as much as maybe we first thought. And then a couple weeks ago in Philly, we've been bad more than we've been good all year, and we're 7-4 somehow. So I can't just throw in the towel, but tomorrow's the breaking point for me, boys.
No, I think, Tim, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If some people think you're being a hater or negative, you're not. You're putting your team to a standard. Mm-hmm. If you're going to be serious about winning this division and you're going to be a serious Super Bowl contender, hold serve at home against the divisional opponent who kicked your ass in week 1. Come on. That's not, and no one's asking for it to be by 30 or style points or anything.
1. Win.
Exactly, 1 or 100.
You know what?
Go
You
win
saw
the
last
game.
week. Walk-off field goal. Okay, celebrate. Walk-off sack. Go ahead, celebrate. You got the W. Survive in advance. You move on, and then you get ready for Dallas in 7 days.
Two 248-539-9797. Okay, we'll stay timely. Let me help people out. You're going to be cooking up a storm. And whether you're happy about Thanksgiving or maybe you're like, oh, God, my family's food is terrible. That's what Cookies told me. It was really quite a shot he threw at his family. The point is, you're going to need a break from it, meaning pizza, meaning Hungry Howie's. So this weekend, college football Palooza, they got you covered. 51% off any large round original or thin crust pizza, regardless of how many or how few toppings you choose. So all you got to do, go to hungryhowies.com. Online carry out only. And that's it. 51% off, and away we go. No more turkey stuffing and gelatinous cranberry. Get back to eating normal stuff like Hungry Howie's. Limited time only. Take advantage of it before it's gone. This is not a drill. Sometimes the universe works in strange ways. Rico, I've just had a screen grab sent to me, and it's nothing like your phone, so it's not like boobies and crazy stuff. Have you seen the Lions' social media?
No, I haven't, but now
Why
I
don't
will.
you do that? Why don't you do that right now?
Okay.
Take a break from sexting and go to the Lions' social media, please. Kenny, kill the breaking news sounder. I want you to go to Lions' social media. I want Paul Serra to go to social media. I want your mother to go to social media. Look at the Lions, and this was just sent to me by someone I trust, very credible. This isn't screwing around. Do you see what they posted?
77 coming out the tunnel.
Man, you know who that is?
Wait.
That's Frank Ragnow.
Are you serious?
Yeah, there's no caption. That's Frank Ragnow. Why would the Detroit Lions put Frank coming out of the tunnel?
You know what?
Transactions are 13 minutes from now.
Here's the thing. TJ put out a cryptic tweet saying something's brewing. And that's all he said.
That's probably his lunch. But the point is, Rico, I just said I can't create Frank Ragnow out of a lab.
Mm-hmm. You didn't
What
have
if I
to.
can just get you Frank Ragnow?
Oh.
Now, I'm not reporting that. But there's no reason for the Lions to release that photo.
Mm-mm.
And let's face it, social media people are little attention whores, right? They all love their, cryptic, I got attention, ooh. That's what that is.
Yeah, I don't think
So
you're
in
doing this for
15
him
minutes-
to be the honorary captain. No.
No. So in 13 minutes, my expectation would be unless somebody is evil at the Lions, you'll hear news that Frank's going to give it a rip. Nah, he won't play this week. He won't play next week. My guess, if this is about Ragnow coming out of retirement, you need about 3 weeks. Provided the player's taking a decent account of himself here, decent shape, but then there's football shape.
Mm-hmm.
You'd need multiple weeks of practice.
So he's doing a Brandon Graham. Gotcha.
My point is, it also speaks to how desperate they are. Who are we kidding? Wasn't it just a couple of weeks ago Campbell shot down any talk of Ragnow coming out of retirement?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Burkett ask him that?
Mm-hmm. Said he wasn't. Don't pretty much. Yeah, we can end that right now. Don't ask me. It's not going to happen.
Well, guess what? For all the people who think that we're, mean or negative or haters, or maybe we were just right, things are as bad as we've described. From the running game to the third down conversion rate to the offense to the protection to the way your quarterback's playing. Why would the Lions, about 15 minutes before transactions, 4 p.m., put out with no caption a picture of Frank Ragnow running out of the tunnel? Mm-hmm. Tell me.
I don't know. At least it's better than TJ's Twitter. So he put a photo of him in a Lions jersey.
I saw that.
I think
Who the
we
hell's trying
good.
to see that crap?
I think we good.
TJ wouldn't even be able to get down into a stance.
What you talking about, man?
I'm being serious. Right. Remember I said about the part about the player taking a decent account of themselves?
Right.
Yeah, TJ's at the other end of the spectrum. The guy's had an IV of beer since retiring.
Okay. But yes.
Look, to me, that is 8 minutes from now, you're going to hear Frank Ragnow's coming out of retirement. That's what that to me is what that is.
Well, you know what? Looks like
my phone just melted, basically. I just got like 18. Go ahead.
Ian Rappaport. Whoops. Not wrong thing.
Woo!
Yep. According to Ian Rappaport, this is real. Frank Ragnow is coming out of retirement.
Who loves you, baby? I'm a regular Inspector Clouseau.
Look at you.
Now, listen. That's interesting. Can a guy still play? How many weeks will it take?
Or is it one of those, you know what? You'll take a 70% of what Ragnow has is still better than 100% of what you're getting.
Yeah, doesn't it just go to show you how bad your offensive line is if this is the next man up?
Yeah. Kind of got a feeling that, you know what, Brad and Dan hey, let's take a little road trip.
Well, but part of it too
Frank,
is
baby.
does the player have the desire? You may have the need, Does the player have the desire? Now, he called his shot in June, and you get the better part of 6 months later. And look, who are we kidding? This is the only franchise he played for. Maybe he watches. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know he's out there hunting caribou and the rest because he's a big outdoorsman, but I would assume he's plugged into the NFL. He sees his guys struggling. Now, does he still have it?
So
no one knows.
So you don't think he's playing tomorrow, right?
No. What do you want, crack? I'll call my shot. Rams game.
Okay.
Couple of weeks. He's got to get in football shape. You got to get back in reps. Look, it's all hands on deck, man. And I think it absolutely is a sign. We're not wrong. It's the Kool-Aid drinkers that are wrong. The people who are saying there's nothing wrong. No. There was plenty wrong. Wrong enough to where they're going to get a guy out of a deer blind and bring him back out of retirement. Why? Because it's that bad. You couldn't keep going this way. Will he fix everything? I won't put that on Frank Ragnow. He's got to come back, practice, make sure he can hold up, and then maybe what Rico said is right. Is 70% of Frank Ragnow better than 100% of Graham Glasgow? Etc. Yeah, probably. Because minimum, the protections will never be wrong. Ever. Ever. Now, whether you lose your matchup or not, that's something different. The protections will be beyond reproach.
Yeah, I would just feel so much better if this was a few weeks ago and he'd be making his debut tomorrow. Like, okay, this and the Cowboys, because these are the next three teams. They got pressure defenses. Like, you need somebody to stabilize the interior of that offensive line. And you're right. He probably, from wherever he was watching the games, was like, you know what? I got to go help my boys out. This is not going well.
I wish he would have retired, 2 months earlier. You could have battle planned a little more. It's the way it works.
No, you're right.
The fact is, Frank Ragnow's going to come back and give it a rip. I'm not going to sit here and automatically be like, okay, that's it. Automatic, we're winning the Super Bowl. Hell, he may come back, practice for a couple of weeks. He could blow out. He could absolutely also be terrible. I don't know.
Oh, or soft tissue injury. Yeah.
Maybe he's 80% of Frank Ragnow, and it's a boost.
I got to think he's probably taking care of himself. TJ, on the other hand, no. That's just, rumble.
And now Rieger's doing his tinfoil conspiracy theories. You handle that. I can't do that. 248-539-9797. So here's what we're going to do. How big of a deal is it? Seriously, you hear the news? Frank Ragnow's coming back. We'll knock out the picks. We got a few open lines. Let's dive into it. Does this move the needle at all for you, or is it a wait till he plays?
Oh, poor Rieger. I just read the text.
Yeah, I can't do this.
Was he secretly practicing the whole
No. Don't give Rieger air.
Okay.
Stop. Okay. Stop. Okay. Now you're platforming that nonsense. 248-539-97. Shame on you. You and your fancy basement. All right. We'll get the picks. Then we're going to the phones. Frank Ragnow's coming out of retirement. When will he play? Probably a couple of weeks, if he plays. But I love it. It's a lottery ticket. Why not? But do I think it's a guarantee to save your season? No, I'm not going to put that on Frank. It wouldn't be fair.
No, but I think it reminds me a lot with the Eagles, and their defense was lacking, and Brandon Graham was like, you know what? I'm back. I'm quitting this TV gig. Give me the uniform. Let me see what I can do to help this team out.
We'll get to the picks next and then to the conversation. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. This breaking, Lions center Frank Ragnow is coming out of retirement. Ian Rappaport says that, quote, sounds like he's in shape and ready to roll sooner rather than later, end quote. The team confirmed the news, posting a photo of him running out of the tunnel at Ford Field as well. Running back Jahmyr Gibbs has been tabbed the NFC Offensive Player of the Week after his 219 yards on the ground. Yes, against the Giants. The Pistons also have a matinee NBA Cup game against the Celtics at 5, looking to set his franchise record for consecutive wins. The current streak sits at 13. Both teams' record for consecutive, both teams are relatively healthy for this one. Here, Mark Champion and Rick Mahorn's call over on WWJ. We'll have the Red Wings and Predators here on the ticket at 7. The flu going through the Detroit locker room, which has ruled out Simon Edvinson and JT Comfort to a game-time decision. Team also giving out Zamboni gravy boats tonight as the first 7,500 through the gates. All right, Lions injury report just in here. Let's see. Graham Glasgow is out. Kirby Joseph is out. Josh Paschal is out. Khalif Raymond and Brock Wright are out as well. Terrion Arnold, Marcus Davenport, Taylor Decker, Penei Sewell, Isaac Tesla, and Tate Rowledge are all questionable. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get back to the Ragnow stuff momentarily. But we got to do the picks. Kenny, music. All right, let's do it. We got 10 games. We got Paul Serra sitting in for David. We begin. I forget what this thing is called. Is it the Coronation Cup or whatever? What is this? Arizona laying 1.5 at Arizona State. Rico Beard.
Well, Michael, I'm going to say it's at Arizona State, so the rivalry just means more in Tempe. Give me the Sun Devils. Forks up.
Over to Paul Serra.
So I've been doing terrible anytime I make picks on the air, so I'm going to go like dumbed it down, dumb brain. Sun Devils are more dangerous than Wildcats. Give me Arizona State.
I hate my life. We go over to Kenny.
Yeah, it's under a field goal. It's under 2. Give me Arizona. Lay the points.
Arizona State stinks. Arizona's been white hot. Defense is cooking. Special teams are a debacle. But wait, Arizona State's are worse. Give me the Wildcats. Number 3, Texas travels to take on Texas A&M. A&M laying, it's the other way around. A&M's at Texas, laying 2.5.
I'm going to say, Mike, I think Texas is going to be a big game. Arch will find a way to fold. Go Aggies.
Paul Serra.
I'm going to go with the Aggies, too. I'm with Rigo.
Yeah, let's make it a clean sweep. I'll be a coward, too. Give me A&M.
You're all cowards. This is the rat line of the week. Hook 'em, Texas. This is the game. Sarkisian gets it right. Number 12, Miami, laying 6.5. They travel to Pittsburgh. Rico Beard, you know what to do.
Oh, Michael, I think that this is the Narduzzi Bowl. Doozy wants to just make sure if he can't go, nobody is going. Give me Pitt.
Noted Hurricane supporter Paul Serra.
So hear me out. I know this is going against everything I should rationally think about Mario Cristobal's Miami Hurricanes and their tradition over the last decade or so. But I have to have some sort of hope. Give me Miami laying the 6.5.
Over to Kenny Cott.
Paul, I expected so much better from you. You disappoint me. Hope is not his strategy. I'll take Pitt.
30 degrees, Carson Beck outside against a Pitt team that'll take away his running game. Yeah, I'll pass. I ain't going full Cristobal. Give me Pitt. Vandy in Tennessee. I don't even know what this game is called. Usually it's Tennessee destroys nerds. But Tennessee laying 3.5. Shout out Vandy. They've been playing football for 115 years. They've never won 10 games. They're sitting on 9. Rico Beard.
Mike, make it 10. You know what? I'm just going to take Vandy. I don't need the stinking points. Give me Vandy outright.
Over to Paul Serra. He seems like the type of guy who'd go to Vandy.
I think they're going to have to wait another game to get their 10th win. I'm taking Tennessee laying the points.
Oh, Paul. Kenny.
Paul, I think he just called you a nerd there. I'm not sure what that was about, but I'll take
That's
Tennessee
okay.
lay the points.
No. After the bye week, Vandy came out with their hair on fire. Tennessee are a bunch of gutless jellyfish. Give me the nerds. And it's Diego. He covers every week. OSU, this spread went down to 9.5 per the pick sheet. Laying 9.5, they travel to U of M. Rico Beard.
It's going to be snow in the forecast, but I think this is Ryan Day. Win this game or you're fired. Give me OSU? Question mark?
Question mark. Over to Paul Sarah.
So I know Ryan Day usually brain farts his way into losing this game despite having the more talented team. But his team is so much more talented than Michigan. He can't possibly do this again. Give me Ohio State.
Kenny Conn.
I agree with the nerd to my right. Lay the 9.5. Give me Ohio State.
Jeremiah Smith's playing. I don't know about Carnell Tate. If both play, I feel pretty good about it. By the way, snow's not supposed to start until like 3. So maybe they can get this in under the gun. I don't have a lot of confidence, but OSU. All right, NFL. Buckle up. The Texans travel to Indy. Indy laying 4.5.
Traveling to Indy. Indy is kind of reeling. Texans are starting to believe in themselves, Mike. I like the Texans defense. I'm going to take Houston and the points.
So silly. Over to Paul Sarah.
Give me the Texans. Daniel Jones is a fraud. We know he was going to come back down to reality at some point. Will Anderson's coming for him. Yeah, give me the Texans.
Yeah, you're a fraud. Over to Kenny.
I'm a fraud too. Then everything that Paul just said, I think Daniel Jones is a fraud. Give me the Texans.
Gentlemen, this is a Colts bounce back spot. You're missing it. Colts. Eagles laying 7 to the Bears on Black Friday. Why? Because of greed. Go ahead, Rico.
The Bears will do some type of a voodoo magic to keep this thing close. They won't win, but give me the Bears and the points.
Paul Sarah.
Greed is good sometimes, Mike, and that's usually about money. Money's green. The Eagles wear green. The Eagles.
Okay, that's amazing. Okay, over to Kenny.
That's a little bit of a stretch for me. 7's a lot of points. I'll take the Bears.
I just look, the Eagles offense sucks. Eagles win, Bears cover. Bengals, Ravens. Why? Greed. We don't need this game. Ravens laying 7 at 8:30 at night on Thanksgiving night. Go ahead, Rico.
I think
know what to do.
Yeah, Joe Burrow is back. I think he's going to be a little rusty, Mike. Give me the Ravens and the points.
You pile of refuse.
Hey, man,
over
Lamar.
to Paul.
Give me the returning fighting Joe Burrows.
Yes. Kenny.
I'll use the Paul Sarah logic. Thanksgiving and fall colors are orange. The Bengals wear orange. Give me the Bengals.
Do you know what turkey is in Portuguese? Iosivas. Let's get it. Bengals take the 7.
What did that have to do with anything?
I'm talking about Andre Iosivas because T. Higgins isn't playing this week, you dodo bird. Chiefs laying, like I know Portuguese. Chiefs laying 3 at the Cowboys. Rico Beard.
Wow, this is everything tells me to take the Chiefs, but the Cowboys have been playing some of their best football, Mike.
Cowboys are like 2-15 the last 17 years against the number on
and I think they've been flying a little too high coming back against the Eagles. Give me the Chefs.
Over to Paul.
Oh yeah, give me the Chiefs laying the points. They're gonna win this game. I think by double digits.
Over to Kenny.
Are we all just going to keep agreeing on stuff, boys? I'm going to take also the Chefs.
I've been a voice of dissent on plenty. How dare you? If this were north of 3, I would take the Cowboys. But this flat 3, there's no incentive to do it. Give me the Chefs. Pack. Lions. Lions laying 2.5. Rico Beard.
We just found out Ragnow's coming back. I don't think he's going to be back for this game, and I don't think you want to bring him back and have him go up against a Micah Parsons. I think the Packers defense will be a little bit too much for the Lions. Give me the Packers and the points.
Can we just not pick this game? I have no confidence. I don't want to select it. All right, Pack. Can I add one here? I want to add one. Because shame on Kenny. First of all these games are written down backwards. Unbelievable. Second of all, how is Georgia laying 13.5 against Georgia Tech in the good old-fashioned hate game not on this? Rico Beard.
Georgia Tech 13.5.
Yes.
That's a lot of points. Give me G-Tech.
I would also take Georgia Tech.
Another sucker. Kenny, let's pick up a game.
That's right. Go Dogs. Sick 'em.
Exactamundo. Georgia doesn't let you run the football. What's Haynes King going to do? Go air raid? Drop a bomb on these frauds. I can't stand Georgia Tech. Go Dogs. Delta headsets. Those are the picks. Back to Ragnow. 97-1.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there is only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff not only want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving, but they want to be your Chevy dealer as well. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, a tough truck, or even a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory, and the selection is best right now because they are stocked up and ready to get you on a road in a Chevy that will fit your lifestyle, but more importantly, your budget as well, including the November Rico deal. You can lease a 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. Get this as low as $199 a month for 24 months. Just walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details, and you'll find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right. Kenny, I want to go ticket text. What's wrong? Hold on, Rico. Go ahead.
Oh, no,
What's
Mike.
wrong?
It's one of those classic things, as you would like to say, flow chart. So
what happened?
Oh, no, just flow chart. People in general. Just flow chart. Idiots.
Well, just who Me?
No. I'll explain later.
Oh, this is like.
Yes, like some of the ticket text and people like that, just flowchart. So, yes.
Well, we'll read the ticket text then. What's the issue?
Mike, let's move on. Let's talk Ragnow.
We have talked Ragnow. Hell, we damn near broke it before it came out.
Right. So
okay, let's get back to Ragnow.
No. I was just reading some of the stuff, and I told Kenny, like, you know what? Why did I even waste my time reading this stuff? And Kenny was like, no, you shouldn't.
Yeah, there's a reason why I filter through these things so that nobody has to.
What is it? People think
dumber.
that he's back and they're never going to lose again? I mean, is that it?
No, it's well, I tune in to hear this news, and they're talking betting right now, and it's
no. We're not talking betting. We talked about the news. We damn near broke the news. Then we did break the news, and then we did the picks, which is what we call appointment listening, which is what we have done with the picks on Friday for north of 20 years. Now we're talking Ragnow. Ready? Here are our thoughts on Ragnow. This is where some of you dummies don't get it. He's coming back. Not tomorrow, and probably not next week. He'll be back in 2.5 weeks. And while I'm excited that he's back, it's a lottery ticket. I have no idea if he's going to be any good anymore. Once you stop playing, it's hard to ramp back up. But I like that he's back. Do I think it means all of a sudden he's the savior? Not fair to the player. I wouldn't do that. Mm-hmm. There, we talked Ragnow. What do you want to do? Break down his stance? Want us to talk about how his ass looks in football pants? What are you gunning for here?
Once again, flowchart, Mike.
No. We can flowchart it. Yeah. I just laugh at it.
Right.
There's not a lot of discussion point with it.
Oh, no. Yes. Michael, you're correct. That's
also, Odyssey.com rewind. All the Ragnow you can handle. Here, we're talking Ragnow now, Spank. Call in. Have a hoot. Tell me something I haven't said. I mean, it just, unfortunately, it has no bearing on tomorrow's game, and it probably won't impact the Dallas game.
Yeah, I think
maybe.
Yeah, I think Rieger's wearing a tinfoil hat saying maybe he was secretly practicing. I don't see that happening.
I told Rieger, put the crack pipe down. But no, I mean, look, I think it tells you where things were, and it tells you how bad it was. And maybe it's also, look, Frank's been away from the game long enough to miss it now. Mm-hmm. And he wants one more crack at this. And there is a part of it when you walk away. I've talked to TJ about this. You walk away, you feel like you're letting people down. You feel like you've left a brotherhood, and you see your guys struggling, and you're not there to help them. Mm-hmm. And there's only so many hunting trips you can go on, or caribou to shoot, or whatever Frank does in his spare time. I just know he's a huge outdoorsman. And the point is, you sit there, you watch your team get murdered against Philly, you see what the hell. You know what? It was the Giants that were the final straw for Frank, probably. Okay, so he announces he's coming out of retirement. But we don't get to actually break it down and the impact and what it means for weeks. Mm-hmm. That's the problem in it.
Yeah, but it does say that they realize that there's a problem. They didn't plan for the future, and now this bides them some time. If he can come back, keep this thing steady until the end of the season, and now you can go into the draft next year or, free agency and pick up that center that can really solidify this offensive line again.
Sure. And again, if it comes back in a couple of weeks and he can play an acceptable amount of football, it would give you the optionality to move Glasgow over to guard in the absence of Mahogany. But again, these things are weeks away. It's a nice lottery ticket. I'm excited about it. You want to view it as a trade that you made at the deadline? That's cool too. Now, here's the challenge. 248-539-9797. For all of you idiot texters, go ahead and say something we didn't say. Add something to the conversation. Because what I just offered you is beginning, middle, and end of it. Or here's what we can do. I can leave, and you guys can attempt to talk Ragnow till 6. Like, I would love to know these Ragnow discussion points. Here, let me help you. Here's every call that'll come in. I'm excited Ragnow's back. Cool, me too. In other news, boobs are fun.
Yeah. When is he going to play again? Don't know yet, but probably soon. They're
well,
saying
what did he have to
later.
say? Yeah, what comments has he made? None.
Yeah, it started with a cryptic tweet, and then all of a sudden we got the word from all the insiders. Yep, it's true. He's coming back. Got to wait and see. I thought, it would be nice to have him all ready to suit up right now for this Green Bay game, but that's not going to happen.
It's not a video game. It's not how it works.
Right. You're hoping that Glasgow will be ready.
My other problem is they got to play tomorrow, because I'll be honest with you, if they don't get their stuff right here in the next week or two, it really won't matter if Ragnow comes back. That's the reality you're residing in. Mm-hmm. Thank God you won Sunday, because I'll tell you what, if you had lost Sunday, tomorrow would be the death knell. There'd be no coming back from that.
Yeah,
you'd have to win out.
It'd be interesting if, all of a sudden Campbell does get that 2-game losing streak and he comes back for the Rams game, because now you're running the table to make the playoffs.
Right. But look, they did win. And a win tomorrow, that's where the excitement would take place. The win tomorrow would absolve that Giants game. It would make us feel like they're on the right track again. I don't know.
So, this is going to be very interesting. We said it before, and as you said, the Odyssey Rewind, it's going to come down to whose defense steps up and plays better. If it's the Lions, if we see the Lions defense that we were all ready to buy into and said, let's just lean on that defense that played in the Eagles game, I think that you could go ahead and make Love's life confusing, and you can beat them. The Packers
have to get
dropped
pressure quickly
tons of
because
passes.
your man cover's not going to hold up. That's it. Get pressure faster than you get it all year long, and especially against the Giants. I'll say it again. 3.22 seconds time to pressure. Jameis had the second most time of anyone in football last Sunday. If that's what you produce this week, you'll lose. I'm not saying you'll produce that. Kelvin Shepard has probably not slept all week figuring out ways to produce better.
Yeah, somehow I got a feeling he took this thing personal. Like, this cannot happen again, guys.
He should. Him and every guy on that defense. That was a complete embarrassment.
That was Jameis.
Oh, they ran trick plays. That doesn't mean your expensive off-ball linebacker shouldn't be able to tackle Jameis Winston.
Not necessarily Barnes' greatest highlight ever.
Go ahead. You pick the phone call. Whoever's held longest, they get first run.
You know what? Mike, you're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, happy Thanksgiving to you.
Same to you and yours, Mikey. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, real quickly, just as something different. Last time I called, you guys were talking about how I had the belly busters for the Sunday games. Yeah, there was no leftovers, Mike. With the way you tell me to cook a brisket, there was nothing left.
Atta baby.
Oh,
Way
I
to
remember
be, Mike.
that. Yes.
Way to be. That's right.
Now, when it comes to the Lions, I am nervous about tomorrow's game after hearing the injury report. And to me, it's going to come down to who wants it more. And the way I hear the Lions with, we're good. And then I watch Sunday's post-game for Green Bay, and you got Matt LaFleur stopping his post-game interview to watch the end of the Lions game. I'm leaning more towards Green Bay taking it tomorrow, especially after the injury report. And then when it comes to Frank Ragnow coming back, at one point nobody brought up, maybe they're bringing him back to mentor Glasgow and Ratledge. They don't really have a mentor on the sideline for them. Because you're right. When it comes to coverage, Mike, he's the best at it. Nobody better out there.
Make no mistake. He's coming back to play. He's coming back to play because Glasgow's awful at center. And you got a rookie next to him, and you got a Ashoka was undrafted free agent to the left of him. They need stability, and he's coming back to play. Now, if he can play, he'll play, but they're not going to put him out there unless he's an improvement. Yeah, this isn't some farewell tour. This isn't Gordie Howe in a Whalers jersey.
No, you're right. And with all these slappies that are going to be, he's going to play tomorrow. No, he's not. I'm looking at probably 3 weeks before he comes back.
That's what I said.
Yeah. So
Mike, that was the whole thing. That's what makes me laugh is like people get all bent out of shape. It's like, what are you, surprised we did the picks? You're really going to be surprised when a ball descends in Times Square midnight on December 31st. Wow. It's called New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Well, Mike, we got the Lions injury report. Glasgow out.
Shut up, you. Talk Ragnow.
Kirby Joseph out. Khalif Raymond out. Brock Wright out.
The right one, at first I thought he was okay. And then you saw it. So it's a couple of ankle injuries there. Look, Brock Wright.
And then Josh Pascal is also out as well.
He was never in.
I know. I'm just rounding it out. Everybody else is questionable.
But you remember when I said this with Pascal to start the year? He was supposed to make the opener. Then it was, all right, he'll be back by game 4. Then it was, well, we're shooting for December. I can't count on any of these guys. Mm-hmm. I think the Brock Wright thing is interesting based on you're running out of tight ends.
Yep.
I mean, I know Kenny's got a fat head of Russ Dwelly on his wall, but there's you're falling off a cliff here from Sam Laporta to Brock Wright. And I like Brock Wright, but now from Brock Wright to whatever the hell you're putting out there, that inherently changes your game plan.
It does. I think they need to run the ball, but 4 wides, Tesla. I guess actually 3 wides now because Raymond's not playing.
But I was talking with TJ about this just because we were nerding out, film stuff, and it was just Jahmyr Gibbs is so much better when Goff is under center than in the shotgun. The ability to gain momentum, and I hate running the ball out of the shotgun, especially with your 2 running backs. So I can't sit here and be like, all right, we'll spread them out and run it in the absence of being able to use, your 2 tight end sets and different things. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't. I mean, they're going to spend all week figuring it out, clearly. But, you're running out of – this is the thing, is you're not going to put guys that are going to put you at a disadvantage on the field so you can stay comfortable formationally. If you're out of NFL caliber tight ends, you're not going to use tight ends.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be relying heavily on Dan Skipper.
Anything else on the injury report? Or we?
Like I said, everybody else is questionable. Terry and Arnold. Yeah, questionable. Decker, questionable. Davenport, questionable. Tate Ratledge.
Back.
Tate Ratledge, Sewell, Isaac Tesla. Looks like Brian Branch had a full practice.
Yeah, and again, that's what I said earlier about the whole line is banged up. Guys are playing hurt. Sewell's been banged up all year. Decker, all year. So the Ragnow thing, hey, man, it's right now I just view it as it's hope. Mm-hmm. He's got to practice. He's got to be ready to rock. And then if they can play him and he can play well, maybe you can get Glasgow over to guard and get better at 2 spots. Maybe.
Yeah, my thing with Glasgow out and Ratledge, working on that knee, hopefully he can stay in the game because if not, I think that's just a recipe for disaster. Even though they don't have Lucas Van Ness, that pass rush is going to be relentless.
All right, don't panic, anyone. We're going to take a quick TO from Ragnow Talk. Hey, time's running out to get health insurance for 26. What are you waiting on? Call Mike Papura. Talk to him about Frank Ragnow. If you're lonely, you want to talk to somebody, Mike Papura. He'll talk to you about Ragnow all damn day. Call him. He'll shop for your health insurance for 26 so you don't have to. You don't have to get a headache and deal with all the BS. Let Mike shop on and off the marketplace. Let him show you a variety of options. Let him figure it out for you. Why? Because he's your consultant. Call him now, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Lions center Frank Ragnow is coming out of retirement. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, his first chance to play would be a week from tomorrow against the Cowboys, although that's unlikely as well. Detroit has ruled out the following players for tomorrow: center Graham Glasgow, safety Kirby Joseph, edge rusher Josh Paschal, receiver Khalif Raymond, and tight end Brock Wright. 8 other players are questionable, including Terrion Arnold, Marcus Davenport, Tate Ratledge, Penei Sewell, and Isaac Tesla. The Pistons are running a 13-game winning streak. If they get their 14th today, that would set a franchise record. Here if they can, over on WWJ at the top of the hour at 5. The Wings host the Predators, 7 p.m. the face-off. Simon Edvinsson is out with the flu. Hear the game here on the Ticket at 7. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, we'll get to the people, knock out some calls. We've talked the Ragnow thing to death. And again, we're all excited, but there's nothing more to say. I'm glad that Jeremy Otto just updated you. It's exactly what we talked about. Yeah. It's going to be weeks until he plays. I don't think he's playing against the Cowboys. You could leave the window open. It'd be miraculous.
Yeah.
I think the Rams game is his first opportunity to play.
Yeah, and it was the last day. If he wanted to unretire, he had to do it today. So
there you go. Rico, to the people. Let's go to Brian, 97.1.
No,
Brian, how you been?
No, Brian. We got Tim.
Tim, welcome. What's going on?
Hey, I want your guys' take. What do you think about this? Next 3 games, they end up losing all 3. Even if everybody comes back healthy, what is their chances of making the playoffs? And right now, based on how the offense is rolling, is it even realistic to get past the second round? And I'll get off the phone.
Hold on.
I want to hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, Tim, here's the thing. I'm not going to pick him to lose 3 games in a row. I mean, Dan Campbell's yet to lose back-to-back games. So let's start there. But you asked me the question, I'll answer it. If what you asked happens, their chances are 0. You're not making a play.
No.
Now, as far as
look, if they lose this, Mike, if they lose this game, now you're going to have to become Packer fans because you're going to need the Packers to sweep the Bears because the Bears become your main competition.
Yeah, he asked about 3 in a row. I'm not going there.
No, I'm just saying this game. Yeah, you lose 3 in a row, yeah, you're out. But look, is it impossible? No. Improbable? Probably so. I don't think you're going to lose to both Green Bay, to Green Bay, to the Cowboys, and to the Rams. Maybe 2 of 3, but not all 3.
And again, he asked about depth of playoff run and will the offense keep them out. Dan Orlovsky said their O-line will preclude them from winning a Super Bowl. I have questions about getting to the Super Bowl based on both lines of scrimmage. I don't think your base 4 pass rush is good enough. And then as it pertains to the offense, look, it's hope. If Ragnow comes back and is mostly Frank Ragnow, no, I think it could do a lot of things for this offense. My fear is the loss of Laporta, and then what do you lose around Frank Ragnow? If Ragnow returns, remember, it's not like you're bubble wrapping all your other guys. I think there's a fragility to this offense that hasn't existed the last 2 years. The last 2 years, they just felt like an indomitable force. Mm-hmm. This year, there's slippage. You don't have your coordinator. You don't have your O-line. And injuries are popping up here now where, look, Sam Laporta doesn't have to catch 100 balls to have the value of a receiver who does in the run game, in the pass game, and manipulating coverages and what teams are required to do when he's on the field. He's gone. So, look, it's TBA as far as where they can go. Today, the team they're putting on the field with the tape they've put on the field today, no, I don't think they're going to get to the NFC title game, to answer your question. But they don't play today.
Correct.
They got 6 weeks to ramp up and show us what they are, and we're going to figure it out.
Yeah, I think perfect world, you go 2-1 in your next 3 games. You're still on pace to maybe.
Where do I sign? Where do I sign that deal with the devil for me to go 2-1 the next 3? I'll sign it today.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would definitely do that as well. 2-1. But, yeah, there is the possibility, Mike, because I look at the pressure defense that you saw with the Vikings, you saw it with the Giants, and you're going up against an improved Dallas defense, an improved the Rams defense. But I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. You're going up against the Pack. Pack can't score. Pack can play defense.
when you have a chance to make the big play, you have to make the big play. This is where the drop passes or a silly penalty on a big play will just devastate this team. And this is one where Campbell had to learn his mistake from the Philly game. When you get an opportunity for 3 points, just take it, especially if it's early in the game. Take it, because now you're going to force the Packers to make difficult decisions instead of you having to go for it and be overly aggressive.
Let's go over to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
Good.
I don't know if anyone brought this up, so I don't want to be redundant if anyone did, but at the end of last season, Ragnow was all on board for coming back and playing again. Then his wife got pregnant. Then he abruptly retired. I'm wondering if possibly she had some complications with the pregnancy that made him, step back for a minute, and maybe this might not just be the end of the season thing.
You might get someone to talk like that. I ain't speculating on stuff like that. Mike, I'm out on that one. Happy Thanksgiving. Don't be calling this radio show asking us to comment on what does or doesn't go on in a man's home with a pregnancy and stuff. Buddy, you're going down a JFK assassination conspiracy hole. Like, dude, how about the guy's body wasn't right and he retired? And we leave it there. I mean, you know me, Rico. I'll talk about just about anything. But, are you kidding me with that?
You know what, buddy? Hey, happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, to you and yours. Share that theory over your dining room table. Don't bring it in. What in the HELL hell was that? 248-539-9797.
You know what, Mike? That's called the bottom of the chili pot. That's what that was called. Kenny, take a text.
Take a text here. We got the offensive line needs to have one of their better games in order to win this game. I'm worried that the last game we played, the quality wasn't all the way there.
How about the last two? How about the last three? How about the last four? When exactly is this offensive line look quality? You want to go back to the Cleveland game? They played their best game of the season. That was 2 months ago.
Mike is spot on with this lottery ticket. Ragnow he won't be a savior. He just maybe could help them down the road, though.
Yeah, and listen, I'm doing that out of respect for Frank Ragnow. It is unfair to a man who hasn't played since last year to simply waltz back in. Like he's going to be like the WB Frog. He's just going to dance out onto the field and be an all-pro. How about we give him a little ramp-up time?
Because here's the thing, not playing that long, this is where you normally see that soft tissue injury because your body is not in football shape. He may be in great, just regular guy shape, but, man, to go into those – we've heard TJ talk about it. It's like a car crash every time they go out there for every play. I don't think he's ready for that yet.
If he were back by the Ram game, I'd be thrilled.
And the last one here, Mike, I think this signals that Glasgow's knee injury is more serious than being out just this week.
Maybe so. Obviously, you wish the best. You don't want anyone to get hurt. You want him to get better. But am I going to act like he's some huge loss? No, I'll be honest. I wouldn't have been shocked if Cologne would have just taken his damn job. He's been terrible. But we'll see. 248-539-9797. All right, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel introducing a brand new Build a Parlay Together deal. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. You start a group build. Add your pick, pass it to your friends, they add theirs, and when everybody's done, you lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Whether it's football, basketball, I know it's feast week in college hoops. Good luck with that. Don't even go there with me. Get the crew together, put something together, Thanksgiving, and enjoy yourself. It's FanDuel.com/ticket to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration or max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Lions have dealt with injuries all year on the offensive line. They've now received an unexpected boost as 29-year-old center Frank Ragnow is coming out of retirement. This was a move that needed to be done now as the NFL requires players on the reserve retired list to be reinstated before their game in Week 13. Adam Schefter of ESPN says the earliest he could be in action would be next week against the Cowboys, although that's still unlikely as well. Detroit has a laundry list of injuries once again heading into their battle with the Packers tomorrow. The following are out: center Graham Glasgow, safety Kirby Joseph, edge rusher Josh Paschal, receiver Khalif Raymond, and tight end Brock Wright. 8 other players are questionable, including Terrion Arnold, Tate Ratledge, Penei Sewell, and Isaac Teslaw. The Pistons are getting ready to tip it off against the Celtics momentarily. Detroit's injury report, the cleanest it's looked in a while. Here's the starting lineup: Kate Cunningham, Duncan Robinson, Asar Thompson, Tobias Harris, and Jalen Duren. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950. The Red Wings also dealing with the flu. That's ruled out Simon Edvinsson for tonight's game versus the Predators. JT Compher is a game-time decision because of that as well. Here if he goes, right here on the ticket at 7 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, 5 o'clock. Get to the picks at 5:30. News of the day. Yeah, Frank Ragnow is coming back from retirement, but not for a few weeks. Look, it's a great lottery ticket. We're all amped about it, but it ain't going to help us beat Green Bay tomorrow. And I don't think it's going to help you beat the Cowboys. So I'm just way more interested in let's deal with what's in front of us, and then I view Frank as this, I don't know, trade acquisition that I get maybe for the Rams game.
A bonus. Yeah.
Right. And look, that's all there is to say about it. I don't have anything else. We broke it when it was happening. So I'm also not going to sit here and tell you that I have any idea what he'll bring to the table. He's got to come back. He's got to practice. He's got to get in football shape. His body has to respond. There's really not a lot to go on. But much rather have that announcement than him saying, hell no. Yeah. But we'll see in a couple of weeks. We talked about the game. I don't know if you're brand new to the station. Odyssey.com Rewind. Everything with chapters. You can figure out exactly what we're talking about every damn segment. Rewind. Do whatever you like with it. It's arguably the greatest thing this company's ever done, is doing that.
You can go right to wherever you want to go. And, heck, if you want to listen to other shows, you can do the same thing. But you probably wouldn't listen
Go
to
for
ours.
it. But listen, so the Ragnow thing is the thing. We've talked about the Packer game for a couple hours. Kenny had something on this sheet that I just have to you know what? I'm going to be selfish. I got to know what it is. When Kenny puts something on the sheet, that's a real moment in time. But all it said was, I have a Thanksgiving dilemma. Now, Kenny, if this isn't good enough to bring up right here, you need to tell me right now.
No, it's relevant. It's a problem that I'm sure other people in the city have had, being Lions fans and going to Thanksgiving Day things.
So what is it? And keep it clean. This better not be one of the uncouth
No,
things.
there's nothing dirty about it. It's just this is the first year, oddly enough, my wife, their family works crazy hours. They usually bump their Thanksgiving to the weekend before or after Thanksgiving just so everybody can be there. No sweat.
What, Canadian?
No, they work hospital hours, they work bar hours, they work all sorts of different things, you know?
Okay.
So that's the case. This is the first time I actually am going to their Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving Day proper.
As a married man.
As a married man, yes. I would not like to do that. But Rico was waiting all day to play that drop, and he finally nailed it. Real good, buddy. Real good.
All right,
he said it's his wife's family, not his. This family's too classy for such caloric delights.
But I realize I don't know I know there are sports fans in their family. I don't know to what degree. I don't know if they plan around the game. I don't know what their dinner schedule looks like on a Thanksgiving when it's on Thanksgiving Day proper. So I'm worried. Am I going to have to bubble myself? What am I going to have to do for this game?
Are you going to the game?
No.
Okay.
This is simple. Oh my God, this isn't difficult at all. Because now you're not this goofball boyfriend. You're not even the guy they're kind of not sure about, the fiancé. No, I'm a married man. You're going to walk in. You like your in-laws? Actually, bad question. You can't say that on the air. Let's just say you're going to go to your in-laws and go, hey, do me a solid. What's your father-in-law's name? Mother-in-law's name?
You may want to move on.
Yeah. But,
okay, no, I'm asking a point. Is like, just say kindly, Jennifer, Donna, Barbara, whatever her name is. hey, would you mind throwing a game on? That's it.
Now, Kenny,
if you're hosting Thanksgiving in Detroit, right? They live local. You're not like leaving for Kentucky or something.
Oh,
right?
we're driving a little bit. It's closer to like the Flint area.
Okay, but here's the thing: if they work at a bar and things like that somewhere, and I'm sure the game is on there, so they know.
I'm just saying those are the types of hours they work. It's not bar specific,
okay,
but like.
I gotta
Bottom
think that
line
you
is
know,
this.
living in Detroit, that the game
Thank
is
you.
on. Now, I don't know, Kenny. Are they one of these, hey, family first, and we're going to shut off the phones and nobody talks and everybody
unless
go
you're
around the
Amish,
table?
You're
and
not doing that.
No,
Come
they're
on,
not like
man.
that.
everybody say what you're thankful for type of thing.
And for the record,
Let's go.
they all happen to be very nice, lovely people. So there wouldn't be an issue with me being able to talk to them about this.
That's it. Put the game on. Help to do the dishes, do whatever it takes. Get the game on. Come on now.
I mean, worst
That's
case,
easy.
yeah, put the phone up on the table and.
Nah, I'm not going to be that guy. That might be
listen.
where I draw
I
a
know
line.
I've seen that guy before.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the phone on the table. I resent that remark.
At
I'm not the one who got
Day-
married in the fall.
I love you, buddy.
At Thanksgiving Day, I don't think you can put the phone on the table and watch the game.
Why? Why? Explain it. If
I
the
think that's
TV's
bad
on in the
form.
background, what's the difference?
Oh, if it's on in the background, sure. But I think if it's not, that's bad form.
But here's the thing: if you have the phone on the table, you will be the most interesting man because everybody's going to want the update.
Yeah, like who's this jerk she married?
Nah, hold on.
Kenny,
See,
what's the score? What's the score?
My point is, hold on, I want to ask people this. Is there any scenario this Lions game isn't on at your Thanksgiving this year? There's no way. It's Lions-Packers. Even if they are not, quote, sports people, you're hosting Thanksgiving in Metro Detroit. I don't care if this was in Ishpeming. The Lions game is on.
Or
it's not even an option.
I mean, or do you just wait until do they have the dinner like at 5 o'clock, like most people normally have dinner, or is this Thanksgiving where for some reason you eat dinner at noon?
Well, it's funny because I was talking to a friend of mine whose family are largely non-sports people that couldn't care any less about football or the Lions. They just want to eat their Thanksgiving and do their dinner. There's a lot more people, guys, than we actually realize that are like that. There's a lot more people, and it's not a majority, but there are people that are out there that are like that.
Kenny, I'm like that. Like, I would love tomorrow to just be about family, but I'm also a realist, and it's not all about me. Football is super important. It's cultural out here. So, yes, I mean, look, the Lions own the rights to Thanksgiving. Then the Cowboys decided to glom onto it. You know what I don't need? The night game. But the Lions game is on, whether people choose to watch it or not, unless you're Amish and you're like raising a barn or building some heirloom furniture on Thanksgiving, the game is available. Otherwise, you shouldn't be hosting. Like, if your plan is to not have the Lions game on, you don't deserve to host Thanksgiving.
Either that or you know what, dinner starts at 5. At that point, you think that the game is done, it's over, and now you got a great dinner conversation rehashing the game. Because the Cowboy game you could probably use as background noise.
Kenny, I think you just need to step to the plate tonight, make a phone call. And just say, I mean, they live in a house that has TVs, right? They're not like, naturists.
Of course, no. They don't live in the
woods.
woods.
All right,
Mike.
well then, you just make the phone call. Be like, Francine, do me a solid. We going to be watching a Lions game tomorrow, or do I have to bring my iPad? What's the problem?
You know what the problem is this has invited the slew of ticket texts that are it's just rake after rake right in my face.
Well, let's read those. I'm excited about them, and we can get some Ragnow feedback.
You know what, Kenny? And I won't even hit the button. I did it.
How generous of you, Rico. How generous of you.
Did it once.
No, let me hear some of these ticket texts. What do you got for me?
A Thanksgiving in Metamora, Michigan. Boiled shrimp as an appetizer. Very good. I thought Kenny's problem was going to be that the sandwich shop is closed on Thanksgiving. That's from John in Lake
That's
Orion.
a good one. That's a good
That's
one.
pretty solid. That's good. None of these are mean, by the way. These are tremendous.
He's looking at the mean ones and doing editing on the fly. I can see it in his face.
Oh, yeah, no, it's like a math problem.
Hold on, before you turn into Zach Galifianakis in The Hangover with like equations above your head. Like, what's the meanest one? It can't be that bad. It's a fun topic.
No, there's more people giving a little bit of advice here. That's I'll sift through those and we can get to those.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. Why don't you do a little sifting? We can get to the phone calls. Anyone has Ragnow feedback, we can do that. We have the picks at 5:30. Kenny, I think this is a very easy solution. Otherwise, if these people don't have the game on or look at you sideways, you may have to question a few things about your life. Very simple.
I'm with you.
Okay, there you go. 248-539-9797. We'll get into some of those. We'll get some of the Ragnow calls. And I mean, have you ever been to a Thanksgiving in this town where this game hasn't been on? I don't even think that's possible.
No, not even in the background noise. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, Rico. I'm not saying everyone's got to be huddled in the room. Maybe they put it on the kids' TV. I don't know. They put you in the backyard, but the game's on.
No, you're correct.
Let's talk about David Femininio. Every lawyer says the same damn thing. We've got experience. Yeah, great. I hope so. Doesn't mean a lot if you just treated like another number at the deli. David Femininio's got a track record, but he's also got a very personal angle with this. You call, he answers. He takes your case, he reps you. He fights for you. Your experience matters to him. Can the other guy say that? So if you've been in an accident, you know who to call. 855-65-CRASH or visit GetDavid.GetPaid.com. That's GetDavid.GetPaid.com. All right. Kenny on the text, then straight to the calls. Whether it's Ragnow, he's coming out of retirement. Obviously not going to play tomorrow. They'll leave a tiny window open for next Thursday. I think everyone's mindset, 10 days after that, full ramp up, multiple weeks of practice, a little bit of football shape. Maybe get Ragnow out in L.A. with you. Kenny, the Thanksgiving issue.
Thanksgiving. Text here. I went to the family dinner back in Ferndale years ago where my sister-in-law complained because the game was on and made her husband turn it off.
Okay, well then he should have filed papers that day, and she sounds like a pain in the ass. That's ridiculous. It's Thanksgiving. The game is a part of the tradition. Good God.
My aunt doesn't like the game being on, so I just don't go.
Well, I don't like your aunt. There.
Jeez. Every Thanksgiving, it's an argument with the ladies, and the ladies often win. So, Kenny, I feel you.
No. You know what? Stand for your rights. What are we doing here? What do you mean the ladies win? This isn't win or lose. The game has no impact on your holiday enjoyment. You're so offended that what? The men want to enjoy the football game, the 80-year tradition here in Detroit. Well, too bad.
Yes.
Then go eat outside.
I just want my time.
No, because the football game becomes the center of attention and not
over what?
The family.
Over what? The centerpiece that Aunt Barbara put together? Nobody cares. The green Jell-O with the pears in it? It's not that cool.
Just saying, some people are, no, it's family time, and that's how it has to be, and turn it off.
Listen,
and I'm
I
offended.
feel that way, but even I understand. Look, I know what I'm doing for a living. It's different. My point is, even when I'm done with this, I don't have to have it on when I retire from this. But I'm never going to have a problem with it being on. What the hell, man?
Because some people look at it as it's either you're choosing football over family, rather than just, why not have both? Why? I mean, because if not, you're holding that person hostage. I don't care about what you have going on in your life. I don't care about your job. Don't care about your relationship. I just want to know the score of the game. And the second you end this boring story, I can excuse myself and go turn on the TV or switch on my phone to get an update.
My goodness. I never realized this many people had problems with it. One more, and then I'm going to the phones.
Oh, yeah.
And again, Ragnow, welcome.
That's probably a good idea to go to the phones, because the last one I see here is Kenny bringing the hot dog roller to Thanksgiving at the in-laws.
That's
good. That would be a move. That would be a move.
Would you dare?
Not the first time, no.
Okay. Maybe in 2026. All right, let's go to Dave on a cell, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike, Rico, Kenny, David, happy Thanksgiving, boys.
Same to you, David. What's on your mind, pal?
Thank you. So what I got, check this out. So this is a conundrum. So where I'm going, the game's not an issue. The game's going to be on, and that's all fine and dandy. But the start time for the family gathering is 3 p.m. So I got to get ready during the game. The wife has to get ready during the game. And then in the middle of the game, I got to get up and leave and drive 40 minutes to where I'm going to finish the game.
Oh, boy. All right, we got a couple of solutions here. So, Dave, when you say get ready, is this like a formal occasion? What are we talking about here?
No, it's not a formal occasion, Mike. I know I sounded a little bougie. Didn't mean to.
No, I don't care. David, I have no judgment. I don't care if you were getting dressed up or not. My point is, get ready before the game, so that takes that out. So what? You got to wear pants with buttons a little bit earlier. All right, that's one. Two, here's what we're going to do. You're going to tactically leave at halftime. The halftime is egregiously long, and it features a concert you don't care about.
Jack White.
We're going to basically be able to take up 27 minutes in the car with that halftime, and then you're going to listen to the dulcet tones of Dan Miller for about 12 minutes, and ding-dong, you're at Thanksgiving.
Hey, Dave, I don't know how far the drive is, but you may even want to leave it. Go ahead.
I'm going into Bryce Underwood country.
Okay.
From where I live, so about a 40-minute drive.
You know what, Dave? Leave at the 2-minute warning.
Good one. Rico wins, Dave. That's easily the last 2 minutes and a half take 12 minutes.
Yep.
12 plus 27.
Well, boys,
you're there.
I think we figured it out. I think we got a plan.
David, we're not curing cancer, but we're ensuring that you're going to get your football. You're good.
Right. Yeah, just leave it a 2-minute warning because you know it's going to be a bunch of timeouts taken afterwards.
Right. When he said he was getting ready, I'm going, what is this, The Great Gatsby? Like, is he putting on a cravat? I mean, what the hell kind of occasion are we going through?
Looking like Charles Woodson out there. Okay.
You know, listen, he can pull off the ass guy.
He can.
Plus, he's the greatest defensive player in the history of college football. He can wear whatever he wants.
He is.
I just don't like when he does the flag thing. That's a little over the top for me.
You know what? I can appreciate it because at least he's having fun and he's just letting you know this is who I am. So I can appreciate
Jason on a cell, 97.1. Jay, what's good?
Happy Thanksgiving, brothers.
Happy Thanksgiving, Jay.
Yeah, everybody be safe out there. Mike, I just left your favorite store a couple hours ago. It was a madhouse, but shout out to the service staff there. They got everybody in and out, no problems.
Costco rocks. All right, go ahead, Jason.
Anyway, so this is what I was going to tell Kenny. You know what? For the last 15 years, what we do is we plan our meal around for two reasons. We plan our meal around halftime. We start eating about, like you guys said, a 2-minute warning. That way, everybody gets down, eats and whatever. In the first 2 minutes of the second half, there's a little less drama. But by that time, you're still watching the rest of the game. And number two, that way, for the late game, you can eat leftovers and do the heat ups and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Jason,
Kenny,
this is one thing I've noticed out here. Very few people take the East Coast approach to it, which is you would eat before the game.
Oh,
you actually eat between 11:30 and noon.
So a little bit of a brunch.
That's early.
Well, I know, no, Jay, I know, but hear me now. It never impacts the game. And what you just said, the second part, people get their heat up time, their round two. It's perfect for the Cowboy game.
Yeah, you're getting the engine flowing again.
That's it. I'm just saying. But again, I grew up in a household. Sunday dinner was at like 12:30, 1 o'clock. Like that was Sunday dinner every Sunday. There was no dinner. Your dinner was then.
Yeah, if you didn't eat, then you went hungry. Trust me.
That's correct.
That.
But it was old school. I mean, it was always, it's just what it is. It's being Italian. But yeah, Jay.
I'm sorry, Mike.
No, you're good. Go ahead, please.
But Kenny, bring a tablet whatsoever. But as far as these women that are sitting there saying no TV, shut up. We deal with your Grey's Anatomy and all your other little programs, but they're the ones that are hyping up the Super Bowl halftime show. They talk during the Super Bowl and all this stuff during the game, but yet they want everybody to be quiet during the halftime show. You know what? Grow up. Y'all have a good Thanksgiving. Love you all. I'll talk to you next time.
All right, see you, Jay.
All right, you got to take it easy now, Jay. Take it easy. All I was saying is it's unreasonable to host Thanksgiving and think that you don't have the game on.
Mm-hmm.
That disqualifies you. It is no different than my rule. If you do not have a kitchen capable of having several people in it and producing a meal for the amount of people that are coming to your home, you shouldn't be hosting.
No, Mike, I'll take it one step further. It goes to like the fall weddings. If you're going to be offended that people are going to be at the bar or something looking at a game because you decide to do it on, a big game weekend, you probably should have picked a different date.
Yeah, also stop taking yourself so seriously. None of this is serious.
Okay.
If the sun came up that morning and you get a chance to see your family, who cares if the football game's on?
You know what?
My God.
This is our family time. Oh, boy. Well.
Okay, then turn on Little House on the Prairie.
Well, a certain member of the morning show is very upset that games are on Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'll just leave it
Well, the Christmas, listen, I understand being frustrated by it, okay? Do I need football on Christmas Day? No, most certainly I don't. But it's not offensive.
No, and you know what? It used to be cool because the NBA had the game at night. When it first started,
now they got 6 of them.
Right, it was that primetime game at night. Then it was like, let's do 2 of them. We can start at like 6 and then have a West Coast game at 9. And now, it goes from 6 to all day. And football was like, good idea. What if we copy that and just steal your audience?
Who's upset in the morning?
Oh, Heather. She hates
and listen, Heather, she's a bit of a hardliner. I heard that segment a few weeks back. They were doing a not overreact gyms. What's the other one they do?
Ask John, Cookie Jar.
Something like that. But no, look, I understand it, but it's a losing battle. Like if you're hosting, that's your responsibility. You're going to have to understand people want to watch the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on principle, I actually agree with Heather. I don't think it's right to have games on Christmas Day. I don't.
Right.
But if I'm hosting, well,
if you're hosting,
the
right,
deal.
in the den and wherever, you know what? Basement, the game is on the basement. If you guys want to go down there.
That's it.
And yeah, and the basement is far enough away that you can yell and scream and do whatever and you won't disturb us.
It's like hosting Christmas and being mad that Christmas music is on. It doesn't make any sense. All right, we'll get to the picks next. Frank Ragnow's back. See you in a few weeks, Frank. Rico, take him to church.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Pistons taking on the Celtics in this before Thanksgiving matinee right now. They just forced a Boston timeout, leading 26-16. Cade Cunningham off to a stronger start than normal scoring the basketball. He scored 11. He's 4 of 5 from the floor. A couple assists for him as well. Pistons have held the Celtics to just 22% shooting, and their star Jaylen Brown to 1 for 8 from the field thus far. Lions center Frank Ragnow coming out of retirement. Ian Rappaport says that, quote, sounds like he's in shape and ready to roll sooner rather than later, end quote. The team confirmed the news, posting a photo of him running out of the tunnel at Ford Field. Detroit has ruled out center Graham Glasgow, safety Kirby Joseph, edge rusher Josh Paschal, receiver Khalif Raymond, and tight end Brock Wright for this week. 8 other players are questionable, including Terrion Arnold, Tate Ratledge, and Penny Sewell. Meanwhile, the Wings skate against the Predators tonight at LCA. They'll be without Simon Edvinson, who's down with the flu. Face off at 7. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Jeff Rieger coming up next. He's going to take you up to the Red Wings. I'll be back tomorrow morning to do the Lions pregame show with one James Cookies Costa starting at 10 o'clock. We'll be here in the studio. Don't head down to Buffalo Wild Wings. It's closed, people. They got to enjoy the holiday as well. All right, while Rieger's out there holding another show, Kenny, let's just go to caller John. John, you're on 97.
How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Happy Thanksgiving.
You know what?
Oh.
There you go.
Here we go. Man, I got so many things to say from just battling Costco myself. Love the place. Got suckered in there because I forgot the rolls and a pie. But as for like Ragnar, it's really nice when someone shows up with a Band-Aid after you cut yourself with a chainsaw, but it's going to be too little too late. To the important things. One, Thanksgiving definitely should be served at noon. Noon is when it happens. Two, Kenny, while all of us agree that as a true Americans, the football game should be on no matter what you need to remember when dealing with this new mother-in-law is that this is your career. You're a sportsman. You're not asking out of greed because you're just some schluff who loves the Lions. This is your career. You need to have a little bit of this information. You need to at least know what's going on. You're still there. You're still with the family.
Yeah, no, I see where your head's.
Gotta have it on.
I see where your head's at, but I was also wondering, could I just put myself in the information bubble, watch the game later?
No, but you know what, John? I've done that many a time. Like, hey guys, this is how I pay the bills. I gotta watch this. Sorry.
You gotta watch. You gotta watch it. I mean, of course you could. But there's no way that there's an entire room of people that someone's not going to yell, oh, so-and-so did this, oh, so-and-so did that. Oh, the offensive line still can't stop anything.
Right. Somebody is following on their phone, John. Somebody is. I got
Somebody
you.
will be. And so you need the first-hand information so you can present it to us so we can be informed consumers and you take your job seriously. And that needs to be the angle to make sure that the Lions is, of course, on during your meal.
John, that sounds like a plan. Have a great holiday. Yeah, Kenny, that does work. Hey, look, I got to watch the game. So.
And at the end of the day, if I had to put odds on it, I'd say it's like 75% likelihood that they're going to have it on.
Did you really go into the bubble?
I've done it before, but for lesser games. But Caller John was right. Somebody at that table is going to know.
Kenny, 15 minutes into the game, you're going to, okay, I just need to know. I just need to know who scored first.
Yeah, I'm actually one of the few people nowadays that are actually capable of putting myself in the information bubble. I have and can do it.
In a big game, like you're not going to, oh, you know what? Like, what's wrong with your husband? He seems awful. He's in the bathroom a lot. Like,
no, that was because of the possum stew. All right, I'll just do it for you, all right?
Wow. See, I had moved on past that, Kenny. I
was waiting for it. We're talking about Thanksgiving. We're talking about that. It's going to be a rake.
No, it's just you really can go like I can go in the bubble for a meaningless game. I don't really need to know. Big game? Yeah, I need to know at least the score, what's happening. I'm rushing back home or yeah. You're a better man than I.
If push came to shove, I could do it. It wouldn't be fun. I'm not saying I would enjoy myself, but I could do it.
Because, yeah, I mean, at that point, it's Schrodinger's cat. Like, the Lions are both winning and losing at the same time.
Wait a second. Kenny's saying that tomorrow, potentially, he could go in the bubble, not watch any Lions-Packers, and then wait till later on in the evening to figure out who won?
I'm saying if push came to shove, we were discussing at the game.
Kill me.
I understand that. You're like most people. I understand that I'm in the minority on that.
So if you go into the bubble, Kenny, do you want to know the final score or do you start from the beginning and not hit fast forward?
I start from the beginning, fast forward through commercials.
Okay. Really? See.
Okay, you know what? I have great respect for you. I've had it, but this, Kenny.
This is what tips it for you to respect Kenny Cott?
I could not. No.
It took about 5 years, Jeff, but we finally got there.
Kenny can stay in the bubble successfully. We love you.
I couldn't do it. Like, if I know the game is over, I at least need to know the end the final score, and if the team lost, I don't need to watch this.
Well, I want to ride the roller coaster though and experience what I would have organically, so I can kind of feel the way the fans are going to feel. Because if I'm coming in here on Monday or Tuesday after a game ends, I want to be able to relate to what they're feeling.
You got to turn
your phone off.
Notifications.
Notifications, phone off. I'm not even.
Wow!
Yeah.
He's without his phone while the game is. I could never do that.
Or at least mute all the notifications and texts from people who would be texting me about the game.
You know the game they lost to Minnesota? I happened to be in Cedar Point with my family, and I faked sick so I could sit outside and watch the second half of the Vikings and Lions because there was no way I was going to be stuck in line without a phone. They don't allow you to take a phone.
Rico, Father of the Year right there, folks.
I don't know if
my daughter was on a different ride.
Father of the Year. Yeah, honey, I know this is probably that memory you're going to always remember. I got to watch that.
I don't know if I'm a better man than you, Rico, but I can definitely top that, right?
Well,
that's a pretty low bar.
I'm not a great man.
Bruh,
I feel I'm a great man in my own ways.
You've just opted out of spending time with your daughter.
No, my daughter. No. It was actually my nephew and my brother and sister-in-law. My daughter was with my wife and my niece.
Could have been making memories with Uncle Rieger, but
no. What got me was it was the Top Thrill Dragster 2. We go up to the line. It's like a 2-hour line. Last day the park's open, and they're like, you need to put your phones in a locker. And I'm like, it's the second half.
Because in the end, that's the memory he'll be talking. That's the story he's going to tell at your funeral. Yeah, we could have spent 2 hours together, but he wanted to watch the game. So I really don't know much about my uncle.
No. How dare you? Should I have not admitted that on the air?
You do a lot of things on the air that you shouldn't do.
Whatever. What
do you got?
We're going to talk about Frank. We're going to talk about the Lions. We're on to Red Wing hockey. Pistons are winning. They're going for 4 in a row. Rico.
I'm not really a big fan of this court, but I get it.
That NBA Cup stuff. Do you realize, of course you do, like the schedule of events this weekend is amazing. From tonight, Wings play, Pistons play, Michigan plays Gonzaga. I know you're going to be watching that game. Tomorrow, the Lions, Michigan State plays North Carolina. I mean, this is unreal. The college football on Saturday.
Shameless plug. Thank God I got the basement. There you go. That's where I'll be all weekend.
You're not going to leave, are you? Are you actually?
I got to do the pregame show.
Are you having the dinner tomorrow in the basement?
No, but you know what? The plates are transfer. You can move them.
Right. So your family's not going to see you. Yeah.
They know.
They're going to pop up. Rico's going to pop up, get his food, go back down to the man cave. And you're a better man than me because I opted out of a ride?
Yeah.
That would have made me sick? Yes, I know my body.
Because I'll actually help in preparing the meal. Can you say that?
I am
97.
I am not in a contest with you.